Join the club.
Yep.
It's kind of how it begins, isn't it?
Then, like, Elder Bear says, "Oh, this guy says he can't prove curvature."
And try to wrench that out of them.
You think
if
he's
you
ready?
can.
You paid
No. If you're able to try to wrench an original argument that he's ever made. Well, Jedi said. Well, QE said. Well, Nathan said. That's all he ever does. Well, Miggy, didn't you just say like he fucking get him to actually say, dude, what did you say? What the fuck are you saying? Oh, I don't know. I'm just here to try to figure things out.
It took us nearly 2 weeks just to get him to say the word flat. Oh.
Yeah. Oh, what's flat? Visual surface condition. The fuck?
So exactly. That's a visual surface condition.
Yeah, can it be any more vague than that, honestly?
I know, it's shit, isn't it?
Is your cornea flat?
That's why I said he has to come up with an argument for why he should be here. Why should the channel be open to him?
Oh, he's hushed too, by the way. Just so you know.
Yeah, I would want to just ask the question and open his mic and have him just dither. Have him give him a chance to think. I mean, maybe for the first time in his life. Here's a chance for him to advocate for himself. You want to be here. Why should you be allowed to be here? This is not a open public space. This is a private space. This is our house. And if you don't understand that, it's the same way you run your server. People are banned for no reason whatsoever. And it doesn't matter what argument you give to be unbanned. They'll just say, so what? We don't want you around. For what reason? No reason. I just don't want people in the channel at whatever hour, or who knows. It's so subjective that you just have to either accept it or just part ways. And in the past, people parted ways. No, thank you, Bevites. No. It should be easy to understand. It's the same answer you told me. I met you at your level. So now your job is to prove that you can make an argument and advocate for yourself, not someone else. You're not here to advocate for QE, Nathan, or Jedi, or whatever. You're here to advocate for yourself to demonstrate you can make an original argument for something you want. And I gave you a easy, slow pitch right over home plate. You could use my argument and what I use to unban all you guys. Or you could come up with your own argument. I mean, this is like the easiest set of terms and conditions that anyone has ever been given. If you fail this, seriously, dude. Seriously. God, there's so many good news today. Scientists create the ultimate... Oh, I know I probably can't use this. Okay, yeah, it's got a V word in it. That will unleash superpowers.
Obviously, they've been watching The Boys also.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
sorry.
That's what it is. Basically, that's why I paired it with the GIF I was going to pair it with. And I'm like, oh, fuck, yeah, I guess I probably can't post it. It's really the plot line for the current season of The Boys. So it's come down to scientists recreate the universe, first molecules, or building blocks of life discovered circling a baby star. All right, should we see if Elder Bear is ready?
Yeah, this will be worth it.
All right, so just to reset it, because I know you might have forgot. Like Sprellick said, Bloom's taxonomy doesn't go any lower than this. Don't mention anyone else. No one else's words. Use your own words, your voice that God gave you, and advocate for yourself for why you should be here, giving your own argument, or you could use my argument that I use to convince people for why you should be here. Anything short of that, you're gone. Your time here is done. There you go, Elder Bear. Give it a shot.
I think you bricked him.
I mean, he could have me turned down, too, so he didn't hear any of it. I mean, it's kind of a hard ask.
Unmuted, like. Well, I've been unmuted, though. I don't know who you were talking to, but I've got an argument.
Yeah, for why you should be here.
One off this other guy.
Why you should be here. The argument.
Oh, I don't know about that. I've got an argument.
For why you should be here.
You want to, do you want to hear my argument?
For why you should be here. That's the only argument. The argument is.
Are you gonna let me present it?
Yeah, go ahead.
I just thought about it like after conversation earlier.
That's it. You just thought about it. Yeah, you cut out there. You just thought about it.
Here. All right, here, just give me. I got an argument came to me. Aye.
Okay.
If east and west are circles around.
Holy shit.
Hey, Crit. You wouldn't believe it. I've got something typed up in the little side chat thing there. Just say when.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of feel like there's a conflict of interest since I spent like months.
Oh, no, there's no conflict. Yeah. I know exactly what's going to happen. Just say when.
Yeah, do it.
And I'm not even going to write that one up. That's just a gimme. Seriously, bro. Short of stealing crayons off of it, writing out what you want, drawing a nice little picture to match what the writing says, and then give it back and let him colour it in just so he understands it. There's nothing more you could do. I thought he would have actually had a go. I thought he would have gone, here's something fresh. This is why I should stay here. But no.
Yeah, I like the channel. I enjoy getting.
I apologise for being a dickhead. Anything.
Yeah, like here, like I want to be here for entertainment purposes. I don't like hanging out in Bev's server. It stinks in there. It's fun to get out of the echo chamber every once in a while. And there's so many arguments you could have given. Like it's almost like you have a hard time not giving an argument for why you want to be here. All you had to do is explain, just say why the reason for him clicking the channel. He just could have easily converted that into an argument.
He forgot what the professor said. He couldn't remember, like what you were saying. So, yeah, how do you make accommodations for people who can't remember?
Yeah, at this point, my argument, using them for entertainment purposes, almost becomes cruel.
Elder abuse. Get it? Oh, come on.
Yeah, no, I got it. Yeah, it's like there's a word for it. Someone who's diminutive, vulnerable adult.
Capacity.
Yeah, vulnerable adult. Like you can't just walk up to a vulnerable adult and say, "Hey, can I borrow $100?" And they give it to you, and then they're going to forget or not remember it or whatever. That's a form of theft. That's like you stole money from that person.
Oh, cool. Night shift's in. I can tag out then. Alrighty, shoppers. I'll catch you all tomorrow. Peace, guys.
So you saying, well, the mathematics works out, or don't you find it problematic that you have to look up what you already believe to be true? Ex post facto.
I mean, to some extent, yeah. I mean, but it's a matter of, yeah, public schools don't really offer you like the most in-depth explanation for these things. They just kind of give you the general idea, because the idea is that if you're interested in it, you'll go research it at a higher level. Like you can't explain to just some kid like what general relativity is or what.
Why would you even tell a kid what general relativity is?
Exactly. Why? Yeah, you wouldn't.
And why would you teach it to them if they can't understand it?
Because you start simpler. You simplify the ideas. If they're interested in learning more about it, then they get to learn more about it.
Do you know how they teach kids about gravity?
I think through like Newtonian physics mostly, actually.
No. They start you out in second grade and they let you play with magnets. And then next week, they teach you gravity.
What do magnets have to, what?
It's what they do.
Teaching you the idea, the concept.
We
showing
know
you a practical demonstration of oh, go ahead. Sorry.
What?
I was just going to say we know gravity exists because magnets are like gravity, and that's why we are stuck to the surface of a ball. That's how they explain it to you in second grade.
No. You have a bad memory of this.
I don't have a misrepresentation of it. I talked to my daughter when she was in second grade, and I asked her, I said, what did you learn about this week? She said, gravity. I said, what did you learn about last week? She said, we didn't. We just played with magnets.
Okay.
So I'm not misremembering.
I would imagine
this is how they teach kids. They have to teach it to you at a young age because you're too young to ask good questions that would otherwise contradict what they're trying to teach.
My guess is that they are associating magnets and gravity because they're both forces within the universe.
I find it funny that like you're talking to us like you're the lawyer for the Globe or something. You're here to defend.
I am the lawyer of the Globe. I don't know why you're saying it like I'm not.
Like why?
It's what I believe.
Why?
You think I would? Because.
No, really. I want to know why. Why do you believe it? Why do you choose to reject experiential reality for concept from some third party you don't know about?
Because the Earth being a globe doesn't reject the idea that it's perceived as flat.
Okay. Who cares? It's measured as flat.
It's not.
Okay. So they didn't show you any laser measurements or anything like that?
Who didn't show me any laser measurements?
Did they show you any laser measurements of the surface of the Earth? Anybody in here?
Oh.
I didn't show him, but I walked him through it. I explained how a straight line is a tangent over a curved surface. Wow. And then the way that you measure a curved surface is that deviation from a straight line over distance.
Yeah, well, let's cut through the nonsense. Let's just get straight to the point, because I'm sick of dicking around in a way. So, really simply, how could the globe be falsified?
How could the globe be falsified?
How could it, and hypothetically? Like, what could we do to falsify it?
By having better explanations for the phenomena we observe on Earth.
No, that's not a falsification. That's storytelling bullshit. Oh, you got better stories than the other stories. You falsified the globe. That's not how it works, dude.
It's not just stories.
They are stories.
Okay. And it seems like a lot of math involved in these stories. So pretty bad stories.
A lot of math. Oh my God, a lot of math. Science is an empirical human activity. It's not based upon math, and it's not based upon explanations. Based upon experiment.
Okay.
Right? Is that correct?
No.
Science is not based upon experiment.
It's not based upon just your basic eyes and what you're...
Yes. Science is empirical. That is the foundation of science.
Yeah, but it's not just based on what you can see. It's what you can test repeatedly and what you can explain.
By experiment?
Yeah, but that experiment has to explain what is happening.
Experiments don't explain things. They only give you data.
Okay.
Datas are not explanation. They're purely just descriptive of reality.
Beginning of an experiment, you have a hypothesis to what you believe might be happening. Then you write a conclusion. We've all been to grade school. We know how to conduct a science experiment.
Okay. But none of that explains anything.
What are you talking about?
It just tells you a relationship.
No, you have an idea. You have an idea. We call this.
No, you don't have an idea. You observe a natural phenomenon. No, you observe a natural. No, you observe a natural phenomenon.
Yeah.
Science is a systematic study of the natural world and the things in it. So the first step of the scientific method is to observe a natural phenomenon.
No, it's not. It's literally not. It's
okay. Give us a citation.
It's to hypothesize.
No, a hypothesis about what?
About what you believe is going to happen.
Oh, about what? Regarding what? What is the reference?
Whatever you're
your observation of a natural phenomenon.
Whatever you're observing, duh.
He doesn't want to say it. What are you making the hypothesis about?
What you believe is the reason for that occurrence.
For what?
What is that?
Whether it's. What do you mean? What is that?
What is that you're talking about? You're trying to use pronouns to hide the fact that is a natural, actually occurring phenomenon. That is
Is
that.
this occurrence? Has this occurrence been experienced somehow?
Yes.
There you go, bro. It's the first step. Experience the phenomenon.
Make an observation. Correct. My bad. Okay.
Yeah.
What do we do after that?
Who cares? The whole point of the argument was science is empirical.
Okay.
It's based upon observation and experiment. It's based upon observation and experiment. It's not based upon explanations and fucking mathematics. That's not science.
Literally, that is actually a step in the science.
Can you do science without mathematics?
What is that? That's not what I'm saying.
Can you do science? Well.
Yeah, obviously, psychology doesn't have a lot of math in it, I would assume.
There's a lot of things that don't have. Germ theory has no math in it.
I doubt that. I would imagine it depends on the type of study of germs you're doing.
Okay, germ theory. The theory of germs as a cause of disease. There's no math in it.
Okay.
Simple cause and effect relationship.
Yeah, India, what's the argument that causality exists? Go ahead.
Oh, shut up, dude.
Look at you, you're a retard. You can't even give a justification for your claim. Dead retard.
It can give you justification. Here's the justification. If you have a computer with nothing but zeros on the hard drive, what does it act upon?
Wait, your justification is a question? Do you know what justification is, you brain dead slow boy? So just to be very clear about this.
That's at an end.
Man, that guy's heated. What did you do to that guy?
No, he just does this stupid shit. You know exactly who he is. Stop playing games. Did you call him in here?
What? No, okay.
So really simple. We're gonna continue on. We're gonna continue.
Doesn't matter what I say. I can show you my
continue on this. We're gonna continue on this.
Okay, I'm ready.
Now you're trying to squirm out from under my thumb.
Oh, I brought him back up. It was really effective.
So it's very simple. Okay, science is empirical. It's based upon empirical observations or experiments. That's the foundation. It's not based upon mathematics or explanations. Those things come after.
I was mistaken. Yep.
Okay. Yes, those things come after. So you saying, well, the mathematics works out or any other thing, regardless, great. You have a model. That model needs to be tested against reality. True?
Yep.
Okay. So when we go out into reality and test if the Earth is curving, it's not curving out there in reality.
Oh, okay. I didn't consider that. My bad.
Okay. So if you take a laser, and this test has been done 5 times, Lake Lysimere in the Netherlands, take a laser, you beam it, set 40 kilometers, 10 feet off the water, the laser's picked up at 4 feet off the water. The globe Earth predicts that laser should be 420 feet in the air. Okay, this is a 25-mile distance. Laser should be. You should only be able to see it from the top of a 40-story building.
Great. I don't trust your representation of this.
I don't. Well, why not?
Because.
Because
I don't trust you to accurately represent the experiment.
Because it's damaging to my point of view.
True.
So you think I'm making up the mathematics?
No, I'm sure there's mathematics involved.
Yeah, so the mathematics.
I'm sure there's an explanation you're either ignoring or that has not been explained.
An explanation. So okay, so you think that there's some explanation which can explain away a result that's 2 orders of magnitude different than the prediction?
What is predicting?
The prediction, the laser is 420 feet in the air. The actual is the laser's 4 feet in the air.
Why would the laser be that high up?
Because the Earth's curving down. Remember?
The Earth is curving down. Okay.
Yeah. If you assume you're on the top of the ball, right? You shoot a laser, the Earth curves down away from the laser. Right?
Because there's other variables at play, whether just not just the shape of the Earth.
Okay, such as
the atmosphere, just particles in the atmosphere.
So you think that can move the laser 420 feet down?
Do you think light can't be bent?
Oh, it can be.
Okay.
But can doesn't mean is.
So what was the name of the?
Can doesn't mean is.
Well, here, let's just look it up together.
Let's do this together. I don't need to look it up. I don't need to look it up. Anything you look up, I'm going to know more about than you. It doesn't matter what you look up.
You should be able to stop me through it while I look it up. So then you should be able to.
I'll walk you through it right now. There's something called standard refraction. Say we take that. That'll move the laser down 5 meters.
What is the name of the study you're referencing?
Okay.
The experiment.
Standard refraction is a refraction in what's called the 1976 U.S. atmosphere.
I'm starting to feel like you're trying to hide the truth from me.
Let me finish.
I think you're hiding the truth from me. You're not going to tell me the name of the experiment.
Before you get muted, dude. Let me finish. So,
it sounds like you need to do something.
If you apply the standard refraction 7.6R model, that would move the laser down 5 meters. You now need to move down another 122 meters. Can you tell me the mechanism that does that?
That was conducted. That was reported.
You were talking the whole time?
No, just now.
What was conducted? What was it? You were muted, buddy.
Oh, okay. Well, great.
TJ muted you, or somebody did. Matrix probably.
Good for them.
Okay, what did I say to you?
You were talking about the laser being refracted at too high or low of an angle.
No.
Wow.
I said if you apply the standard refraction model, which is 7.6R, that would move the laser down 5 meters. So now instead of having to be 127 meters off the ground, now it's 122 meters. We can throw in some beam divergence. Let's call the beam divergence 5 meters. All right, now you need to make up 198.
I don't understand why you can't just show me the experiment that was conducted rather than having to go through this whole process. Okay, then just send me that.
I'm walking you through the mathematics, dude.
Well, yeah, but I'd be more interested in to see what the actual people conducting the study. Why would I trust your interpretation? How can I trust you over those people?
It's mathematics. There is no interpretation. That's why we use mathematics.
How can I trust
we use mathematics, so there doesn't have to be an interpretation.
How can I trust your representation of it?
I'm not representing as anything. This is your globe's geometry.
Yeah, but you're saying that there was an experiment conducted that resulted in an unpredicted outcome. I'm curious what that experiment was and who conducted it and why and what happened. Why can't you just show me that?
A predicted outcome. The result doesn't match the prediction.
That's what I just said. That there was an outcome that wasn't. There was an unpredicted outcome.
Just post up one of the laser tests.
One more time in English, sorry?
Don't be a fucking smartass or I'll boot you.
Oh, no.
Hey, go ahead and take a look into the side chat. I posted 2 things for you.
Thank you so much. Is this the experiment he's talking about?
Yes.
Okay.
It's 5 laser tests. 3 done on one day, and then 2 more done 3 weeks apart, 3 weeks from then.
Good for them.
And go ahead and look right above that as well.
Okay.
Because Indio was trying to tell you something and you didn't listen.
Indio was trying to tell me something?
Yeah, that's me. So I also just posted, if you want to read it instead of watching the video, you can read their report.
Oh, yeah. I'm gonna fart.
Oh, thank you. I only took about 18 times to ask you for this. VCore. That is a wild name. Maybe, how many pages? It might be a. Seems.
Objection, Your Honor. On what cause?
Objection.
It's devastating to my case.
Paste. Okay, it's gonna be a minute, guys, while I read all 121 pages of this. Hold on.
Anyway.
Well, the last 10 pages is sufficient.
Well, no, I would like to see like their abstract, their motivation.
Oh yeah, but I'm saying
Yeah, why would that matter? Their motivation. Well, why would their motivation matter?
I'm curious. We'll see if it. We'll see
What
if
if what if their motivation was to get chicks? Does that somehow fucking falsify the experiment?
Makes it a strange motivation. It'd be interesting to know about the types of people making the experiment.
Dude, why are you doing sociological analysis for a measure? I don't get it.
That's better. That's
I don't know why you're getting upset at me engaging with the material you've represented.
Getting chicks is one of the most well-established rational motivations in the world, dude.
Yeah. Honestly, I would believe them more if they're. What was that, sorry?
I said getting chicks is the underlying motivation for 80% of the things that happen in the world.
Yeah, that would make me trust
using
them more.
80s terminology. The modern terminology is getting bitches.
I think these days kids call it having Riz, actually. It's kind of a catch-all.
So I posted a graphic in the chat to illustrate the idea.
Oh, I got a graphic.
If you take a laser, there's going to be separation of the laser from the surface of the Earth. Then you should be able to measure the distance between the Earth and the laser.
Okay.
It should increase with distance.
Wait, okay.
Okay, if that distance does not increase, right, if that spread does not increase with distance, then the Earth can't be curving.
Can't.
You know, it's okay that you don't understand what you're reading.
I'm taking a break. So obvious it be is typing shit in the chat, so I gotta respond saying I love him. What you two did.
You must respond. You must be distracted.
Yeah, I got it.
You don't have to look at the information. The shit you guys always ask for that you never look at. This ain't our first rodeo. You guys ask for, what's your evidence of flat Earth? Oh, here it is. I'm
literally reading it. The main I can read it out loud if you'd like. The main principle of the experiment are to study the effects of terrestrial refraction in different ambient conditions at very small incident angles close to the non-uniform density transition zone. NUDS. Funny acronym. Above water surfaces, determine the shape of the surface of large bodies of water. Through our previous experiments, we've found inconsistencies.
What does that mean to you? What does that mean to you?
What does what mean to me?
That sentence you just read, what does that mean to you?
Studying the effects of terrestrial refraction in the different ambient conditions.
Okay, and so what does that mean to you as far as what you're extrapolating from that?
That the Earth, the effects of Earth's refractions in different ambient conditions? I'm not necessarily certain what ambient would mean in this context.
Maybe they're looking to see if there's any anomalies while looking over long distances to determine whether or not there's beam divergence.
Yeah, as what it says here, determine the shape of the surface of large bodies of water. It said something about geoid. Geoid?
Well, they're comparing it to other models, right?
What does that mean?
You're overcomplicating this. This is super simple. It's fucking third grade geometry. I don't know why you're trying to make it so complicated.
Well, because I'm interested in engaging what the study says.
Well, I mean, it's pretty self-explanatory, right?
I explained it to you, and then you didn't want to hear it.
Well, it seems like you did a bad job of explaining it. I'm sorry, dude.
No, I explained it perfectly well. I explained the experimental results.
I think it's unfortunately up to me whether or not it was explained well to me. No.
Okay, tell me what I told you.
That's what I'm saying. I can't.
No, what? No, tell me. What
You disregarded everything he said because you said you didn't trust him. That's what happened.
Yeah,
you didn't even listen to him.
Wait, you're going to tell me and say I can't not trust him? Why should I have to trust him?
Well, that doesn't mean he explained it faulty, like it was a bad explanation. It just means you didn't fucking listen.
You realize the argument you're making could be used to support NASA, right? Like,
what are you talking about?
No,
me.
Why can't you trust NASA?
You didn't listen to what was said.
Yeah. So maybe you just weren't listening.
Because we
what didn't you trust exactly if you didn't hear what I said?
Maybe you just didn't listen to what NASA said or the Chinese.
Your ability to trust someone
why should I listen to what they said?
Drunken, your ability to trust someone. Drunken, mute yourself.
Space agency.
He's coping now. You're in full cope mode.
Big cope.
Your ability to understand something is different than trusting somebody. You can listen to somebody and then say afterwards, I understand completely what you say, but I don't trust your mathematics.
Okay.
Why couldn't you just do that? Instead of being an arrogant
I wasn't interested in hearing his representation of the study. I'd rather read it for myself.
And basically, it's fingers in ears, la, 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 la. You're an arrogant pig and you don't want to be in here. Go elsewhere, mate. Kick rocks.
I'm engaging with this. You guys seem to be really motivated to not let me read this study for some reason in its entirety.
Okay, go on mute until
you can read it elsewhere.
I'll have to be unmuted when you're freaking done reading it then.
Damn.
He won't read it.
Yeah, nobody distract him. He's reading. Please don't type to him in chat. Don't distract him. He's reading. He's studying hard. He's not going to read a fucking word of it.
No. Hey, Indio, did I do a good job explaining curvature?
I mean, I thought you did, but he don't trust you, so no, you didn't.
I mean, it's pretty basic, right? You draw a straight line, and then you draw a curved line, and then that tangent of that straight line.
According to this guy, none of that shit matters. The only thing that matters is whether he trusts you. If he doesn't trust you, he doesn't understand it.
Get a NASA tattoo on your ass. I bet you he'd trust you then.
Oh yeah, dude, you need a tattoo, bro. Get an ass tattooed on your butt cheeks, sheepdog. Yeah, you explained it good. I'm only fucking around.
No, I appreciate it, man. I'm trying to get better with my words because, like, the biggest thing for most people, they don't understand words have meaning, and when you use the correct words, it's so. It just has so much emphasis and meaning in reality, especially when you're being honest and truthful.
I agree, but not everybody has the equal level of understanding, and like you also have to communicate, right? So there's a way you say it, then they hear it a different way. Obviously, like this guy, right. You know, that people hear what they want to hear sometimes. You got to say it in a way that they can actually intellectually digest it. And, you know, that can be challenging, especially to people that are unfamiliar with the topic. They're not familiar with tangent and fucking a lot of these terms. Most people are, but some people aren't, right? You just have to use discernment to figure out who the hell you're talking to.
I remember when I first came into 24/7, man. Like, oh, we need to explain to this person what radius and circumference is. And I was new to it, but you guys are like, you know, like we've gone through this a million times with a million people. If somebody comes in here and they don't know what the fuck a radius or circumference is, that's their problem, not ours.
Yeah,
and then
it's like
tangent.
It's like, do you know what a ball is? Like, why don't you? I'm coming in to argue Earth's a ball, but I don't know what a radius or circumference is.
And then what's his name? QE. Do your ABCs, but don't sing it. Just say it.
I love it when they say, "Do you not understand how big Earth is? Do you not know?" Yeah, how big is it? How big is it? Really big.
It's astronomical.
You go fully Rodney Rood on them. It's pretty big, but not as big as your mum's bum.
Hey, the ABC from QE, he said it many times. Say the ABCs, but I told him about saying it without singing it. I added that part.
Is that you? Was that you, Jimsy?
Yeah, I heard it many times, and I said, no, you gotta ask them to say it without singing it, without the
Hell
song.
yeah.
And if we can do it without the song, then maybe we can pass page 1 of the book. Then we can go to triangles.
Triangles and circles.
Yeah. Because if you cannot say the ABCs without the song, how can we go to page 2?
Bro, it's worse than that. They had to change the song. You guys hear about that?
Yeah, you have to change the song because a lot of the Globers say LMNOP.
Well, yeah, because a lot of kids thought LMNO was its own letter.
Yeah. You never say that part because once they reach that part and they say LMNOP, then you say, oh no, you failed.
Oh, I thought it was LM and O.
Well, the flat earther should be the last people talking about failing. Listen, your whole belief is set up on false bullshit, okay? The fact is, NASA's right. There's multiple evidence to show.
You said bullshit, though. Listen,
somebody give him a cuddle.
You said bullshit, and bullshit, we can find it in nature. The globe, you cannot find it in nature.
Yes, you can.
No, you can't.
Yeah, no, you can't.
I can show you a lot of places that you can find bullshit. Show me where you can find the globe in nature.
NASA.
Oh. What, in the TV?
Yeah. There's videos.
It's pretty much just the feeling to Santa Claus.
So that's where the globe is, in a TV?
I mean, that's what it looks like, yeah.
That's what it looks like, huh?
There's been people out there with cameras recording everything. Like, we know what it looks like from above.
Have those people measured the thing in question, the Earth?
Yo, question. Is your brain as smooth as the Earth?
You're interrupting. You're interrupting. So your brain is not as smooth if you're interrupting other people.
Yeah, so when you say measure, you're asking me if those same people measured it?
Very simple, though. So remember when you said we see the globe in the TV? So can you can you turn the TV off and then you go to the realist level, the world or the waters across, and can you find the globe there? The thing in the TV?
Well, dude, well, to measure it like the way you're implying, I would need to walk all across until I back to where I started. I don't have there's not a rope that is long enough, or any measuring tape that is long enough.
So remember, the globe in the TV has a specific variables, right? A specific radius, circumference. So you can test for that. So you turn off the TV. Okay, in the TV, I saw the globe, and it has a specific radius, so there should be a drop over a distance.
What is a radius?
Value. 3,159 miles.
No, so what is that? Well, I don't know what a radius is.
You asking what is that, or you're trying to find it?
No, I'm saying I don't know what a radius is.
Okay, in the globe, they say
Jamesy,
that...
if this gentleman doesn't know what a radius is, perhaps this is the wrong conversation for him.
Well, because you're scared of the facts.
No, you're trying to prove a ball and you don't have a radius. You should not be in this room, my friend.
I have a picture from NASA.
So that's it. You've got a picture of what?
Picture of the world.
That's it. You've got a picture and you're gone. Fancy that.
Okay, in the TV, you see Godzilla shooting fireballs. Can you find that in nature? No. In the TV, you see the globe and water on the outside of a spinning ball in a vacuum. Can you find that in nature? No. Why are they quiet?
because they just realized.
Don't know, mate.
A, B, C, D, E.
That episode, that one dude missed letter T. That was crazy funny. I'm interested. I'm amazed, actually. We haven't had one of them that has the intelligence just to go, hang on a minute, I'm going to do this off the keyboard. Q, W, E, R, T, Y, U, I, O, P, A, S, D, F. And then when someone rips him about it, just to turn around and say, well, seriously, unless you're making words, there's no reason they have to be in any specific order.
True. Cordy.
That's a good point. He was asking about the radius, so that if he's claiming the Earth is a globe, so he should know certain aspects of it, and the radius being that point from the center of it, or a circle, because it could be a circle of a sphere towards the circumference, that line. I mean, you could. If you think it's a globe, at least you should know the dimensions of the globe if you're going to claim it. If you don't know that, why would you claim it? That should be important if you're going to claim something like Earth is a globe. That's like a foundational thing of the claim, or the baseless assertion. Because I don't think the globe is a claim. It's like a baseless assertion. If I had a claim for land or some rights, claiming something, in reality I could claim it and obtain it. But if you're saying Earth is a globe, you don't have any foundations for that. Not even a claim. Because you could be claiming something in reality, like that piece of land is mine. You can claim it. Or this car is mine, or this property is mine. You can claim that. This is my girlfriend. This is my wife. I got the papers to prove it. This is the mother of my children or something. You can claim that. You can demonstrate it. The globe doesn't even have any foundations to make it a claim. Anybody can make.
We do a welfare check on Drunken.
Is he unmuted? Let's check on him.
He's deafened. I don't know if he's still reading and watching laser test.
The opportunity of being muted to get drunken. Or he's gone? Where is he at? Drunken Knight. Maybe he's drunken. Or getting drunken.
Ah, well, what's going on the globe?
I don't know. You guys talking about the flat Earth?
Yep.
When are we going to the ice wall? That's something on the books.
It's the ice wall is there to keep all the snow Mexicans out.
Ask them if they believe in that.
You got somebody in the background that's puppeting you right now?
He's not puppeting me. He wanted to ask a question about flat Earth, and he's too scared to ask you guys. Is that a problem?
So you're like his attorney. You're here on his behalf. To send you in instead. Sends you in as a human shield.
No, he just want to know. He just want to know what's going on, bro. What the fuck?
I just wanted to know if like the conspiracy theories are real. You know. Sorry.
Yeah, sorry you want to know that. What the fuck?
I just don't have a Discord account.
Well,
I mean,
most of
isn't it obvious?
Most of Antarctica's coastline is referred to by the U.S. Geologic Survey as ice wall. So, ask them.
Well, yeah, it's like a wall of ice.
Just,
yeah.
Yeah,
So it's a wall that's made out of ice. So it's an ice wall.
Yeah.
I don't know why. That's how is that so? Why is that so difficult to understand? That like it's a wall made out of ice.
Google highest elevation continent. It's Antarctica. So.
Oh, interesting. It is. I thought it'd be like Asia or something. Just got all those mountains.
Yep, there you go.
Boom.
Does it surround us all the way around? Probably not. It's a distortion of the globe. When you project it azimuthally, an AE map, it's a distorted globe.
I have a question. What would the benefit be of like hiding that it's flat?
Keeping knowledge to yourself.
Like, why does it matter? Like, the same thing with like religion. Like, doesn't matter if it's real or not. It's inherently good. Same. Like, does it, like, I don't really understand like the.
Well, yeah. I mean, you might not even know what possible upper hand that they, quote unquote, could have on you if they're hiding things that you don't even know about. Hence,
Like,
they're hidden.
They're secretly like some shit. They're like harvesting. And we don't know. Like, I don't know.
Who knows, dude?
Who knows? Okay, I don't know. I thought you were supposed to know. You're the flat Earth guy.
Yeah, it doesn't work like that. We don't read minds. We just look at water and measure it flat.
I guess. I don't know. What are we gonna go see the ice wall? I'm down to go. I got bands.
Well, that's just Antarctica, and that I don't know. Doesn't sound like a very nice vacation.
So we're just never gonna go double check this.
Probably not. We probably are not going to. No.
Nobody is. There's not like anybody with any sort of transportation.
Well, there is.
Well, but the boat captains are in on the conspiracy fence.
No, you can get clearance to go out there. You can go check it out.
Yeah, but only where the boat captains that are in on the conspiracy.
No, dude. It's just like the same as having a passport. You just have to have clearance, get permission. You can go.
Yeah, to specific locations to let them keep the lie going.
Well, whatever. I mean,
by the way, it's not even why do we do it? It's why, like, who's the target? Because more people would have to be in on the conspiracy to keep it a secret than would be got by it.
Let's figure this shit out.
How many people would have to be quote in on it?
Every single boat captain, every single plane pilot, every single person who works for every single space agency.
Why would a plane pilot have to be in on it? Explain.
Why? Because they fly in the sky and they continue to tell you that it's a globe. They have all this math that they do for the gyro.
What? Like what?
What do you mean? What?
Yeah, be specific in your claim.
I think pilots typically claim that they have to account for the curvature of the Earth given for certain distances.
No, they don't. They just to treat it like it's a level horizontal plane. And they fly as such. They fly level and horizontally, dude.
Okay.
Yeah, pitch data shows it too from a black box of an airplane. And that's what you do. You just assume level horizontal and fly as if that's what the Earth is, parallel with it. Okay. So I mean, I don't think that implies that they're no.
Why does it not imply that?
Most of them are probably just not really thinking about it. They just think, oh well, that's how you practically treat it. But they probably haven't gone to the depth of consideration of going, oh wait, it's really a flat Earth. They probably have their globe belief, and they just don't really consider it too heavily.
I'm unsatisfied by that answer.
Who cares, dude?
Obviously not you, but it seems weird to give an unsatisfying answer for.
Well, I mean, that's just the reality. They just treat it as if it's level and horizontal, and they fly as such.
Okay.
Yeah.
How do you know they're not in on the conspiracy?
Because most people just they just go with their indoctrination and they don't really consider it too much.
Oh.
I don't think they're really thinking too deeply about it for the most part, because most people don't.
Don't worry, that makes two of you,
experience,
right? So.
Because before I came across this conversation, I didn't really either. I mean, I've been in planes before and I never went, oh, well, it's not dipping its nose down. It seems like we're just staying level. All the water outside looks flat. I didn't think about any of that. Just didn't really cross my mind. The globe was just in the back of your head still, and you just went along with it.
True. Every time.
You have to
man, what a globe
give it conscious consideration, and I don't think a lot of people really do. And then when they do, they tend to fight it. And they rationalize things away. Like, we talk to people all day here who will concede that, oh, yeah, I mean, they practically regard the Earth as flat and level to fly on it. But it's not really. That's just to simplify the math. And so they come up with rationalizations like that to...
yeah, it's just what pilots tell you, to keep it a secret.
That's stupid, dude. Well, show us then who's knowingly deceiving the public.
What do you mean? Why would I show you that?
Because it's your claim.
Yeah.
It's your claim that a pilot is knowingly deceiving the public when they treat the Earth as flat and level to fly on it.
I'm just saying they might be, dude.
No, they might just have the same type of mindset that the people we talk to do. Oh, you just do that to simplify things and it works out. Yeah.
Wait, you're telling me that like
you can't necessarily assume that somebody is
real? Hold on, wait. So Russia believes that the moon landing was real, but they don't believe that like the Earth is flat too. Like, why would they agree on so many things about like American conquest, but not the Earth being flat? Every country unanimously agrees that. What is there to hide? Like, it would be a better conspiracy if they would say like the moon landing isn't real, but they talk about the Earth being flat. Or you guys talk about that, really?
Yeah, water is. So it doesn't really matter what the Russians tell you. Physics of water pretty much tells the story there.
Physics of water? What does that mean? Can you translate?
Water seeks its level.
Okay, why is that?
Doesn't matter why. Just the fact that it does shows that it's not seeking a curve, therefore not a curved surface.
It doesn't matter why?
No, not for the purposes of this question.
Well, yeah, because you'd have to actually engage with the subject matter. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
No,
my question is
all you have to demonstrate. All you have to do in this case is demonstrate the phenomena, then you can rule out the curvature and thus the globe. You don't have to worry about why it's sitting there level. You just show that it is, and you go, well, it is. So
no, because we can explain why it appears level.
If I bought you a plane ticket to Antarctica, would you go?
Okay, but that's a different thing, though. Why it appears level is something different than why it is level. Those are completely different. So make up your mind.
What do you mean? Why do I have to make up my mind on that?
Well, they're not the same question, obviously, dude.
Okay. Yeah, that's because I'm suggesting your answer that your assertion that it is flat doesn't make any sense.
Of course it is.
That water is flat.
That's how it's practically used. That's how it's observed. That's how it's measured.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's not measured that way, for one.
Yes, it is. What are you talking about? It's measured curved?
But
you kidding me?
Well, hold on. I was just watching a video about this. What did they say?
You got to be kidding me that it's measured curved.
What does that mean?
Now you don't know what your claim is?
I just don't know what you mean by measured curve versus measured flat.
Well, you said a minute ago it is not, so you must have known what you were saying it is not to.
Because there was something, I was watching a video where it was talking about the shape of the shape of water having to do something with gravity. I was cleaning a fish tank while I was watching it, though, unfortunately.
Now all of a sudden you're bricked and confused and don't know what you were talking about.
No, I'm not. Well, yeah, I'm not going to sit here and claim that I have I'm an expert in the subject matter. I'm as educated in the globe as you are in flat Earth, apparently.
No.
Okay.
You're not. What's the radius?
The radius of the Earth is like 20,000, or like, was it 6,000 kilometers?
No. Well, almost.
Yeah. But
Close.
I don't have any exact. Well, I'm not a, like I said, I'm not a fucking scientist.
6,371. Well, it's geometry, not science. So.
And you don't need to be a scientist.
Yeah.
Well, I think most scientists would be. I don't even think most scientists would have it memorized.
Am I a scientist? 6,371 kilometers. Does that make me a scientist?
Yeah, probably.
Sorry, what's the kilometer?
That's what you guys are claiming all the time, that you guys are the independent thinkers that are just using your observation to conduct experiments.
Well, Australia isn't real, so neither are kilometers. You're just making things up.
I forgot about that part.
No, but on a serious note, have you ever seen... Okay, I'm genuinely curious. Can you disprove this? There's a video of a drone starting at the bottom of the Burj Khalifa. The sun sets, and it goes completely dark, and then the drone flies to the very top of the Burj Khalifa, and you can see the sunset again. I'm genuinely curious, what you guys think about this. Hello?
Was that to the flat earthers or to the globe heads?
So I'm a globe head, so I'm asking the flat earthers.
Okay, my bad.
No, you're good. You're good.
Well, you stumped him, dude.
I guess so. I can send that video if you guys don't believe me.
He's so bricked right now.
He's absolutely bricked up right now.
He lives for this question every day of his life. Oh, please talk about Burj Khalifa video. I love this video. I have so many talking points in this video.
I've seen that video and I'm like if the Earth is flat, how is that video even possible?
I stepped away. I have to do something, so I'm not super present. But
oh yeah, running from the debate. That's okay.
I was going to ask you a question though. What's the implication here that you have a geometric horizon due to the curvature of the Earth? Is that it? The thing that
you're just using words. I think you're just using words to confuse people. Use normal words. How about
are you actually confused by that?
I genuinely, yes. I'm hold on.
Okay, you're not ready for this conversation. You're not ready for this conversation, dude.
I usually debate things like Donald Trump.
If you're baffled by simple,
so I genuinely don't know.
Yeah, you're not ready for this conversation.
Wait,
really? I'm not ready for this conversation.
Yeah, okay, let's troubleshoot. What was the problem?
Oh, no, you're saying you can't explain it. Is basically the
Was it implication? Was that word over your head? Do you need a dictionary citation?
I understand implication, but you're saying you don't understand the geometric
geometric horizon. Yeah, that'll be the thing.
Geometric horizon? Hold on. How is the horizon geometric? How does that have anything to do with anything?
Okay, yeah. So you don't know the terms that we're using here. So maybe you should hang back until you figure them out.
Why don't you explain it?
Is necessary.
I think you know the terms that you're using here.
Well, I mean, I guess you could ask for clarification instead of just assuming that it's word salad. You could do that.
Okay, go ahead. Give me clarification.
So geometric horizon, that'll be the furthest edge of your drops out of your line of sight. The boat sail over.
The Jews are getting you.
Is that me or is he lagging out?
He's cutting out. The Jews are getting.
I got moved to the Flurfer channel.
Okay, wait. Sorry. Say that one more time. You kind of cut out, unironically. I'm genuinely.
That'll be the furthest extent of your curve that you can see before it drops below your line of sight. That will be the thing that you guys think that boats sail over, causing them to disappear bottom up.
Well,
yeah. So hold on. So if you have a drone and you're going up, then you'd be able to see more of the curve. Like the curve would. The horizon would drop off more. You'd be able to see the boat more because you're going up more. Just like if I go into a spaceship and go up more, I'd be able to see more of the Earth.
You guys are just full of baloney.
You need to take a trip to the moon to see that the Earth is
hold on. I'm addressing what Peter just said.
Answer? I just want one of the flatties to answer.
Yeah, so that's invoking a geometric horizon because it's based on observer height. So the higher you are, the further your geometric horizon will be, because it's based on your observer height and the radius of the Earth. And it's formulated by 1.225 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Now, during that observation with the...
Wait, say this in normal words. I'm going to be completely honest. I'm really dumb, so I need you to say this in English and not your mumble jumble.
Right. So
I don't need to be rude by any means.
Can you imagine a little guy... hang on, I've got an illustration for you. I'll post it.
I just feel like you're using big words to try to confuse me and then make me
I've got a basic illustration
if you use normal
for you.
Words, I feel like it wouldn't
Here you go. This illustrates what I'm talking about, right? So you're on a ball, and the observer's on the ball, and he's looking towards the furthest point that he can see of the ball because he's only that high. But if he's seen that picture, if he went higher, he'd be able to see more of it, right?
True, yes. Just like right now, if I show you, hold on, if I show you my bed, if I show you the bed, and I go higher, I can see more of the bed. I can see like the pillow behind the blanket if I go up, right? You agree with that?
So you're invoking a geometric horizon. So in that observation, with the drone and the Burj Khalifa, is there a distance measurement to the horizon?
Is there a distance measurement to the horizon? What does that mean?
Because that's the thing that the sun. You're going to say that you can't see the sun that's going below the Earth, and that you're only going to see so much of the sun because that point there, that line where that line ends from the little observer's eyes, that's the point where he can't see any more of the sun because the sun's hidden by that, right? So we're going to need verification that that is the reason, that point, that your line of sight to the horizon, right, is due to the Earth curvature.
I disagree.
And that it's not some optical effect. And you haven't.
How would it be an optical effect? What optical effect?
Well, have you ruled out other potential possibilities?
No, I haven't ruled them out. I'm just asking. So, from my understanding, if I go up right now, like I can show you this in my real life. If I go up above my computer, I can see what's behind my computer. So, how would there be an optical illusion? Can you explain what the optical illusion would be that would make it not be the case? Like, I'm so confused.
No, this isn't my claim. This is your claim, right? And you're invoking a geometric horizon. So we're going to need verification of distance,
right, but hold on.
of distance
if I claim,
to the
gravity is
horizon.
what's pulling Earth down, because like that's the scientific consensus, you would have to prove that it's not what's pulling it down, right? Or sorry, gravity is not what's pulling
that's not how it works, bro.
I mean,
not how it works. It doesn't matter how many people make a claim. The burden of proof is on them.
It's not about proof, it's about supporting evidence.
Well, hold on. I agree that the burden of proof is on the person who makes the claim, but in this case, every single person from 2,000 years ago agrees with my claim.
Have you got a distance measurement to the horizon in your observation?
Again, you're just using words just to confuse me.
No, he's asking like genuine questions that relate to what he's saying, but I don't understand why he's saying that you're invoking a geometric horizon. Like, what was the definition of geometric horizon?
Exactly.
My claim is that the Earth was spherical, but your obese mother fell on it and became flat.
That's right.
Probably what happened.
He roasted you.
So wait, Australia dude. Yeah. Sorry, T-Dub. What is a, in your words, what is a geometric horizon?
Yeah, see the illustration there?
No, I was just hoping you would have it, like, be able to explain it.
Yeah, so you've got a tangent line of sight to the most extreme point of the surface of the sphere.
Yeah.
Right? That you're going to be able to see to the sagittar.
Okay.
Right. So it'll be the point where your line of sight touches the surface of the sphere, does not intersect it.
Mm-hmm.
Below that, anything below that on the other side of that point,
the geometric
is going to be obstructed from view. Okay. And he's saying that the sun is below that point. And that's why he can't see it. And when he raises altitude, he extends his geometric horizon.
Yeah, so no, you are just
thus allowing him to see more of the sun again.
No, so a geometric horizon is a theoretical, like, true ideal version of the horizon.
When you are saying that I can't see something, right, because it's beyond that point, you are invoking a geometric horizon. You are not appealing to any other variables.
No.
That's correct. No, you're not.
No, I'm saying you're not appealing to a geometric horizon.
Yes, you are.
Why?
Because you're saying you can't see anything else. You can't see anything below that point.
Yeah, because the Earth is irregular. The true horizon takes into a spherical Earth. The true horizon takes into account the fact that the Earth is an irregular ellipsoid, where when refraction is minimal, the visible sea or ocean horizons is the closest an observer can get to see the true horizon. What we're talking about is
when you say that you can't see something below the tangent point of your line of sight, to the top of this, to that point on the sphere. There's something below that point.
You realize
you're invoking a geometric horizon.
Right? This guy would be as tall as the Burj Khalifa, basically. Taller. Sorry.
Doesn't matter how tall. That just totally reinforces my point.
Why?
Because that's the part of the formula. 1.225 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet.
Okay, but So, like, the distance of this would not be anywhere near what you're saying.
I'm not saying anything. I'm asking, does he have one? Does he have a measurement to the distance to the horizon? The thing that he thinks the sun is going behind?
It's not yeah.
Yeah, because if it's not that, like, we really don't have to worry about it, right? Because what you're actually doing while you're pretending to ask a question is you're making a claim, right? That it's setting over the Earth's curvature, or that you're seeing more over the Earth's curvature the higher up above the surface you go. You're actually making a claim, really. All we have to do is just check if that's true.
You're making an observation. Yeah. How else would you explain that phenomena?
Yeah, we don't have to. See, all we have to do is falsify your claim that there's a geometric horizon and go, sorry, guys, your claim's false.
You haven't falsified anything, nor have you given me any reason to believe what you're saying.
Yeah, we can. Because what you're claiming then is that you have a geometric horizon of 1.225 miles times the square root of the observer height in feet that you're looking over. And that'll be the physical obstruction that blocks your view. And the higher up you go, that'll be the limitation. So all we have to do is show that that's not real. And then it's not that.
Okay, so how are you showing it's not real?
We got the black swan. Anybody post that lately?
What does that mean?
Here's the black swan.
Oh, I'm ready.
All right.
It doesn't make any, like, the sun itself is a whole other can of worms with the flat Earth. Okay, horizon is much further than no curvature.
See, we have a problem with making a claim that the horizon's physical and geometric, because according to the radius of the Earth, it's just a tangent from the height of the eye observer to where it intersects that curve at distance. So 1.225 multiplied by the square root of the observer's height in feet. It's where we get the idea that the horizon's 3 miles away from a 6-foot observer when you're standing at the beach. According to the math, for the 8-foot observer in this image, the geometric horizon that would be physical should be about 3.46, like 3.5 miles away. Now, the reason why these oil rigs are in the image is because we know the distance from the observer. I think the furthest one is about 9 miles or something like that. The closest one's about 6. When we make the observation, we see the horizon beyond the distance markers, so we can make a safe estimation to the distance to the horizon. In this instance, it looks like it could be about 10 miles. Now, the globe makes a prediction that the physical geometric horizon for, say, the sun to hide behind for this observer should be at 3.5 miles away. But it's a problem when you improve the optic. The horizon extends into the distance, and the things that you couldn't see in the first image, like the oil rigs, increase in angular size so you can see them, and then the horizon disappears behind those. So the horizon is clearly an optical phenomena, dependent on the technology that you use compared to the human eye, like a high-powered zoom camera or binoculars or telescope, and of course, the meteorological conditions of the day.
Okay. What is someone's foolish night?
Right. So, therefore, the reason that you think you can't see the sun,
so is the camera 8 feet
and then
high?
see it again with height, is incorrect.
So the observer height of the oil platforms is 8 feet. Is what I'm...
The observer's height of the optic is, I think it's a P900, is 8 foot above the surface of the water at the beach. Okay. I think there's a longer video where you can, clarify what's actually going on. He also uses Google Maps to figure out his location and the distance to the static oil rigs. The oil rigs are Platform Habitat and Platform Hill House. I believe this is somewhere in the Santa Barbara, California area. I'm not from that part of the world, but I understand the observation. But based on the math and this height of eye, the horizon should be at 3.46 miles away. It's not. It's beyond that.
Sorry, what's the name of the oil platforms again?
Hill House and Habitat.
Hill House oil platform. Dos Cruzadas. Offshore in Santa Barbara Channel, approximately 6 miles southeast of the city of Santa Barbara. It's one of 4 platforms, Dos Cruzadas offshore oil field, which was discovered in the 1960s. And I'm reading 6 miles, is that what you said? max globe geometric horizon distance is 3.46 miles.
We can you can check the math if you want to. There's different formulas to come up with the same kind of prediction, right? It's just a little bit of geometry. They're called Earth curve calculators. You can find them online. You can Google it if you want to. You can choose which one you want. It will make a prediction.
I'm confused what it's claiming. This GIF here you sent, is it so it's saying that the max geometric horizon distance can only be 3.46 miles, and then the horizon beyond is 10.10 miles away?
Yeah.
Okay.
So the only thing that's to change the distance to the horizon, if we're just using the purely geometric sense, is the height of your eye. You go up, the further you can see.
How do we? I'm like, how do I find the distance of this? Like, how do I know this is 6.2 miles away?
So, we can provide the video for you if you want to. At the moment, we're just going in good faith, but we can provide the video if you want to do a little bit more extensive research, of course.
Address offshore resource decor located approximately 6 miles from shore, installed in 1969. Wet oil, gas, and produced water sent to platform A.
Do you guys believe in
I understand. Sorry, I understand that you're interested in the ORIGs and so on, but just on a basis. Sorry, hold on. Just on a very short basis, you understand the claim, right? The curvature of the Earth should be a predictable distance based on the height of the eye and the radius of the sphere or circle that you're standing on.
Yes.
But we don't see that. See, the claim is, what does the sun hide behind? It goes behind the curvature of the Earth. Why can't I see that boat sailing away from the bottom up? It's going over the curvature of the Earth. It makes a claim to the curvature of the Earth being physical, right?
My understanding is
hill.
This has to do with refraction of some sort, but I wish I had a better understanding to explain why.
Just interested to understand if you know the argument. Now you're just pulling up refraction, which is you're really just shooting yourself in the foot, because then you're just going to admit that you never see the physical geometric horizon because the atmosphere, which is going to be a problem for any claim that you make when you're saying that the curve of the Earth is obstructing.
From my understanding.
Earth. It is a mass that is sticking to the Earth. So it is like the Earth. The Earth is curving the water around itself. So it should curve the same way and stick around the hill.
But what I'm saying is, like, if you look
hold on, Monk. Elijah, go
I
ahead.
really want to make this point. I really want to make it.
No,
you
Monk,
look at
hold
an
on.
ant.
Monk, hold on. Elijah, go ahead, dude.
Okay. So you have an either curving surface or non-curving surface. Now, for whatever reason, you keep saying, well, like the Globers say it's curved and you say it's flat and nobody knows. Well, first of all, the Globers say it's curved and we just told you it doesn't measure that way. And if it doesn't measure that way, then it's a not curving surface.
But doesn't it say in the Quran that it's like an egg? It's also like an egg shape as well.
That's not what I just said. There's no measurable curvature. So when you say the globe earthers say this, we already know that that's wrong. By default, the surface we're left with is a level horizontal one. I don't give a fuck what the Quran says. All respect.
Well, like, you're Muslim, aren't you?
No.
Why are you wearing all that stuff then? Are you a Jew?
Why am I wearing all what stuff? My beard?
No, the
hat, the glasses, the sunglasses.
Everyone here will agree with me. You kind of dress like a Muslim. So I'm saying that doesn't matter.
Because I have a hat on.
I'm saying you actually look. I think you'd be a good Muslim. So you just need to say Shahada, and you're sorted. You wear what you need to wear.
With a glass of liquor in my hand.
Doesn't matter.
Because I have a beard, I look Muslim. Is that what you're saying?
But what I'm saying though is, you look at an ant. The ant will never know if it's flat or round.
Yeah, I just told you I didn't give a fuck about that. You said that the Globers could be correct. We just told you, well, we validated that they're wrong. So unless you're asking us to show you how that's the case, you're not really saying much, bro. As you're not going to talk that much longer either. Like, if you're not going to engage in something that we can actually reach a conclusion to.
No, I just think you guys are so indoctrinated in the flat Earth. Like, you don't actually, you're not good.
Because why? Okay, hold on. Because why? Why?
But he's already said that. I want to ask why. I don't want to ask. He's already said that. That's all he's been saying since I've been listening. So if that's all he has.
I'm done here, but I'm just saying, I'm trying to help you guys. The more advanced than being flat is that we don't know, and we will never know, because it's like observing a different dimension. It's completely impossible. The question is stupid, really. What shape is Earth? It's just like, what shape is the dimension we're living in?
We're not claiming shape, bro. We explain that to you. You don't listen. Open your ears.
Yeah, but that's like, let's stop pretending that people aren't listening. Because when they're playing with you stop playing with them, right? Like, if you already told him multiple times and he's still saying the same thing, how long is it until you stop feeding the fire?
Right.
I'm just saying, I'm trying to help you, because you actually don't know it's flat the same way they don't know it's round. You're observing what you think is true.
Yeah, he's bricked.
But would not be more advanced intelligence.
You're bricked and you're muted. Sorry.
Yeah, how are you going to keep telling me about me? Like, seriously, dude. Or tell all the flat earthers about... You don't know anything about the topic at all.
Because he's a bigot, that's why. Like most.
Like, how far is far enough, right? Like, 10 miles, 100 miles, 1,000 miles, 10,000 miles.
In my opinion, a bigot is the lowest form of human being. Because it's the thing where it requires you to do work to intimately know someone, but instead you make an assumption, like they do about everything, like they do about their own reality. You're the lowest form of existence, bro. Go somewhere else.
Right. Happy Sunday there, Elijah, Crit, and Tito.
Oh yeah, thank you. You too.
I guess it'd be Monday for Tito. So far, good weekend. No, it's Saturday. Huh.
I was just about to say, hang on, bro. I had to double check. I'm like, hang on a sec.
That's so funny. That's good news for me. That means tomorrow I'll get to go do jiu-jitsu. But yeah, I saw you in that debate there, Elijah, in the chat talking about how you can prove hands.
Yeah, that was a funny moment. That guy pissed me off.
Yeah, I mean, imagine being a PhD in physics, and you're going to talk about the Earth and your knowledge of physics, and you don't know if you have hands or not.
So he's a PhD in physics, and he doesn't know if he can actually get physical with someone 100%. That's crazy, right?
What is even worse than that, because oh, go ahead. Sorry, I forgot to add one layer that I left out.
No, that was it.
Okay, the reason why he knows he doesn't have hands is because you can't make an argument that he does.
That is ridiculous. It's self-evident. It doesn't require any proving.
Yeah, I was just going to say, it seems like nowadays, like, that's the whole point of a PhD is to, once you get PhD status, then you go on social media, claim PhD status, and then grift as hard as you can on everything. Did you go on TikTok, Elijah, and see how big his following was?
Nah.
450,000, bro.
Amazing.
That's all this is these days. It's all about,
we got to expose him.
But he got exposed. That was a good debate. I think, talking to India, I'm glad that he moved the conversation forward instead of doing what the other guy was doing, trying to stay stuck on one thing and make it sound redundant, ridiculous, make it to where nobody wants to listen.
I'm not trying to be rude, but I'm on your guys' side, man. I'm just saying, like, you're like, how can you know it's like exactly? It's
No, you're not. No, you're not. No, you're not. No, you're not. Because if you were on our side, you would know that in order to have curvature, you'd have to have something measurable.
Like, yeah, it could be like some.
Yeah, it could be. It also could be flat, like it measures.
Could be a donut.
Yeah, but you'd have to show me the measurable curvature.
Again, I don't know all that. Like, I can't deal with the numbers and that. But what I'm trying to say is, like, you look at an ant, and even if an ant is walking on the ball, it doesn't like know. Same like we don't.
You're being nonsensical, dude.
Don't you think that is like you guys can't like? I get it. It's observably flat, yeah. but it's technically it's still.
No. It's observably, measurably, and practically used in everyday activities as flat.
How about this? Take a look at some superstructure. You got the Panama Canal, and then you've got the Suez Canal, St. Lawrence Seaway,
the Bolivian salt flats.
Well, that wasn't constructed. The salt flats are natural, but I'm look at the superstructure, the Panama Canal. There's no curvature accounted for that. Suez Canal, no curvature accounted, flat. You've got measurements taken across America, judging which states are the flattest, which states are flatter than pancakes. Measurements, practical demonstration. Right now, you know your indoor plumbing will work because of the physics of water. No curvature.
Honestly, I think actually you guys got to try the flame board experiment I'm trying to put forward.
Yeah, your mic is hot shit, dude. I don't know what you're doing. Like, take the mic out of your mouth and talk normal.
You know, I was talking about like if you get a foam ball and a steel ball, like that is observable. You will see that they do not fall at the same speed. I want you guys to try
we're talking about the surface of the Earth. Surface of the Earth. What's that?
But disproving gravity is prove that F equals gm1 m2 over r squared.
Don't need to get everything at all.
Let me play with him on this one real quick. Hey, Monkey. So things fall down to Earth when you pick them up. How does that prove the Earth is a ball?
Because that's what I'm saying. They're saying that they got the theory of gravity and that they observe that things fall and they make a hypothesis that we don't know why things fall, right? That's what I'm saying. Why do things fall? That's a good question. Well, the only question you guys can say is things fall because things fall down. And I kind of agree with that because I'm not a person to go into all that nerdy shit about science. But it's still a bit interesting that why do things fall down? I don't believe
the most genius physicists in the entire world all agree they don't know why things fall down when you lift them up.
But even
all we can do is describe it in a way that, like, in what's happening, it's a density-medium relationship. When the object is more dense than the medium it is in, it displaces the medium above it. When an object is less dense than the medium that it's in, the medium will displace the object above it.
So why don't you develop a new mathematical framework built on the Navier-Stokes equations?
Oh my God, bro! Why do we have to develop everything? Why do we have to explain how everything works?
Because if you develop a new framework based on the Navier-Stokes equations, you will actually find out that the ether is real and that you can actually find that the Newton's gravitational constant is equal to the density of the universe times c squared over 4 pi. Did you know that? Did you know that? G equals rho c squared over 4 pi. Crazy, that it's kind of disproved flat Earth. Got an equation for you guys. G equals rho.
Like TV equals nRT.
Like Newton's gravitational constant, G, is equal to rho times c squared divided by 4 pi. You'll see that the numerical is exactly right, but the dimensional inconsistency is there. But the dimensional inconsistency can be reconciled with Dirac's large number hypothesis, which states that if the universe is expanding through time, everything expands, meaning the meter gets longer, time gets longer, density gets smaller. So
is this based on the heat? Is this based on the idea that the Earth goes around the sun?
This is based on the idea that all of his is completely wrong. I've done all the equations. I'm telling you right now, I'm just a messenger. I don't want anything from
what
this.
What does this have to do with the shape of the Earth?
I'm telling you right now that Newton's gravitational constant is equal to the density of the universe times by the speed of light squared divided by 4 pi. So I'm saying I'm just a messenger, man. I'm not.
So how do you know? How do you know what the density of the universe is?
Because they observe it.
You observe the density of the universe.
Right, that's something that would have to be measured, not observed.
Yeah. Hello. I found out all the equations, and I'm just coming on here, kind of like a little bit trolling that, but I do know all the equations, huh? I'm telling you, if you get the Navier-Stokes equation,
Yeah, you're boring.
I'm saying I'm bored, but I'm saying I'm trying to help you guys right now. Take the Newton's gravitational constant, times it by 4 pi, and divide it by c squared, and then look at the observed density of the universe, and you'll notice the exact same, which proves the ether. You can model the whole universe of the Navier-Stokes equation. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, what's the density of the universe? What's the density of the universe? How much is it?
9.3 times 10 to the power of minus 27.
Okay, write that number out. And I don't want zeros after that. I want all of the numbers that come after 9 and 3.
9.3 times 10 to the power of minus 27.
Right. I want all the numbers that come after the number 9 and 3. I don't want zeros.
Okay, so it's 0, 27 times, and then 9, 3.
That's what I said. I don't want zeros. I want the numbers.
Brother, it's 0.000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000 come here to give you
0.000 to the 27 to the 27, right? 9.3. So 9.3 what?
Times 10 to the power of minus 27.
Right. 9.3 what? Ounces, kilograms.
So get 9.3 and then put 27 zeros behind it.
Right. What's the unit of measurement?
I think it's meters cubed per kilogram. Or kilogram per meter cubed.
How did you measure
per
that?
meter cubed. Huh?
How did you measure that?
I'm saying, man, I've got the equations for you guys. I'm saying that G, Newton's gravitational constant, check it up. Everyone here in the chat can check it up. G is equal to times G, Newton's gravitational constant, by 4
How did you test it?
I got the equation. Basically modeled the ether. So I got Navier-Stokes equations. Right? I got Navier-Stokes equations and modeled the ether using that, and then did the two-body problem.
You didn't test it?
What do you mean test it?
How did you test it in the lab room? You know what, man? You really are starting to bore me. Others might be nice, but I'm not so nice. I'm going to come over here to Lord Overlord. Oh, hey, what's up, dude? Never mind. Somebody else is in here. What's up, Tenza?
I'm not a flat earther, don't worry. Or I'm not a globe earther.
Well, then we got some questions for you.
Why?
How'd you come to the understanding that the Earth is flat?
I mean, if were to go off NASA's superimposed videos, I mean, wouldn't we all believe that the Earth is round?
Yeah.
I mean, if you just look at that,
we were all there, right?
Alone, is the fact that they teach it in school, the fact that they give you like a globe model, the fact that you like grow up. I don't know. It's kind of indoctrination in a way. It's almost like a mass. It's if everyone lies about it, we can bullshit it. You know.
Not really, but not really. But if you've come to the conclusion that the Earth is flat, then bravo.
It's kind of sad. It's like the same thing with the alien thing. It's never gonna get any disclosure about it. It's not like the government's gonna tell us.
No, it's true. Like, government seems to be batting 1,000 when it comes to lying, right?
Oh yeah. Yeah, everyone's quiet in here. I want to go.
Yeah, well. So everybody's got lives going on. People coming here to listen to the conversation, but every once in a while, some people will speak up and have conversations and stuff like that. So when did you come to the idea that the Earth is flat?
Probably pretty recently.
Really? How long ago?
I'm not like in the community or anything. I just come in here from time to time.
Well, I mean, it's not like the community is like a cult, man. It's like when it comes to the community, community is people that have conversations so that way they can grow better understanding and have other conversations with like-minded people so that way they don't feel like they're all alone in a world where it seems to be dominated by a mainstream narrative, right?
I guess, man. I don't know if it's...
Your mic is still open, just so you know, Elijah.
I don't know if that's really a good way to start a, like, we're not a cult. That doesn't really...
I mean, like, you want me to be honest, I don't think you're a flat earther.
Why not?
Because you don't sound like you've gone out and proven it to yourself. You sound like somebody who is just repeating what you thought you heard on the internet.
Not going to go out and do experiments, if that's what you mean.
What experiment would you have to do in order to prove whether or not the Earth is curving?
Don't you guys have experiments you do?
Well, I mean,
it's not
there
not
are
really
experiments
worth
that
it
are
in my
done.
mind to go out and do those experiments. Like I don't have time for that, man.
Let me ask you this: is geometry a science problem?
Man, geometry is different than flat Earth.
Well, what does geometry mean? What's the word geometry mean?
Study of like shapes, right?
No. The word geometry literally means the measurement of the Earth. Geo meaning Earth, metric meaning the measurement of. So when you go out and measure the curvature of the Earth or the lack thereof, it's not a matter of science, but a matter of math involved, right? Because you're measuring curvature or lack thereof, meaning that if something curves and it continues to curve, eventually it would form a circle or a sphere.
Okay. Why do you want me to do these experiments?
I mean, it's one thing to believe in something; it's another thing to actually have knowledge in it, right?
But it doesn't matter that much to me to go out and prove to myself that, my life doesn't change if I...
Yeah, I beg to differ. Anybody that's gone out and proven it to themselves, their life does change. Like something happens in their own experience of the world. But if you just want to believe that the Earth is flat, that's fine. It's no skin off my back.
I think you should just let people believe what they want to believe.
Sure. I mean, that's just a lazy way of doing it.
Interesting.
I mean, I like living in reality, man. I like knowing what's going on in the world around me.
Who's not reality?
Huh?
Just typing in side chat. Bound. Lord Overlord seems to be making a good point here.
More proof that you don't have to lie to kick it, bro.
The fact that you're trying to you're going at this like, oh, this guy's already a globe earther.
No, I'm not going at this like you're already.
Why would I hang out in the flat Earth room if I didn't believe there was a flat Earth? So I just sit here with non-like-minded people, and what does that gain me?
Are you believing in flat Earth?
Tyree said I did.
Yeah, he just believes it.
She doesn't believe me.
He doesn't want to go out there and check.
I don't want to do experiments. No.
Who put that beliefs in you?
Myself.
You put yourself beliefs about the flat Earth. How?
I shouldn't have to explain myself to you.
Well, we're just having a conversation. You got your mic open, so we're just trying to talk, right?
Yeah, I'm talking, but doesn't mean I have to answer. Especially if I don't think the question is in good faith.
If you don't think the question is in good faith, what's deceiving about the question?
I mean, you're already going in it with a preconceived notion, for starters.
No, I'm just asking questions.
I don't know what I've lied about. I mean, if you can say what I've lied about.
Well, a lie would mean that you would be intentionally deceiving, right?
So you think I'm a globe earther? Is that what you think?
No. I'm just trying to figure out a little bit more about
evidence. If you're just asking questions,
I'm just trying to figure out more about you. You're new to me, dude. This is my room.
Okay.
Oh, get out of my room, Mom.
What's up, Flippy Flop?
Hey, bro.
What's going on, man? What's the shape of the
Not
Earth?
too much, bro. Sorry, what was that?
What's the shape of the Earth?
I reckon it's going to be spherical.
Okay. How'd you come to that conclusion?
Like everyone says it is.
Oh, so you just believe what everyone else says it is?
Yeah.
What if there was a way to go out and test whether or not that was true?
Have you done any of these tests?
Yeah, I've done my own tests.
Okay, sweet. What was the result?
That the Earth was measurably not curving.
Okay, what was the test?
A long distance observation.
Okay, what were you observing?
My friends across the lake.
Okay, how did you sort of test? Like, what did you just sort of get them to stand at a lake?
Well, the Earth is supposed to measure with a certain amount of curvature, and so based on that curvature.
Hold on, Sheepdog. Hey, guy, you got to turn your camera off.
What?
Yeah, turn your camera off.
Me?
Yep.
Yes, you're the only one with the camera.
Why?
Well, we're broadcasting on YouTube. Another one too, it limits some of the people's connection. Like people on mobile, the blocks are, some of their screen space.
So, okay.
So anyway.
So, like, when my buddy goes, like, there's one time I went skiing, and like my buddy, he was on the other side of the mountain. He told me he was at a ski resort that was on the other side of them. I couldn't see him through the mountain.
Seriously, dude?
Yeah,
All
I got a
right. So
joke.
anyway, so the Earth is supposed to be curving at a certain amount of curvature over a certain distance, and based on the size that we were given for it, the horizon would be a specific distance away from us, and then after that distance, things would begin to fall behind the curve of the Earth until they would no longer be able to see them. And when we go out and make long distance observations to test whether or not that's even possible, we find out that there is no measurable curvature.
So so if I was in like a plane, would I be able to see like New York from where I'm at?
Depends on where you're at.
Like if I just went straight up and then I just like looked towards New York, would I be able to see it?
I'm sure it would be like blended in with the horizon.
What do you mean
I
by
don't know where you're at
blended
though.
in?
Well, as things move further and further
What is
away,
the horizon? Is it like a render distance? Like I can only see like 300 blocks in Minecraft?
the horizon is the apparent location where the sky meets the Earth.
Why does the sky meet the Earth? Surely the Earth should just extend through that point, right?
Because due to perspective, things that are in the bottom of our view ramp up, and things that are in the top of our view ramp down, and they combine as they get further and further off into the distance.
So if I was on like a mountain and I had like a telescope, I should, in theory, be able to see everything.
If you had a strong enough telescope and you were able to see through all the thickness of the air, yeah.
The thickness of the air. What do you mean by that?
Well, air has thickness, right?
Do you mean density? Like
it's dense. There's a denseness to it. Light doesn't travel forever through it, right?
I don't know. But what I mean is like when you say
if I light up a campfire on Earth, it's gonna shine light on the whole Earth.
No, definitely not.
If I light up a campfire, am I going to be able to see it from 20 miles away?
I guess so. If I had a telescope.
Well, I'm sure if you had a telescope and you were able to look through the density of the air, you may or may not be able to see it. I know when I'm out in the oil field, I can see fire stacks from 40 miles away, but it doesn't light up the entire sky between me and the oil stack.
Why is it that like the air density sort of does it in like a circle? Like, wouldn't I be able to see in some distances further than others because of different air densities?
What do you mean?
Like, how come it's never the case that the air density is just so dense, like right in front of me? Why is it always like on the horizon?
Oh, that does happen.
Oh, is that what fog is?
Well, I mean, like when you see the sunset, why can you stare at the sun when it's setting versus when it's directly overhead?
Damn, I thought you was gonna let me take the point since I was in the middle of it.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, bro.
I didn't know it was you, Elijah. My bad. Go ahead. Take it, Elijah. Take it away. You have better arguments for this anyway.
No, it's not. It's not an argument. I mean, it's just obvious that the circle of visibility, gonna say it's a circle of visibility, depends on what the meteorologist says and the conditions of the air. Because surely it's not a smaller globe Earth when you can barely see because of a less visible day. So this idea that what we're looking at, this circle of vision, has to do with the globe at all is ridiculous. Obviously has to do with the air. Second of all, you can experience seeing clearer in one direction versus another. You've seen it literally rain in one part of the sky and not the other. In your field of like, what you just, I don't think you're thinking, bro. I think you're just saying stuff because you already have.
It's just that I never like the horizon's never just in front of me. It's always like 30 miles away. I'm sure you can come up with some good science fiction for why that is.
No, it shouldn't always be 30 miles. It should be dependent on your height above the curvature of the Earth's surface, because it's a tangent.
I thought it was dependent on the air density.
Why are you interrupting me?
Because I was trying to clarify.
Yeah, in real life, that's what it depends on. But when you said 30 miles, well, aren't you a glober? So your rhetoric is wrong, is what I'm saying.
Well, I'm
in reality,
trying to understand
stop over talking me. Because we're not talking about a model. We're talking about reality and being outside and what we experience. I don't have a model. So if that's what you're here for, don't interrupt me again. Just leave.
I never experienced like the horizon being like 2 meters away from me. It's always like in the distance. It's always on the horizon. And so the question then becomes like, if it is air density, why?
No, your server muted, bro. So yeah, I don't like when people talk when I'm talking. 'Cause I like to lose focus. Yeah, he left because he didn't really want to have a conversation. So, unfortunately,
My bad, Elijah.
No, you didn't do anything. It's just I had asked him a question or said something, and then you just talked through it like it. It was like there was if that was the case, there was no point in me really saying it.
Oh yeah, no, like I said, my apologies, man. Like it's been a while since I've been in here, and sometimes when you talk, you talk low because you've always said I'm not going to yell, and it takes me a minute to kind of catch on to your voice, so I apologize. I have to look at who's talking.
No worries. It's interesting that if they can't overtalk you and then steer the conversation in a direction that your words aren't taking it, but their assumptions are taking it. If they can't do that, they're not interested in having a conversation. Why the fuck would you let somebody disrespectfully make you have a conversation like that in the first place? Like that's the shit that gets me fucked up that people aren't realizing in here. It's like, oh, wait a minute. You're playing games with me as if I have to do this with you. Hold up. I'm not here to play games with a 5-year-old.
Yeah, like the whole concept, like I'm a flat earther because why else would I be in here? It's like that's the whole point of us being here is like Globers come in here all the time. You don't have to be a flat earther to come in here.
So from what it seems, all of the black swan stuff is explainable on a globe model. So there's some other argument that is evidence of the flat Earth?
No, that's not true. The black swan is specifically an argument that, with two premises and a conclusion, debunks the idea that the Earth is a globe.
That's not true.
No, it is true. It depends on the observation. I'm sure you haven't seen or heard of them all, specifically like mine in Brooklyn from Coney Island Beach. You can see Jersey Shore as you always do every day. It's not some weird, obscure thing where it looks one way one day and it looks another way the other. No, New Jersey's right there at 6.2 miles or something like that, and then the horizon is well beyond that to the side of it because the ocean is open to me, other than New Jersey next to Brooklyn. So I don't care if you understood what I said. I know it's very clear for anybody following if they understand there's a tangent to a tangent point, and there has to be a point somewhere if you live on a sphere. And the fact that we don't ever see it being the conclusion, that's something you don't understand. I'm not here to hold your hand. I don't care if you deny the argument by dismissing literally every observation you have seen or didn't see. It doesn't matter to me. It's obvious.
Here? Modus tollens, if P then Q, not P, therefore not Q, therefore not P. If the Earth is a sphere with radius 3959 miles P, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 square root observer's height in feet Q. Geometric horizon is the curve calculators.
Yep.
Okay. Well, this is a highly confused argument to be making to begin with, because
that's the problem. It's originally used as globe. The rumpus, and there's two people called the rumpus and the ruhiv, use exactly the same verbiage to talk
can
about
you define geometric horizon?
Super looming. They talked about a super looming, where the curve of the Earth is loomed up, over, and around the curve of the Earth. So this is a hot mess, and you don't think it's good. That's okay, because this also throws out your concept of a non-apparent horizon.
Okay, can you define geometric horizon first for me, so we can define our terms before proceeding?
Yeah, it's already
it's where the sky appears to meet the ground, but further to that, on a stair. I'm sorry, because Nat Geo says the same thing. So if you say incorrect to me, I'm literally just telling you definitionally what people like Nat Geo say. I don't even know why you sit here and forcefully disagree with something that is actually true. So it is characterized as where the sky meets. As a matter of fact, that's how we know what it is, because it's described as what we see, where the sky appears to meet the ground. Now, further to that, people who believe they live on a globe believe that the horizon is specific distance based on the tangent to the tangent point of the globe that they live on. Now, if they're not making that claim, and they're not making any geometric claims to the horizon, then there's no claim that leads to the fact that the horizon means that there's a globe in the first place, and we can go home. So everybody that I talk to in real life, they understand that.
So the geometric horizon, as I understand it, is a theoretical straight line from the observer across the horizon. And if Earth had no atmosphere, with no light refraction, that's what you would see. But because we have a horizon,
you already argued against that.
Refraction, light curves near the surface, and so anything you see is going to be a curved line. Well, let me finish. I waited for you to make
who measured it in the first place then, Reductio?
Hold on, it's AV1.
Yeah, you already argued against that.
Okay, be fair to me. Be fair. I waited for you. I didn't interrupt you. I didn't jump in.
Dude, this isn't about being fair or fair. This is about you came in with a very specific claim that Mollis Tollens was a hot mess. Now you're using that Mollis Tollens to describe your super looming. Dude, you're just gone. This is a type of guy from yesterday who doesn't know if he has hands or not. He'll say, "Oh, hey guys, I think this Mollis Tollens here isn't very good. It's not very workable." Now, after I've made that claim, I'm going to contradict myself and use it to describe super looming.
But if there was no atmosphere, if there was no atmosphere, the geometric curve would be where it is. Well, then who measured the geometric curve to begin with if there's refraction happening all the time everywhere?
Exactly. That's the point. is not
It's
the leading. That's the point. Because how can you validate that it is? Especially if you're saying that there's refraction, then you never measured it then. And then they tried to move to Al-Biruni, the person who measured the height of the mountain using the earth is flat.
How do we know that wasn't refraction?
No, it's very. What do you mean?
Well, I'm just saying, like, if they're measuring like dips and everything like that, how do we know that's not refraction causing that?
This whole refraction thing. So everybody understands a tangent to a tangent point is a straight line. So that's like me looking at the building in front of me. I have a straight line of sight to the building in front of me, and I can't see no further than like it's obstructing my view. So everybody that I explain it to understands that that's what the horizon is claimed to be. Okay? So imagine me laying down with my baby on the beach, and I say, hey, how much of your line of sight do you think is curved between here and 1 mile from me? They look at me like they're retarded, because it is retarded. Because the geometry of the earth should be there at 1.2 miles. Where's the curving of your line of sight to that? The math isn't describing any of that. The math is describing increasing the radius of the sphere so that you just have a bigger ball so that the horizon is further, which is an ad hoc rescuing device. Mathematically, outside of the point that you can't prove that the horizon is the leading edge of the sphere in the first place. Everybody understands that. Everybody understands when I show them CFI investigators and Nat Geo on YouTube that they claim that the horizon is 1.22 miles away because they used the formula. So what, is Nat Geo stupid? All of their editors? I guess so. I mean, it's just TV, right? Literally everyone on YouTube before 2020, like, I guess they were dumb. They just didn't know about refraction. No, you can't claim that it's the leading edge of a sphere if you can't substantiate it in the first place. That's the point. The problem with people saying that boats are disappearing behind the horizon, that's what the black swan is for. It's bullshit. To come back with, refraction means that your argument that this proves that the earth is flat is missing the mark entirely. You're a fool. Picture me. How much refraction do you think is in that gift that DJ posted, babe? Imagine you're right there at the beach in like in person, and you're zooming in and you're looking at this, and you know the horizon is supposed to be 3 miles away, and those oil rigs are 10 miles away. What the fuck would tell your brain that somehow, even though we see with line of sight, the light is bending in a way that makes it look the way it looks right now, versus those oil rigs being in the water like it fucking looks like? Got the law of reflection working on it right there. You can see the light from the bottom of the fucking oil rig on the water. For God's sakes. What game are these people playing where they think that we should talk to them for 5 hours when this stuff is so simple?
Should we give him a chance to see if he processed any of that? I think he's been mute this whole time. See if he listened to anything.
I bet you $1 million.
That's a prediction. Yeah, I'm predicting also. I didn't think maybe give him a chance to see if he's able to even repeat back what was told to him. Like, does he have the memory of a goldfish? Like, can he hear what the argument is and then not steelman it? Just repeat back what he heard. Say, yep, the content presented was A, B, and C. Let's give it a shot. There it is. The very low bar here to see if you're qualified for this conversation or not is reduct to is you just got to be able to repeat back what you heard. That doesn't mean you have to agree with it or disagree with it, because you have to be able to know what the content is before you agree or disagree. Are you able to at least repeat back what was said so we know that you're on some pathway of understanding what's being presented here?
I'm not able to, but could you repeat?
Damn, you nailed it.
I was muted, so I kind of gave up, but I need to know rules of engagement.
No, Elijah nailed it, that you would not be able to repeat back what was said.
I could if I was listening, but I
predicted. Yeah.
That's the point. You and everybody else who comes in here thinking that flat Earth is stupid, you don't listen.
They can't. It's not that they don't. They can't. They physically can't listen. They don't have the ability to. These guys are bricked. They're bricked.
I agree.
They don't. It's like trying to tell someone, hey.
They got the mind virus, and it is literally like it is literally taken over their body. Like their ears literally shut down whenever we speak, and they can't speak while we're speaking. Like he can't hear shit I'm saying right now. It's like walk.
It's like, oh, why won't he unmute me? He's talking, I'm not listening, but I'm still muted, and I don't know why he won't unmute me. Yeah, somebody out there.
We asked for the argument. He said it had to do with how far away seeing the oil platforms. Isn't that him?
I know he's been in here a few times. I don't know what arguments have been made by him.
It was here. Wasn't he the one that when we were asking him, okay, well, what's the black swan argument? Give it to us. And he was like, well, something can't see the oil rigs. They can't even pretend to tell the truth. Isn't that? I don't know if that's scary or a design or God's design, which is actually probably a helpful thing.
Like if you told me a lie, Elijah, and you gave me a paragraph story about how this lie is supposed to be true, I could literally listen to you and do a fairly good job of regurgitating about 90 to 95% of what you said. I might miss a few filler words, I guess you could call them. But for the most part, I'd be able to grasp the concept of what you're trying to say. It's a pretty basic concept, right? The geometry of the Earth says that it's this big. That means from a certain observer height, the horizon would be a certain distance away. And then as things go beyond the physical horizon, they would be obstructed by a certain amount based off of a geometric function that would be comparable to what the size of the Earth presents it. Did I steelman that pretty good?
Mm-hmm. And it all goes back to the true point being, you know, uh, the horizon isn't Earth curvature. Now, a lot of people came out in the beginning, you know, they'd say, "Oh, we see too far." All they mean is that they thought the horizon was Earth curve, and then they took out binoculars and they're like, "Oh shit, you can see that thing." So, to what the response was, well, wait for it to disappear for real beyond the curvature of the Earth after you've taken out the binocular. Like, never did they realize that actually the distance to the horizon is supposed to be calculated based on the measurement of the Earth, the meds, which there's no such thing. Yo, how retarded do you have to be to believe somebody when they say, yeah, the air between you and a mile and everything after that severely fucks your view? Think about that. Everything between you and where the obstruction is supposed to be is just a mile in the original Black Swan. So people are supposed to believe that because there's air, if I'm looking towards an obstruction through air, let's say not the horizon in this case, but something else, I'm no longer looking at it. I'm looking at a mirage, some type of image. That's stupid as fuck. 1 mile away, like that's dumb as fuck. I don't know why anybody. I don't know why these groups. And then you play pretend and you like, okay, well, it's not 1.2 miles, it's 1.34 miles with the air. What do they do? Like what? Like, yo, you're fucking around. You're not being serious. You can't. And I don't like people playing in my face. There's no way. You look at this gift, you look at them zoom in that like clearly those oil rigs are just sitting on the water. I'll tell you what though. No, 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 I'm done.
This is kind of a crude comparison, but that would be like if you were looking at a hill and then there was a sign on the other side of the hill, but you could see the sign with the hill behind it.
No, it's a perfect example. I've made that example many times before. Exactly. If instead of because we use the formula to get the distance, right? Line of sight to the distance of which you will no longer see the floor. It's a point, right? So let's just say not that, and let's just say, 1 mile to a building. So because there's air, I'd be able to see a school that's typically behind that building and then the building behind the school. Because you got the oil rigs that are where they are and the horizon is supposed to be in front of them, but instead we see it behind them. That's retarded. Why would anybody go for that?
my favorite thing about these conversations that always cracks me up. I know it's frustrating for you, probably because you've been doing it longer than me. Maybe it'll be frustrating to me one day, but to me, I find it humorous. Is when you put somebody on mute and we have these conversations, and we're like trying to guide them through this logical process. We're giving them demonstration. We're breaking it down in its most basic form, giving them analogies in alternative discussion, but it's still comparable, right? Like we're just trying to give it to them in as many different ways as possible. And we could unmute them, and then we would ask them, so what do you think about that? I'm sorry, I wasn't listening. Like, no shit, bro.
Hello?
What's up, man?
Hello.
Go ahead, Elijah.
Could somebody please help me with my flat earth arguments? I'm trying to get better at flat earth.
Yeah, there's no measurable curvature. When somebody says, "What are you talking about?" you say, "Well, no one's ever provided me curvature measurements. Why do you?"
What if somebody asks me what if somebody asks me, what if somebody tells me that you should believe the earth is a globe because the scientists in the field universally agree on it?
Do you want to believe it? It's religion, it's faith. If you want to believe it, then that's your prerogative. If you want,
No, I don't want to believe it. Trust me, because I believe I've been praying. I'm a Christian, right? And I've been praying to God for years, and I think God has told me the earth is flat. I want to believe the earth is flat. I'm just trying to know how to defend my view.
I'm about to start muting you already because I already detect that you're not being genuine. Usually, when somebody is interrupted by another stranger, they stop to hear why the stranger is interrupting them. And clearly, you walked into a room that, well, we're here already. I'm setting the tone. Are we gonna have a serious conversation, bro, or am I gonna stop it right now? What are we doing?
Well, sorry, I just need help defending. I need help with some flat earth arguments, but you don't have to help me, but other people can.
What was the first thing I just told you? Because that's the only answer you're gonna get.
Well, you just told me that there's been no proven curvature.
There's no measurable curvature. So, unless the scientists who believe that the Earth is a globe brings you measurable curvature that you can bring to me, because at that point it wouldn't be a belief, it'd be a knowledge, right? So, unless that happens, all you need. Oh my God. What?
But I guess by the way, I fully, because like I said, I think God told me in prayer that the earth was flat multiple times, or at least I believe so. But my problem is what if they say something like, okay, but you believe there is no measurable curvature, but all the relevant experts do believe there is measurable curvature. What if they say that?
Based on what? Oh, based on what? Tell them to produce a measurement.
Yeah, but then what if they say that even if they produce the measurement,
what if they produce one? If they produce one, then your argument is over and you fucking lost, bro. That's it.
But what if they say even if I produce one, you wouldn't understand it?
Well, then tell them to go suck your penis. Because if they're gonna make a claim and then not give evidence for it, then they're just a dickhead. That's a dickhead. Someone who makes a claim and won't back it up.
But I can't do that because there are many things I believe that I haven't. So for example, I believe things about my phone and my laptop and about water and gold. The scientists say it. Could I please finish? I'm sorry. Could I please finish?
No, your monologue long enough. I don't care about what you believe in. The bottom line is if they don't have a measurement, it doesn't matter. You could believe in your phone. somebody engineered in technology the shit out of your phone. Now again, if
but I don't have measurements for my phone.
Yeah, but you could if you broke it open.
No, I'm not. I personally am not capable of understanding anything about my phone.
Does your phone have specs in the manual? You're a fucking liar.
Yeah, but I'm not. I'm not capable of understanding the manual of my phone.
Well, then you shouldn't be asking these kinds of questions.
And the manual doesn't reveal everything about the intricate technology of my phone.
If you can't understand a phone, you need to go back to sped class.
Right. So my issue, I guess the issue I'm having is I've been a flat earther for years, but I guess the issue I'm having is that it seems like my flat earth views are inconsistent with my other views, I guess, and I'm not sure how to reconcile that.
Yeah, step one, stop LARPing. Step 2, be honest. Step 3, then you can open your mind.
So, likely what I think happened is that he genuinely had a tactic, which probably typically works with that of like the TikTok ilk or whatever. And it's not working, but he's still trying to force it in, and it's obviously obvious. Double, whatever. And now he's gone. The moment that
Dude,
he left as soon as I finished that point. How interesting.
I'm a flat earther, but I'm having trouble reconciling my flat earth beliefs with my other beliefs. Can you help me? Like LARP alert every single time. I don't know why these guys try it, bro. There must be an article out there somewhere that says this is a tactic to use against flat earthers.
Well, actually, there is. I think it was Carl Sagan, who took up the I guess the psychological game of pretending to be interested in somebody's position to so much detail that when they're trying to detail it to you, it breaks down for them so that they are now out of their own delusion.
Shut the fuck up.
So they keep to do that to us, but there's nothing delusional about telling somebody it's the way it's measured. That's their problem. So they're like, no. I don't need you to tell me the measurement thing. I need you to tell me the belief thing, so I can tell you how stupid that belief is. That's what they need to do. But they need us to accept that we have a belief system, which is dumb. I don't believe I'm 6'2" and measures that way.
Yep. Wouldn't it be nice if somebody like that just came in and said, hey, I believe the Earth is a globe. I came upon this flat Earth idea. What's the deal here? Like, what's the difference between globe and flat? Why do you guys think the Earth is flat? What made you come to this conclusion? Like genuine questions rather than this idea where they have to come in with subterfuge to try to defeat us rather than just ask us. It's like they already have an agenda before they even inquire about the subject.
Like having to pretend to be a flat earther poorly to get your point across is crazy. Second of all, I mean, you're a bigot if you're pretending. Do you think you can? That's like somebody going into a church and they obviously don't like they don't really go by the tenets of the scriptures, but they'll say certain things that on the surface might sound like they're interested, but if you really read, you're like, I know you're bullshitting, bro. Like, I know you're bullshitting. Stop playing.
Well, there's whole religion cults of Christianity that have that tactic where they intentionally teach their people to use standard Christian rhetoric to engage with people to get them to ingratiate themselves with you, and so you use terms that normal people would use with Christian lingo, and then after you establish a rapport, then you start putting in your cultish doctrines to them. So yeah, it's the oldest tactic in the book, It's like a girl. She pretends to be interested in you until, So, you know what?
I kind of suspect that that's what a dear friend. I suspect that that's what a dear friend kind of was doing to me, which is scary. Because regardless of how smart this dude was, or regardless of how similar our research was, it always came back to knowing versus believing. And I'm like, but we can. It's just like the guy who says there's no such thing as knowing something with 100%. That's how when people say, well, knowing something is still believing it. That's how that sounds to me. Because it's like, I understand that I had to believe to even care to do the steps to know something. But at that point, we can put it in a different bin, can't we? No, it's the same thing. I can't accept that because I don't understand it. Because now you're confusing my language internally. And that doesn't make sense to me. I shouldn't be confused. You get what I'm saying? Or where am I fucking up with this? Because I've heard you have conversations about this before.
Well, I mean, there's language and philosophy about knowledge and belief. If you know something, you also believe it, because belief is acceptance of a proposition. Doesn't necessarily mean that it's without evidence. Now, the definition does say especially without evidence, right? But that is a certain connotation of the word belief. So when someone says believe, you have to parse out what they mean by it. It really doesn't matter that they're using that word out their mouth. It matters what they mean by it. And you know that's true because when you hear them say that, you feel compelled to parse out for them what they should or shouldn't mean by that towards you. So you want to know that this term has multiple meanings. Go ahead.
Exactly. No, I'm saying exactly because I don't like equivocation. So that's another thing in my belt where I'm like, well, that kind of feels like that. So why don't you explain to me the difference? And then it's like, explain how there is no difference. I'm like, or the response is, well, I just explained it, but it didn't really explain anything. All I heard is you said believing is knowing, and this is why. And then you didn't proceed to tell me why they're the same thing.
Well, you could demonstrate the difference with what's it called? Circumstances. So, for example, you might say, I went to the lake. I went to the shore of the lake. People were in the water. I said, is the water cold or warm today? And they said it's cold. And I believed them. Then I went into the water and it was cold. Now I know it's cold. Now, there was no necessary reason to disbelieve those people when they said, hey, yeah, the water's cold or the water's warm or whatever they said, right? But you didn't know it for a certainty, or you didn't even know it in the sense that it's even in what I would call the category of knowledge until you actually went into the water, or you measured the water, right? Or you saw the effects of cold around the water. But just that person saying it's cold and you believe what they say, yeah, it's cold, and you walk away and somebody says, why didn't you go in the lake today? Oh, because it was cold today. Well, how do you know it was cold? Oh, I asked somebody. But notice you didn't actually know whether it was cold or not. You just believed, trusted in that person that they were accurately reflecting the facts. So there definitely is two categories of propositions that you accept to be true, where one is not knowledge and one is. And the one that isn't knowledge is more accurately called a belief.
And we've gone through those conversations and that has been made clear. And that wasn't sufficient for saying that they're different. And that's when that's when you get the feeling of, man, I don't care how I feel. Well, actually, it is my feelings, but I don't care what what I may think of you. I understand that something is happening and I can't ignore it. Because it's like on deep topics, things that may sway my opinion on lots of things. It's like, oh, you don't need to. It's like, I gotta know things. This isn't a representation of a conversation, but I'm more generally for the people like the guy that Indio and AV was debating yesterday or talking to yesterday. It's like they'll say they know things, and then when you get them to explain that they are saying, well, knowing isn't really knowing. However, of course, it's high credence, which means we know. I don't know. I have a problem accepting bullshit. Mm-mm. If it's not straightforward, I can't understand it. And not that I have to understand something for it to be true, because I understand that I could be fallacious in thinking that something is false because I don't understand it. However, somebody needs to be able to put it in words that I can digest in the human in the English language, where it makes some type of coherent sense.
Dude, that Blitz dude went straight into the, I can't know anything gambit. Like, he wanted to go immediately into philosophy.
He's like, that's what I can't stand about these like people. Like my message to his audience would have been, the reason that the Earth is in a sphere is because there's no measurable curvature. That's it. Now, obviously, in that forum, I got to dress it up, do a little more dancing, and yada yada yada. I get that. We got to play the game. But like, that's where the conversation should be. Saying before we can go to someone actually doing something, somebody actually demonstrating something, let me first get your worldview. Oh, your worldview is nonsensical, which means we don't even have to have the conversation. Good day. It's basically what they're expecting, right? The fuck?
Yeah, but what was the nonsensical position that Indio held that you could actually know things? So he framed it that if you claim to be able to know things, then you're the idiot. You're the crazy one. You're the psycho. You're the immoral one. Because he kept on saying, I have epistemological humility. I'm humble. You're a prideful, arrogant flat earther. I'm just a humble scientist.
I was surprised that he wasn't going to stay on the whole, you don't have a model point, so we can't have a conversation.
Well, flat earthers do have a model. Flat earthers should stop shying away from that phrase model, because we've been hearing some people parrot, model what model? Not a scientific model. It's like, well, who cares?
Yeah, it depends on what the person is defining as model, I guess.
Yeah, well, so he wanted to talk about that because he wanted to know about the sun, the moon, the stars relative to the Earth. So he immediately wanted to know about everything except the shape of the Earth. So if you're asked about a flat Earth model, there is an answer. It's very simple. It's not hard at all. It's all the points on the surface are arranged parallel, right, with tolerance between two parallel planes to the horizon, horizontally arranged. That's the model. That's like the functional definition of flat, too, by the way.
But then you have to see, because the same way, you know, say I may have said what model, you don't have a scientific model, because you got to throw that in there for what you're saying to be relevant. It's like, well, I'm only saying you don't have a scientific model because you want people to walk away with this idea that you did have a scientific model. But further to that, though, when we say, well, okay, we have a flat model, what people want to take away from that is, you have a model of the entire Earth, which isn't true. We've just modeled the territory that we give a fuck about. People can't understand that.
Well, it would be better to try to educate them than just to say, I don't have a model, and you don't have a model either. Because the globe Earth has a model. What's their model? Their model is the Earth is a ball. That's their model. The Earth is a ball, it has continuous curvature. It has a radius that varies within a certain tolerance. Okay? And that it's 360 degrees, and then another 360 degrees on the opposite axis. Right? That's a model.
So when they ask you, how do you explain sunsets and this, that, and the third? Like, that is not, what you just said is not sufficient. So then they would add.
Okay, fair. But what you just told me is not a model of the Earth.
No, I know that. But what I'm saying is the response to that from a Glover would be, well, what about this, that, and the third? Because when they think model, they think we understand the Earth in the position of things relative to this Glover. So they include in their mind everything in the sky too, which is why they ask us that. But that's not really a model. You know you can't model that, 3D.
Well, that probably would be best described as a cosmological model, not a Earth model.
Right. Which is why I always respond that we're not here trying to give people a cosmology.
Well, that's the point. So, like, the cosmology and the quote unquote object known as the Earth, like, those are separate things. The Earth is what it is, and then its place in where it is relative to all the other things that aren't the Earth, that's a different question. It's basically this: the Earth is one thing, and all the other things are not the Earth.
Yeah.
So when you actually boil down a lot of their questions are just stone cold stupid. Like, it's basically, some of their questions go like this: hey, if the Earth is the Earth, how are things that aren't the Earth not the Earth? Basically, a majority of their questions, right?
Yep.
So if the Earth is not the other things that aren't the Earth, why is the Earth not those things? I mean, you could permutate this question in many different forms, but it all comes down to the same thing: is that they're basically asking you, why is the Earth the Earth?
Yeah, we gotta get a follow up on that PhD discussion if we can, or drum up a lot of energy behind the fact that he fucked himself with the whatever he did to the image. Like
the image, flipped image.
Yep.
Yeah, that was dude. I was like,
That's
what
all we need. I mean, 'cause what is the refutation for it since it's not what you thought it was? If there
Dude,
isn't
he
none,
had it on his screen, dude. He had it on his screen. Did you see that? Let me show you.
I couldn't. I could. I see. I heard. It sounded like he was trying to share as he was talking, but I couldn't see it.
I gotta rewatch it to see if he was actually doing the live photo editing. There's what he was broadcasting, dude, right there.
Hold on, let me see. Oh wow. Meanwhile, right? Like, who does this rock to sleep? Unfortunately, the majority. Like, they see the flat Earth is that part. Oh my god, it's fucking 5-year-old. Well, we're a human race full of mentally 5-year-olds, which is
Yeah. So look
probably
at.
been
Go ahead. Go ahead.
which has probably been true since the dawn of time. I I don't know why. I don't. Man, go ahead. What was you gonna say?
I was gonna say. Look at the images he posted. Look at the images that are pink and with the red lines, which is what Indio flipped.
Mm-hmm.
And like for people that don't know, Indio told them that the Solar del Uni is like a perfect mirror or near perfect mirror, and you can flip the image over the horizon, and you can match up the sky to the reflection. And this PhD guy said he tried to do it, and he goes, "Oh, Indio, they don't match up. Look, they're off." But when you look at his photo, which I posted under his mug there, he has clouds that are superimposed on each other that are off, that don't exist in the top portion of the image, which means it's not possible that he flipped them from the top. So what the heck did he do? Because he certainly didn't do what he was asked. Like he doesn't understand what a mirror is or what a flip is. I'm not sure.
How did he manage to add an extra cloud? Like what? On top of that, because he was doing it on the performance was of him doing it on the fly. And then when Indio went to give, another one, he is just like, too low resolution. And then I think a third one was presented. He said he would do it, but he didn't. But I feel like he said that one was distorted too. Or am I misremembering that? Even though he didn't share it, I don't remember him sharing another image.
No, yeah, he only shared the one. Well, he only posted one in the chat.
He has 400 and something thousand subs, huh?
Dude, when I first clicked his link that somebody posted, it was about him, to do a little research, all that came up was all these TikTok style debates where it was I'm an atheist, atheist this, atheist that.
It's weird. It's all weird.
One of his main arguments is if God told you to go out and murder 1,000 babies and you did it, you would think you were doing the right thing.
What?
What's that? If God told me to murder,
then it wouldn't be murder.
Let's be
wouldn't
clear.
be murder.
Let's be clear. Okay, fine. You're on the record. If God, because again, when we say if God, that whatever entity you would think that is were to communicate in a physically provable way, like you're not hallucinating. I don't think that's how it works, but there's more. Anyway, I'm not going to tell you guys my business. But the bottom line is, if God, in the way they said, did come down and was like, "Yo, murder them babies," I would probably murder them babies if a God-like being came down and told me to do it. I ain't gonna hold you. I might ask why. I might, but it's God. Like what? God said, take.
Well, I mean, he's certainly arguing against the Christian version of God, using the alleged atrocities in the Bible as a mark against the morality of God. But the problem is that God is the arbiter of life in that worldview. Not only that, but he actually declared a death sentence against all humanity. So he's already killed all humanity. So the idea of killing a child while it's 2 years old versus when it's 50 years old, God has still decreed that they're all going to die. So it's not that God has killed 1,000 people; it's God killed everybody.
No, that's true. By definition, the only thing promised in life is death.
Whether you're
and all of the nations. So one of the nations that he was told to wipe out, it said he waited 400 years. It said he waited 400 years to see if the society would turn around before he had them wiped out.
That's a solid stint. 400 years in New York City to see if the people wake up and realize that the politics is just a revolving door on all sides. And we have a larger fight on our hands if we're being honest. Like if you wait around 400 years and shit just gets worse, yeah, fuck it, start over.
Yeah, but everybody knew back then that the reason why you totally get rid of your enemy is because if you don't and you let the children live, they grow up to seek revenge.
Exactly. Hey, y'all were talking about something earlier about like, flat earthers don't have a model and everything like that. So I've kind of started using a different argument. I just wanted to see what y'all thought about it. When people talk about like observations in the sky and how it matches a spherical geometry of the Earth, like instead of going through this like hard no, I've just been saying, well, okay, the math for the globe if you can prove the curve of the Earth.
Right.
And that's kind of a new stance that I've been taking with people. But yeah, it math. The math does math. Like, okay, you can talk about like Copernicus and Kepler. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say I'm bad at math. I'm super ignorant, maybe even stupid when it comes to math. But every time I'm looking for math that expresses that we're a globe and things in relation to it, I don't see that anywhere. Am I crazy? Am I missing it?
No, you just don't have the complete picture. Nobody has the complete picture. That's the thing. We're all drawing conjecture from what we could possibly know, and it's not all that we could know. The reality of the situation, nobody knows what the real shape of the Earth is. We're just kind of guessing.
We all use Christian support. We all know. The point is, when someone is talking about, the sky matches my spherical math. What spherical math is that? What are you doing? Are you taking measurements? What are you actually doing? Where is it?
Well, we've gotten to.
I'm not talking about measurements. I'm talking about calculations. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying like the math. If you assume the Earth is a globe, but now you have to prove to me that there's curvature on Earth.
When you say the math, what does the math look like that expresses a globe and things happening on a globe? That's what I'm asking.
There's both, though, man. That's the crazy part about all this is you can prove both.
It's not both. It's either curving or
the other. It's both. It's weird, man. Like once you get to a certain point, it's a globe, but it's flat until we get there.
All right, AI, can you respond to what I said? Oh, you're saying what math demonstrate the Earth a globe? Is that what you're saying? Well, what math expresses, a spherical shape and things relative to it? Like what math is where's the math that's doing that? To say the math about a globe maths. Where is that? I hear people say it all the time. Is that something that's actually in existence? Because why do we use a parabola, right? Parabola for what? For getting a segment of an arc.
Well, that's the point that I'm making, Elijah, is that if you can show me the curves, then I'm sure the observations in the sky will match a globe Earth if you can show me the curve. But whatever, if you show me,
when you say shows a globe Earth, like that means you've seen something that is a globe Earth to look at something else and then go, oh yeah, it's showing me this globe Earth here in this map. What map? That's all I'm asking. What map? You keep taking it for granted, like, yeah, the math. What math? I'm ignorant. I'm dead ass. I don't. What math?
So when they talk about the globe Earth going around the sun, like all of that maths out. When they talk about Kepler's laws and all, like whatever they're doing in all their math, I'm sure it all maths out if you can show me the curve of the Earth. If you cannot show me any measurable curvature, then whatever is happening in the sky only happens over a flat Earth. I don't care how ignorantly stupid it sounds to say, well, explain how it works on a flat Earth. I don't know how everything works. I just know it works because the Earth measures flat. There's no measurable curvature. And that's where my argument ultimately really goes. Like, I get the whole Terminator line. I get the whole, like, I understand the globe's argument. Go ahead.
I get where we're missing each other because the thing that I'm asking for is the piece of information that you're taking for granted to make your argument. If that's what you want to do, fine.
No. Okay, if you, they always say this.
I've expressed what I'm asking for 3 times, and 3 times you reposition yourself to say that all you want, and then you told me what you wanted out of your argument, and I'm like, okay, fair enough. I see why you're not accepting, not accepting, but we're speaking across each other, not really meeting, because you're talking about one thing, and I'm asking about something that you're taking for granted anyway. It's a detail that you don't care about. Because you're making it. What math? You're saying the math. The math checks out. The Kepler's whatever. Where is it globular in any of that?
Well, check this out. I don't want to interrupt, but I'm going to say something provocative here. If you were to take a globe Earth and the sky and all the stars and unravel it and make it flat, the math would still math.
See, that doesn't make any sense.
What I'm trying to say is,
just saying,
regardless if it's flat or not,
when it comes to Copernicus, Elijah, and it comes to what they say about Eratosthenes, just assuming that Eratosthenes even did what he did, you have to assume a globe in the first instance to begin with. So my question is where's the measurable curvature? I'm not going to assume it.
That's 2 different things. Assuming as a person that the Earth is a globe and expressing it mathematically is 2 different things. You're saying the math checks out, like it's expressed mathematically. Then you said, well, Kepler, blah, blah, blah. And I said, but is that like some sort of global, like where is it expressed that it's a globe and things are with respect to a globe? Like that's what I'm asking you.
Right. So, like, when it comes to Kepler describing about orbits and things like that, assuming that the masses are correctly and assuming that the distances are correct, I'm sure that math probably maths out. I've never done the math myself. I'm just saying, sure, the math can math under calculative results, but what we're asking for, I'm not disagreeing with you, Elijah. What we're asking for is that measurable curvature, because 24,901, even though it might seem like a very large number, it's not that fucking big. And that's pretty much where my argument goes, is that. But I'm just curious to see how a flat earther tears it apart, because whenever I have that conversation with a glober, they just seem to freak the fuck out, because they're like, well, what do you mean measurable curvature? I'm like, yeah, the thing that you have to fucking have measurements for in order to even begin to start to calculate anything else. You have to have at least one measurement in the first instance.
The way they do that is called gravitational vectors. So, like, you know how rockets get shot up into space, and supposedly
how does gravity prove the Earth's a ball?
I'm not saying gravity proves the Earth a ball. What I'm trying to say is that they shoot stuff into space, and they assume that the shape of the Earth is a globe, and it's how their math keeps their shit up there.
No, it doesn't. You don't even know how they shoot things up to do the things that they do.
The way they do it is by assuming the Earth is a globe.
You're stepping outside of your argument already.
What?
You're stepping outside of your argument already, because we were supposed to be talking about the measurement of curvature, and he's saying, well, these vectors of rockets and how they don't come down and proceed to do whatever, blah 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 blah. Well, sounds like a completely non sequitur to me.
I'm just saying, there's an assumption that the Earth is a globe, and it helps for satellites to remain in orbit, but that isn't necessarily proof that the Earth is a globe.
Right, so the next question I'm going to ask you is, you're assuming those distances are correct, first of all. So my question to you after that is going to be, who measured the Earth so that way they could put the satellite at the distance that they're saying that it's at?
Look, man, I'm not trying to say what is really is. What I'm trying to say is they assume they think they know what it is, and it's what keeps shit in space.
Again, you don't know what's going on up there. You're just assuming that's what's going on up there.
What actually is. What I'm trying to say is the Earth could be flat still, and we could still have satellites orbiting some flat surface, and we can't prove that yet because the math for a flat Earth is the same math for a round Earth. It's fucking crazy.
No, that's not what we're saying.
Well, let's engage with this just for a moment. Are you under the assumption that there is orbiting of machinery around the Earth in some form or fashion? What?
The orbit could just be circles, two-dimensional circles.
Well, I mean, that's kind of what an orbit is. It's a circle, right?
Well, I mean, in a 3D space, there could be three-dimensional orbits, but also two-dimensional orbits if the space were 2D.
Well, friend, a circle is a circle, no matter which way you slice it. That's 2D.
Yeah, okay, I can see that. Yeah, you're right there. You're right. I misspoke.
Okay. So you're assuming that this is occurring, right? These crafts or these machines, they're being suspended in free space at a certain, I don't know, I guess, what would you call it, an altitude?
Yes, an altitude at a balance between the gravitational pull of the Earth and the vacuum of space.
Right, so there's two things right there that you need to have in the first instance to finish your assumption here. So we would need gravitational pull, and then we would also need
the vacuum of space. We don't have to have the vacuum of space, but we would actually need that force to be in play. But that force is nothing that can. No one's detected any force that you're describing.
No, they've definitely detected the vacuum of space and gravity. It's both provably existing.
Okay, so how would you prove gravity? The force of gravity. How would you prove that?
Well, it's not really a force as much as it is the bend of space-time that is affected by the mass of different celestial objects.
Okay, so now it's not a force. Now it is the bending of a conceptual space-time medium.
I never said it was a force.
Well, you did say the force of gravity earlier. That's why I said it again to reiterate. So you're not using a force. You're saying, because you said pulling is a force, right? Pseudo-Riemannian force isn't pulling. Well, falling is not a force.
Yeah, because a force would be pulling, there'd be an intention there, and if there's no intention because there's no God, it would be falling.
Well, it's not about intention either. Not intention. Forces and intention don't have anything to do with this. So what we need then is some kind of way to validate this space-time fabric.
It's a lattice of quantum.
Wait a minute. Oh, wait just a minute. Did you just say that magnets prove God?
Whoa, that'd be interesting. I'm interested in that.
Well, you just said pulling implies intention, and one magnet pulls another magnet, one magnet pulls a piece of metal towards it. There you go, God proven. I rest my case. I'm out.
You could say that, but there'd be other people that disagree. You know, that's just the reality of nature.
All right, so back to proving this lattice, this fabric that you're talking about. Can you prove that to me?
The fabric of space? I mean, you have to go to lattice theory, man. You have to look that up.
No, not a theory. You know, proof is with theories.
And atoms, and that the connection between atoms, like quantum entanglement, define the reality that they exist in, and the reality.
Holy cow, dude! Slow down. I want you to prove to me that this lattice, this fabric, exists. Who proved that?
It's what's assumed in all science.
You said that they proved it. You said they proved that gravity exists.
Yeah, gravity exists. You're still on the Earth, aren't you?
So how do you prove it? Don't do it circularly either. Don't affirm the consequence.
Observe that you're still on Earth, and then you realize, oh, it's because gravity. It's really not that complicated.
That's a circular argument. You realize that? This is affirming the consequence.
You are attached to the Earth because of gravity. There's nothing circular about that.
Let me give you the form.
Hold on. Wait a minute. You're saying gravity is not a force; it's the warping and bending of space-time.
Yeah, it's really weird because the definition of force would imply there's an intention.
I heard you already. How does this prove the Earth is a globe?
Well, if gravity is real, and I'm not trying to prove that it's real or not, you're just going to have to look that up yourself. What I'm trying to say, if gravity is real, the most efficient shape for gravity to exist in a sphere.
What's real? What's the definition of real?
Oh, bro, I could tell you that only your mind is real, and there's nothing else that can be confirmed.
How about this? Is the word abstract synonymous with real?
I don't know. You could have abstract things in reality.
No. Is the word abstract synonymous with real?
No, why would it be?
Good. Because Einstein's paper about relativity.
They're not even synonyms, bro. They describe two completely different things.
Why'd you interrupt me?
Because I'm trying to explain to you that, an anomaly.
No, why did you interrupt my point that had nothing to do with what you're saying right now? So you're responding to something that I didn't say. Why are you disrupting and interrupting what I was saying?
Oh, do you feel disrespected?
No,
do you think I
was disrupted. Why are you doing this?
Do you think I should care?
You have to be muted and controlled. To the point
Yeah,
that you leave.
now just leave. I don't really give a fuck about this room or anybody in it. I don't give a shit.
So goodbye. If you're not going to have a conversation, that's what's going to happen.
Bye.
You get somebody to unmute you on the way out. Like he can't do it. He couldn't hear the point being that Einstein's paper is wholly a mathematical concept framework, not real, abstract. Kick fucking rocks.
So why does it matter that gravity and efficient shapes? So, for example, he said, well, of course gravity is real, and of course the most efficient shape is a sphere. Why does that matter? Well, why does gravity being efficient with a sphere have anything to do with the shape of the Earth? It doesn't. It only has to do with the creation story of the Earth, right? Because he's assuming that naturalistic forces formed the Earth, right? Because if you just had an intentionally designed Earth that resisted the forces of gravity, then it could be any shape the designer wanted it to be. So he's making metaphysical, faith-based claims about the creation event of the Earth in the past. He basically was telling us about his religion.
But he also said there's no force, there's just falling. So like the Earth just fell into being a sphere, right?
Yeah, that was weird. Like force he said the definition of force implies intention, and I was like, what? Although he's not wrong, Elijah. He's not wrong. So if you have an infinite regression of first cause, right? That can't happen. So you have to have an instantiation of motion in the first instance. So how can you get physical motion in the first instance? That implies intention, doesn't it? The only thing we know of that can instantiate motion is will, right?
As far as we can tell.
What's up?
What's up? You have a question?
The Earth is a spinning ice wall.
Well, that's not a question, but okay. How do you know?
Because I received the revelation.
All right, so there's about 15, 20 of you guys who, after one gets muted and booted, another one is put on schedule because for some reason you just can't have a serious conversation.
What? I'm having a conversation right now. I don't know.
You're not having a serious conversation.
What?
You're not having a serious conversation.
How?
You want me to prove it to you? Exactly. He's afraid to know what even comes next, that he'd rather make a snorting noise. But that's my point.
3 seconds.
I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry, Big Daddy, for...
I guess we just don't have anybody to talk to. It is what it is.
Personally, one day I found out my balls, they were round, so I had to get a hammer. I had to get a hammer and just like start going at.
They're not spheres though, stupid.
They are.
Stupid.
Hey, Elijah, imagine being so dumb that you don't know that testes aren't supposed to be spherical.
Exactly. That's what I was saying.
I know you were saying they were balls, dude.
Yeah, to be honest, my balls, they were round, so I had to get a hammer and just start like going at it.
Yeah. You might want to go see a doctor about that. You also might want to ask a recommendation for a good therapist.
Why?
Well, because you're clearly coping. But we understand, bro. You're clearly coping with the trauma that people believe a different cosmology than you and a different idea about what the Earth is than you.
What? I believe in the same thing. Do you not see my name?
Copium.
Yeah, cool story, bro.
Yeah, my name is Bartholomew Snurkle. I'm a flat earther. But you guys are all fakes. You guys are all fakes. I'm the only.
Listen, Bartholomew. Great. Why don't you tell us what your best 3 proofs the Earth is flat?
That I received the revelation.
Okay, from Satan, we got it. All right, next. What's number 2?
What?
Yeah, what's number 2?
It receives the proofs. I can't tell you because they're too powerful.
All right, bro.
Like what?
So do you think like coping this way is going to change the fact that the Earth measures to be flat and not a globe, and that everything you've been told about space and flat Earth is false?
No, I agree with you that the Earth is round. The Earth is flat. I mean,
You know this behavior,
I'm that passionate that I got my balls and I made them flat. I'm that passionate.
This behavior actually makes me more faithful about the people in the Bible being real people. I mean, because you read it and you go, how the fuck did they do that? And then you hear people talk, you're like, well, shit, when I'm dead and gone, this guy is going to be carrying their.
What denomination are you?
I don't understand how people are stupid as. I don't think he's stupid. This is something else. This feels demonic.
What?
His adversary is satanic.
What denomination are you?
They're doing this Agent Smith thing.
Well, you are the Agent Smith because you are breaking through the Matrix right now. And I'm like the Neo because I'm the only flat earther in this call. Everyone else is fakes. You're all LARPing. I'm the only flat earther here.
So what's the radius of the Earth?
It's 46.56.
Excuse me? Stupid. Exactly.
What do you mean?
I mean, well, first of all, these conversations are recorded.
The Earth is a spinning disk ice wall throughout the confines of time.
And so
the stars, you believe in the stars, I can't believe. The stars.
Maybe on TikTok this works, but
then what?
Maybe it works on TikTok, but we're bored with it.
NASA projects the stars. They are Satanists. Okay. I hope you were enlightened by my information.
So stuck. Did you figure it out yet? Oh, he went on deafened. I'll never understand how people go into a room and then go on deafened.
They are scared.
Hey, Suck, did you figure it out yet? Hello?
Hello.
Did you figure it out yet?
Yeah.
If the surface of the Earth is not curving, then the surface of the Earth must be what?
Something. I don't know, man. Didn't study for this. I'm nervous when it comes to exams.
Yeah, but it wasn't the first time you're in here. We talked.
I know. I remember you. You're a good guy.
Well, he's just trying to argue with he's trying to argue with Oxford's dictionary like a dumbass. Like, that has nothing to do with me, dumbass.
Nobody cares anyway. It's just the way
it's so weird. Talks, right? You come in, say something, and immediately get out, just so you can't hear anything at all.
How triggered must you be to say, I need to go to bed, it's 2 o'clock, and then come back 3 times for nonsense? You triggered my trap card.
So, like a few months ago, I went to go see that new Mad Max movie, Furiosa. You know, and at the very beginning of the movie, before they even show any human beings on the screen, they show the Earth as a planet in space, and it's all desert. And then it zooms in on Australia, and then the scenery in Australia or whatever begins. The thing is, like, in the seconds as it's showing on screen, the Earth is a planet. My friends that are with me in the theater are, like, laughing with me, but also turning to look towards me while laughing with me at the screen. And, like, I was just thinking to myself, like, it'd be kind of funny. Like I wasn't on a romantic date when that happened. I was just going to the movies with my friends, just regular friends. But it just dawned on me, like, how funny it would be if, like, you know, a flat earther was on a date with a glober, and the flat earther starts laughing at something, and then, like, kind of from that point forward, like, has to explain why they're laughing at the thing they're laughing at.
I would avoid it.
Yeah, you don't. You might have to. You probably have to if you're the dude, not the chick. It just kind of reminded me of, like, how when you're on a date with someone that's, like, a different race than you, and you're watching comedy together, you're always, you gotta be careful not to accidentally laugh at a racist joke that they don't laugh at.
I guess you don't live in Ohio.
Because if you laugh at a racist joke that they don't laugh at, then it makes you look bad, you know. Sorry, you're like, you know.
Oh, you don't live in Ohio and have people of different races as friends. I laugh right in their face, the same thing they do to me.
Yeah, but a female sense of humor, the average female sense of humor is not the same as the average male sense of humor.
Oh, that's different. Yeah. Seems like guys that just work together, don't matter what they are, will call each other out on everything.
So if I go on a date with a really beautiful black woman who's also a glober, I have to be very careful not to laugh at certain racist jokes. I also need to be careful not to laugh at, like, other jokes too, you know? It's just like both of those at the same time. I'm not worried about the other one, but more worried about the glober part, because that's the thing that really, like, you know. Yeah, so this one time, like, I was hanging out with a chick, and she was, like, obsessed with watching the Disney Channel, and I didn't really understand this. Like, this is the first time I'd ever come across a Disney adult. This is a long time ago, so I was, like, 20, and she was, like, 18. And, like, we were hanging out together, and she was, like, for some reason wanting to watch the Disney Channel, you know? And after, you know, a certain number of hours of that, I was like, you know, this is getting kind of boring. Maybe we should change the channel. Like, you got cable, right? Like, let's just change the channel. So I go to Comedy Central, start watching Tosh.0, and then he says this one joke, and I start laughing, and then I kind of stop myself because I realize she's not laughing, and you know why.
Hey, Roots. I can talk to you now because Cyclone's not here. Hopefully.
Oh, you're back. How many times are you going to go and come back?
Well, this is a 24/7 radio show, isn't it? Or whatever.
Well, I'm glad you came back. What's up?
Well, you just tagged me or something, right?
Yeah, I said we're looking for actual evidence, direct evidence.
When you say actual, do you mean like something that we can act upon, or?
No, direct evidence. Do you know what that is?
No. Could you explain it to me, please?
So direct evidence that we can physically test, prove, something repeatable, something that can actually verify the claim that we live on a curved spinning surface in a vacuum.
So you just want like a scientific method for the explanation as you're saying?
I was just going to say, we just don't want to start from the position that we are a planet in space and assuming that from the beginning the Earth is moving and curving without any actual evidence for that. I mean, that's fair, right? We're just looking for empirical evidence.
Not a great sign when he starts by asking what you mean by actual.
Oh, it's muted. Somebody mute him. I don't know who muted you. I'm going to unmute him if that's all right.
Thanks. Yeah, I can't remember what my train of thought was now. Sorry. What was the contention, or what was your last point?
So I says we're looking for empirical evidence. There's a claim. The globe is the claim because it's not what we experience. So we just want that direct empirical evidence, some evidence to begin with. Let's not assume we're on a spinning ball in a vacuum of space when there's no evidence for that.
If we were gonna like look, if we were gonna like create what do you want for us? Say I was an experimenter, right, for the flat Earth. what would you suggest I do to validate flat Earth?
No, the claim is the globe. The flat Earth is just what we experience.
You're saying that the position of like the flat Earth isn't to require science. It's just it's an existential sensory experience.
No, I'm not speaking on behalf of flat Earth at all. I'm telling you what we wanted from you.
Oh, I asked
claiming
what I
we're
can
a
do
planet
for you. Yeah. I'm asking. Sorry, I don't think. I'm saying, what can I do for you? You know, to
I told
prove
you.
the
provide some direct evidence. I told you provide some direct or empirical evidence.
You didn't hear what I said, because I'm not trying to prove the globe. I'm trying to prove the flat Earth. Right. So what would I?
I told you the flat Earth. The flat Earth is not the claim. The claim is the globe. Do you understand why the globe is the claim?
Yeah, I know. I definitely understand that. Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe I can help him out here. Hold on, buddy. If I say this sentence, follow me here. I observe the Earth is flat. Thus, it is an observation of mine that I observe the Earth is flat.
I understood when Root said it. I observe to live on a flat plane too. Luke observed the flatness. Okay, I understand the point. I'm saying,
so who has the burden?
You observe it as flat?
Yes, obviously we observe it as flat because
right. So who has the burden of proof? The globe has the burden of proof.
Okay. I'm trying to say, right? You know, if I'm a flat earther, which I think you guys are telling me that I am, right? Because I haven't got proof for the globe. Now, if I go out and try to prove the flat Earth, what do you want me to do?
We're not claiming anything. We're trying to get you to understand that we experience the Earth to not be a globe. Okay? The surface of water is flat. We observe that. Has he gone? He's gone. What a clown. He'll be back if someone pokes him in the side chat, I guess.
Probably run away from me.
Have you got a history? Have you spoke to him before?
Yeah, he's on the ban list. So he just ran away, stop me pressing the button.
Makes sense. He was trying to wait till Wolfgang had gone, so yeah. You know me, I draw in the crazies.
Oh yeah, for sure. Got to have your fun with whoever pops in the room, dude. The only excuse I can give him is he ran away because he saw me.
Jedi, just to answer your claim, right? No, I didn't leave because I'm not scared of you or whatever. I just left.
Oh, okay. I can just go ahead and ban you then. Cheers, dude. Thank you.
Oh, what a pussy. Shut up, pussy.
So mean. Oh, this guy. It's the first time I've met him. This is hilarious.
Why is he on the ban list?
Have you not been here for the last hour?
Nope. Just got here. That conversation lasted an hour.
Well, intermittently. The guy leaves mid debate and then comes back, listens on YouTube, comes back, says something, then leaves. Talks over everybody. Sorry, Luke.
But I think he's also got some serious TOS violations previously.
Is that right?
What was he sending to minors?
Somebody said he was on a ban list somewhere else. Yeah.
He's back.
These guys like to use me as a rhetoric for their like twisted, perverted views of the world and science. Just
The funny thing is, Luke appears to be like hanging out, watching our live streams, giving us views in order to listen to us in secret because he's so fuming right now. He doesn't want to be in here where we can like talk to him because he knows he's going to look like a dumbass if he actually talks to us. So he needs to try to reframe it.
He said he grew up on the internet. I think he's trying to respawn, like Call of Duty. I think he's sick of getting headshotted. So yeah, Penguins, this is why he's on mute.
I see.
Welcome to the channel, though. It's your first time.
No. I come here every so often. See if anybody's talking. Seems I missed it.
Okay. Well, what's your position?
Glove.
Why?
Looks like one.
From what perspective?
A lot.
From
Human
your perspective?
Yeah.
What about you? From your perspective, is it a globe?
Yeah.
How so? Where do you see the globe in your reality?
Well, I see things that conform with a globe. It makes sense on a globe. That's how I decide.
Oh, yeah? Like what?
A few things. The way that things move over the horizon. The sky turning in different directions in the north and southern hemisphere. And there's like the professionals who actually use advanced technology that say the same thing. That's not my experience.
So you look at the sky.
Yeah. Look at the sky.
And that couldn't possibly work on a flat surface then.
I don't know how it would. If you'd explain it. Yeah. I couldn't even conceive of a way that would work on a flat Earth. Maybe I just haven't been shown like the right model or something.
Well, do you know much about perspective?
What about perspective?
Well, how things would appear to disappear. Sorry, how things would disappear on a flat surface in the sky.
Oh. Yeah, it would get smaller and smaller and fade away.
Not always, my
Wouldn't
friend.
need to be blocked by anything.
Very, very much that would happen, but not always. Are you aware that things can appear bigger than they are in the distance and appear to be chopped off by what looks like a physical point, but it's just the horizon?
Well, the horizon would be like anything below the horizon would be blocking it if it's blocked by the horizon.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Jedi, did you want to get in or?
No one's going to post too much.
So the horizon is what, a physical location to you?
It's
or is it an optical location?
Yeah, it's optical. There's like
so everything below the horizon is blocked by what?
Like it could be water, the ground.
Well, that would make it physical then, right?
No, that's the actual like substance. A horizon is just the line.
Right.
It's not an object. The horizon. It's just like a reference point.
What, like a straight line? It's a straight line, right?
What do you by straight?
Straight
all the way
line
around.
from left to right, like horizontal.
Yeah, you could say it's horizontal.
Cool, awesome.
So a horizontal optical position that's based on what? What causes the horizon?
Well, if you're close enough to the ground, then if you look out, there's going to be a point where the ground appears to meet the sky.
Due to
so
what?
It'd be perspective.
Perspective, right. So things going behind the horizon are not necessarily physically blocked, are they? They're due to perspective.
From the point where your eyes are to the object, it's physically blocked, yeah. Because of perspective. It's not exclusive.
Physically blocked because of perspective, though perspective is optical and not physical. Doesn't make any sense,
there's a physical object blocking it, so it's physically blocked. And then
so what's the
physical?
What's the physical? Sorry, what's the physical object blocking it?
The ocean, the ground. Do you count those as objects? I mean,
the ocean. So are you saying that the ocean or ground is horizontal or curved?
It curves outward.
Okay, curves outward. So it's being blocked by the curvature of the Earth, but everything you've described to us so far is optical. You even said the horizon was optical. I'm trying to figure out where the curve of the Earth has come in. Did you just insert it there?
No, I'm telling you the way that things move past the horizon below it.
Okay, right. What's the horizon? We'll start again.
The horizon is a reference point.
A reference point? Yeah, it's a reference point to find level. All levels being parallel with the plane of the horizon. Welcome to Flat Earth. Try again. What's the horizon?
Level is what's parallel with the horizon.
Yeah. Level, straight line from left to right, aka horizontal. All horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon. So far it's the horizon, the surface of the Earth, is flat so far.
What plane is the horizon on?
The Earth, the surface of the Earth, where the surface of the Earth at distance appears to meet the sky due to the angular resolution of the optic.
I don't know if that's how it defines level.
Level is defined as a straight line from left to right being parallel with the plane of the horizon. Do you require citation for this?
Oh, that's fine. I'll just define it differently.
Cool. So far it's horizontal, a straight line from left to right. Where's the curve of the Earth come in?
When objects are blocked by the ground.
By an optical phenomena that's the horizon, the angular resolution limit of the optic. So far the thing has gotten too small for you to see. The horizon, the surface that it's on, beyond the horizon, beyond the angle that your eye can resolve, the object on the surface is also in that angle that your eye can no longer resolve. So far it's optical.
No, it can be big enough to see still. It doesn't have to be small. It's still blocked.
Okay, so the mountain that's beyond the horizon, I can see the top of it, but I can't see the bottom of it because the bottom of the mountain is on the surface that I can no longer resolve that's past the horizon. Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's still flat Earth. I'm still trying to figure out where the curve is. So far it's optical resolution loss.
Flat Earth from that. Can you explain?
Horizon, that's horizontal, not curved. That should have rung a bell straight away.
Well, the horizon goes all the way around you, and curvature is outward. So
that would be a circle. That would be a circle, 360 degrees. This is known as the plane of the horizon.
Okay.
Okay, so that's
the plane of the horizon is everything within the horizon.
Yeah. The horizon being the limit of the optic that you're using. eye. No. Yes.
Sounds the limit of the optic. Well, is it like limited? It can't accelerate through the ground?
Sorry. Do you not agree that things appear to reduce in angular size with distance?
No. That's clearly
no, things do not appear to get smaller further you go away? Excuse me?
I said, no, I don't disagree. You asked me if I disagree with that. I said, no, I don't disagree with that. That's clearly not what happens when the sun goes.
So the surface that you're looking across, the Earth, with distance is too small for you to resolve. That's where the horizon is. You can't resolve the surface anymore because it's too small for you to see?
That wouldn't make sense, because then things at different sizes would change to where the horizon is. So you'd have multiple horizons. Like a horizon for a peanut would be like a few feet away.
Yeah, a horizon for the optic changes. Yeah,
you can send it upwards as well. And then there's the horizon in the sky. So is it a horizontal line?
My goodness me, you're just talking all the time.
If it's angular,
you're jumping too far ahead. Slow down.
It's not a horizontal line because it goes upwards, and it's not horizontal. It's a forward.
Listen, you're making too many assumptions here. Listen. There are optical effects, there are atmospheric effects that can cause that shrinking to differ. Let's not go there for the moment. Let's just define the terms here. Okay? What is the horizon? The horizon is a horizontal line which converges...
That's what you guys said, and then you said something else that contradicts that.
Nobody's contradicted that. It's
How is it a horizontal line
where the ground converges with the sky due to perspective, not a geometrical physical blockage? You're using circular reasoning. You've got a contradiction, and you're holding both sides here. We're trying to define terms.
You guys are the ones that have the contradiction, because if it's just that one line, but then it's due to angular resolution, then I could send a peanut upwards, and now suddenly the horizon isn't horizontal to that line.
No, we're not talking about upwards. Now, this is where you're jumping ahead again. We have an atmosphere.
I just provide an example.
An atmosphere.
Your definition.
Are you okay? Are you aware of all the effects in the atmosphere that can cause that consistent? What you think is going to be 100% consistent? Are you aware that there are effects within the atmosphere that can change
100% consistent?
It's not 100% consistent across the atmosphere, especially across water, especially across with different temperatures. It's not.
Sorry, you said.
And that's why we get. That's why we get effects like a supermoon. That's why we get effects where the sun will seem bigger on some days than the other when it's at the horizon. So this won't be consistent with an atmosphere, will it? Especially looking across the surface of the Earth with the temperature gradient.
I'm trying to understand where you're coming from, because you said I think something. I'm just wondering if it is.
So this is because you're jumping too far ahead, and you're not allowing us to walk this through with you to define the terms of what the horizon actually is.
Well, I'm trying to listen to you. Every time you say something I understand, you don't elaborate on it.
Talking through everything everybody says. It's really frustrating. He did it to me, now he's going to do it to you, Roots. He's just going to talk through everything you say.
Well, I don't want to make you waste your breath if I already don't understand some things that you said. That's what I'm just being polite here. If you want to continue talking without me understanding, then go ahead.
Can you steel man what I just said?
No, I didn't understand any of it. I was trying to.
No, you didn't listen then, did you?
I listened
trying not to get you to agree that it wouldn't work on a flat Earth, okay? Because you're already not taking into account all of the variables when looking across the Earth, the surface of the Earth. We're just trying to get to... You're doing it again.
My bad.
You're doing it again. So what I'm trying to tell you to do is slow down, stop assuming this wouldn't work on a flat Earth. We're trying to tell you what the horizon, we're agreeing with you that the horizon is an optical position, okay? Now, without assuming that this wouldn't work on a flat Earth because of observations in the atmosphere, can you at least agree that the horizon is not a physical or geometric location, it is an optical location?
It's both.
It's both. I told you, contradictory. That's a contradict. You're contradicting your points here. You can't hold both positions at the same time. It's either optical or physical. Now, you can have an optical horizon. No, you can have an optical horizon, but there would still be a physical horizon that something is physically blocked by. Now,
that's the
where is that?
Right?
Yeah, where is that? Because we've defined the horizon. You've agreed it's an optical location. So where's this geometric horizon that you're now bringing into the picture?
Well, it depends how high up you are. I don't know the exact formula though. I know there's like a couple ones more precise.
So for an average person, let's say a 6-foot person looking out into the ocean, where would the horizon be for that person?
Off the top of my head, I'm not sure. I could go get a formula.
You can if you want. We can tell you. Roughly, it would be between 3 and 3.5 miles. So that's the physical location. Now, everything beyond 3 and 3.5 miles would be physically blocked by your claim, correct?
Yeah, correct.
Okay. Now, when do we see the horizon, or when do we see things being physically blocked at 3 miles? Can we, is there any observations of that? Because the only observations we have are way beyond that 3 and 3.5 miles. So do you have any observations where... Not in your camera roll, but online, is there something you can show us? Have you looked into this? Or is this just an assumption?
I've looked into some like flat Earth stuff. It's not what you guys are saying right now. So,
well, flat Earth stuff online. It depends on where you look. In 2025 is pretty much anti-flat Earth. Yeah, it's pretty much anti-flat Earth content, unless you been directed to a certain channel. But the point is, there is no geometric horizon at 3 to 3.5 miles. The only horizon that exists in all of our reality is this optical horizon, which is based on the limit of perspective and atmospheric conditions. So, depending on visibility, your horizon will shift and move. But there's no physical point at 3 to 3.5 miles where things are now physically blocked. There is only the optical horizon at 10, 20, 30, 40, depending on what the visibility is. That's the only horizon we can prove. So this geometric horizon doesn't exist in reality to be observed.
Yeah, I'm looking it up like he said.
Has anyone got a black swan picture? Well, if you can look in the side chat now. Drace has posted. There you go. Drace has posted it. If you go to 29 minutes past the hour, we've got an observation here of 2 oil rigs, which can be checked up on Google. The back oil rig is at 9.4 miles away, and the horizon is way beyond that. Sorry, AI, do you want to get in?
Before you go on, I just want to say, you asked him for an example, and you immediately then cut to your own example. Now, I'll submit to you that the only example he could give would be a drawing or math or a formula, whereas you can give example after example after example of the horizon not being where the globe would predict it would be. But he can't give you the horizon being where it should be.
Well, he conceded he didn't have a picture and wasn't able to provide one.
No, I'm still looking up. Right. It's kind of hard to find because,
I should have waited. Yeah, somebody was right. Yeah.
I don't know why, people would post a video saying something disappearing past the horizon at 3 miles. It's pretty specific.
Well, yeah, this is all we can observe, depending on the visibility of the day, depending on where the horizon is, right? But your claim is that there's a physical location, there's an actual horizon. A geometric horizon.
Hey, Root, wouldn't you consider to actually say the horizon is not a consequence of the geometry instead of saying physical? Because isn't optics related to physics as well? I mean, if you're saying, I think the correct way to say it is not that it's not the horizon is not physical. It's that it's not a consequence of the geometry of the globe.
100%. Yeah, you're right. I was using his language, so I'm just mirroring him. He called it a physical location. So I'm working with him, so he understands exactly what I'm saying. It's his claim. It's a physical location. He said it.
But when you both speak like that, it's confusing. I'm listening to both of you actually agreeing and disagreeing at the same time. It's kind of, I don't know, confusing actually.
Agreeing and disagreeing at the same time.
Yeah, because he said, when you said those the optical and the physical are opposites, and he said no, they're the same. They have to do with each other. And he might be correct in a sense, but still incorrect on the cause of the effect of the horizon. And you might be saying that those things are opposites, the optical and the physical, but you mean the the observation of the horizon is not a consequence of the geometry, but it's still a physical thing.
Yeah, you're right. Jump in, Gemsy. Yeah, go ahead, mate.
I'm just saying.
I'm jumping in.
Just trying to clarify and see if it makes sense what I'm thinking. If it does, if it doesn't, someone can clarify.
I'd try to clarify by saying the horizon is like, that's where you think the curve starts, right? That's the edge of the ball where you can't see beyond. Because the word horizon really, per se, isn't that important, right? The word isn't really what's important. It's like what they're saying is happening phenomenologically. They think that edge, that dividing line, is caused by an obstruction. But if it's an obstruction, it can't be moving around, right? If it's a static obstruction. Otherwise, you get into word games. What's horizon mean? It means this, means that. Some globe-tard actually edited Wikipedia that says it's the edge of a celestial body. It's fucking dumb as shit.
You get that point, Penguin, yeah?
I like when they say there'd be no horizon if the Earth was flat. But you said it to this stuff too, where it's like, okay, if the ground is taking up half of your field of view and the blue sky is taking up the other half, what would that look like? Can you draw that for me? Can you draw that?
Yeah, no doubt. The only way to ever be no horizon is if it was pitch black.
Well, I could have sworn I've seen foggy days where it's like everything you're looking at is the same color. But I think that is the same. It's equivalently the same. So if it's pitch black, everything has the same color value, and if everything's covered in a fog, which gives the same color value, then you have the exact same scenario where there's no demarcation point between color values. So you just have a solid color field. So then you'd have no horizon.
Yeah, that also apply to like sandstorms, dust storms, fog, all sorts of shit. The
Still with us,
Go-Berther,
Penguin?
I mean, the Zealot ones would say, even though you can't see, there's no horizon there. It's still there. Just some geometric ball edge is still there, and the evidence for it still being there is the fact you can't see it.
Yeah, I don't have any videos asking for what you wanted. But I don't find it too consequential. I guess exact distance isn't exactly. Like, what's
Wait a
the
minute.
question?
You mean it's not? Hold on, bro. You're trying to tell me that it's not consequential that the edge of a ball, which has a defined radius, is where it's supposed to be? Like it's actually where the ball edge would be? Isn't that the whole point of the entire globe paradigm? That's like the most fundamental question.
It's not consequential that nobody's like measured it and then widely shared it that specifically. Most people are just like, most videos I see are just demonstrating the phenomenon itself, which is like what we're talking about. Things, how things disappear.
Yeah, that's the problem, dude. Right. So you notice how what you said is it's not consequential to actually prove the claim. It's just to demonstrate the phenomenon. That's what you're claiming it is. That's circular reasoning, dude.
No, I provided my proof, but then somebody went to asking where the horizon is and then said, is there proof of it? And I can't find a video, so that's how we got here.
But that's not proof, dude. What was your proof that there's a horizon? What does that prove? That there's a horizon. That's all it proves. If you say it proves a globe, you then have to demonstrate that horizon is the physical edge of a ball.
Things disappearing over the horizon bottom up doesn't just prove that there's a horizon. It proves that there's like geometry involved.
No, it doesn't. Go ahead. Go ahead and put that in a syllogism. Go ahead and put that in a syllogism that carries the conclusion of a necessity. Go ahead.
Breaking up, buddy.
I'll type one out.
Yeah, what I said was put that in a logic string or a syllogism that carries the conclusion necessarily. Go ahead, if you don't mind.
Sure. In chat.
In chat? It's in chat. You can't just read it?
No, I'm typing it out.
I don't see nothing in chat, bro.
Like, huh? Just have patience.
If the Earth was a globe, things would disappear from the bottom up. Therefore, the Earth is a globe. That's a logical fallacy, not a syllogism, dude.
Yeah. Anyway, did that happen on a flat surface though?
Objects disappearing with a sharp line bottom up. Depends.
Sharp line.
I don't think so. I mean, there's things disappearing bottom up, but the camera's like right on the ground, and there's like a reflective floor.
What does that mean? What are you telling me? Can it happen on a flat?
I think he's telling you that the narrowest angle of propagation angles, meaning the angles of perception.
So we can demonstrate it happens on flat surfaces. We can demonstrate that on flat surfaces that an object will disappear bottom up. Known flat surfaces. Now we know they're flat. It's not like we don't know. We know positively that they're flat. And I'll give you an example. So
off the ground.
So no.
The camera like right on the ground.
What do you mean 6? Yeah. What's wrong with that?
Cool. Show it.
Oh, hold on.
Well, all right.
What's wrong with it being low and it happening? Well, matters of scale, right? So, say you're 1.5 inches off the ground. at the equivalent scale, like 700 feet would be equivalent to like 12 kilometers at a 6-foot scale. So what's the beef?
Do you want to continue the conversation, or do you want me to focus on writing the syllogism? Care to do both at once?
Yeah, look, a camera low to the ground is actually in the globe Earth's favor when it comes to the economy of scale.
I was focused
at the ranges in question. Yeah, at the ranges in question, like this would be equivalent to somebody at very high altitude. It's really all about the angles. I can't wait to see this syllogism, dude. I guarantee it's going to be unique, something we never heard before.
That's like the premise 1, premise 2, etc. conclusion thing.
Yeah, something like this. You know, Socrates is a man. All men are mortal. Therefore, Socrates has to take out the garbage.
I don't know about Socrates.
Because if he doesn't take out the garbage, his wife's going to kill him. Dude, come on, dude. That was an easy one.
Oh, that's funny.
Socrates is a man. All men are mortal. Therefore, Socrates is an immortal man.
Globe logic.
Oh.
What were the conditions for the syllogism? You said it has to do something with the conclusion of the premises.
Two true premises that, when added together, reach a logical conclusion.
Okay, that was more than that.
Yet both have to be true. Yeah.
Premise 1, Socrates is a man. That's true. Premise 2, all men are mortal. Yeah, we die. So what's the conclusion about Socrates?
Not that he's immortal.
No, he is a mortal man.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he proves the negative,
He's immortal.
Okay, let's try again. 70% of the surface of the Earth is water. Water is observed, measured, and practically used as a horizontal reference datum. Therefore, the surface of the Earth is horizontal.
Okay. I disagree with P1.
What? The surface of the Earth, 70%? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
All right, I think my syllogism is done.
Oh man, can't wait.
Who wanted it?
All of us.
Just read it out, bro. That guy could have died already, but everybody else still wants to hear it.
Sure thing.
Are we going to hear it?
Is he reading it? Yeah, let's go, bro. Let's go.
That's what I was putting in chat.
Can you read it out? Some of us are driving.
Oh, sure.
Thank you.
Q1, on a curved surface, objects moving away from the observer will disappear bottom first because the curvature blocks the lower parts of the view. P2, on a flat surface, objects moving away from the observer would remain fully visible while shrinking and not disappear bottom first, unless obstructed by another object or unusual atmospheric distortion.
I disagree with P2.
On what grounds?
That we can demonstrate things disappearing on the bottom up on a flat surface.
Yep.
Can you do that?
Yep. Tried explaining to you earlier.
That is disappearing.
Tried explaining the mechanism to you earlier. I think we all did.
Angular resolution, was it?
Anything.
Yes, no. Yes, no.
Angular resolution. Atmospheric
I'm asking.
conditions.
Oh, yeah, I already covered that in P2. If you're listening, atmospheric conditions are allowed.
Yeah, but in your P2, you said if the Earth was flat, then things would not disappear bottom up. Apart from, can you repeat P2 again? Because you're kind of
You got it so far.
It finishes with unusual
by another object or unusual atmospheric conditions.
Yeah, unusual atmospheric conditions. Okay.
So you're kind of making a statement and then recanting on the statement you made, saying, except for in these things. It's not really a P2.
It's not recanting, it's providing the exceptions.
Well,
we've also got a problem. Sorry, we've also got a problem with the undefined surface, because we're probably going to be talking about the surface of water. And the surface of water, for example, you can cause physical obstruction. A wave that is maybe a mile away at 6 foot can block the bottom of an object that's further than that. We can have the curving of the water displayed with things like tides coming in, tidal bores, swells, things like that. So the surface will curve, but it doesn't mean that the overall surface of the water is curving around the ball. It's just not horizontal in that place. So there's a few things.
Oh yeah, that's accounted for in P2 as well. Just
it's on a flat surface moving away. Yeah, it's just because the surface is undefined. You have to define it as water, and when you define it as water, you might have to take some of the premises away.
Yeah. Let me add another premise there real quick. Hold on, bro. I'm going to help you out. I'm going to add another premise. Okay. P2 addendum subpoint PP. No, P point addendum subpoint PP. On a curved surface, things would disappear from the bottom up, but they disappear from the bottom up at different places because my curved surface is actually expanding and contracting throughout the year and throughout the day, therefore allowing me to see things that I wouldn't have otherwise seen, which were previously obstructed by a curve which was there, but now it's no longer there. There, you need to edit that, so go ahead. I'll restate that if you need it.
Oh, that's not what's happening, so that wouldn't go in P2.
Oh, really? That is what's happening, dude.
Contracting and retracting, or whatever you said.
Okay, then if it's not contracting and expanding, and the quality that's causing the bottom to be cut off is the curve, then why is it happening at different places?
Why do you see it at going bottom down, disappearing bottom up at different distances? It's because of the atmosphere.
Okay, so there you go. So not the curve. Yeah.
No, it's still disappearing bottom up. The change in distance is due to the curve. The bottom up disappearance is due to. Sorry, the bottom up disappearance is due to the curve. The difference in distance is due to atmosphere. So it's not the same phenomenon. The two cannot be equated.
So atmosphere changes the curve distance?
No. Again, the surface is not contracting nor expanding.
Well, you said that the disappearance is caused by the curve. Then you said where that happens, the atmosphere. So that means that the atmosphere changes the curve distance.
No, not where that happens. It's how far you can see.
Okay, so let's say I go to the beach and I do an observation 100 days in a row. And every day, 30% of the days, I see a ship go over the horizon at 5 miles, 10%, 10 miles, and then the rest, I don't see it go over the horizon. It just fades into the distance. What conclusion can we reach from that observation?
Nothing if the
Because
atmospheric
that's what
conditions are
actually happens.
stipulated.
Because that's what actually happens in reality.
Not everywhere.
What do you mean not everywhere? What does that mean?
Where on Earth do you see upwards of 50% or more of days objects disappearing? Like maybe Ireland, I guess it's really cloudy.
Well, bro, I've never seen a boat this. I live on the beach. I go to the ocean all the time. I've never seen a boat disappear over the horizon ever. Not once.
And by that you mean you've never seen it disappear over the curve. That's already what you're contending.
I never seen it cut bottom off, appearing to sink behind the horizon. I've never seen
a camera. I don't know.
I've watched a boat 3 miles away. I have photographs of it, and I could see it with my naked eye. It should start disappearing at 6 miles, and at 30 miles away, it should be 420 feet under the curve. It should be 420 feet of drop.
Under what conditions should you see it disappear?
What do you mean conditions?
Again, we agree that atmosphere changes how far you can see.
The condition is 3,959 mile radius. That's the condition.
That's not a condition. That's a variable.
The condition is
and then the other variables are the atmosphere and how light is manipulated by it.
Sure.
So you need to account for atmosphere. You haven't accounted for atmosphere.
Yeah, so ships disappearing over the horizon.
So I'm asking, what atmospheric conditions do you have on those days?
The day I did it was clear.
You got 100 pictures or videos?
Clear.
No, I'm saying I said I personally, and I have photographs of it, and the heading of the boat and its location from marinetraffic.com, which was done with marine radar, etc. I watched a boat for 3.5 hours sail out to sea, go from 6 miles away, where it should have been starting to disappear, to 30 miles away. And it never sunk down under the horizon.
How'd you measure the distance of the ship?
Told you, marine radar.
Tracker. Marine tracker.
Marine radar. There's a marine radar tower in Gloucester, Massachusetts, that sweeps Boston Harbor.
But I believe you.
Huh?
Oh, wow, thank you.
I believe you. So you said that you see, like, how many days did you go out and capture this and record this observation?
The identical boat? I already told you, I've never seen a ship disappear over the horizon. Ever.
Well, that's just an anecdote. So I'm asking for the actual stuff that you captured that you said you had.
What have you got?
Well, how about this? What have you captured?
Yeah.
I'm not the one that's using my personal experience of how far away I see things.
What did you? Isn't that a personal anecdote?
That's the same.
No, I gave a syllogism. The observations I think.
Yo, bro,
You've seen things disappearing to come up. Now I'm just wondering,
dude, what you saw a ship disappear over the horizon? That's what you're saying.
Well, hold on, guys. Hold on. Can we just pause for a second and just take note of a historic event? We've added a new logic. It's called appeal to the impersonal anecdote.
How does that?
Because impersonal anecdotes are way more better than personal anecdotes.
More better. Well, being personal or not doesn't matter. He just brought it up.
So how many days have you caught? How many days have you caught the boat going away at the distance that it should?
The distance that it should.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
I mean,
how
are we
far
contending
away
with the
should the
size of the
horizon
Earth
be
or the shape
anyway?
of the Earth? There's like
How
two different
far away?
topics right here.
Sorry, this is we're going to have to get quite technical now. How far away should the horizon be for your observation height in the first place?
Are we talking about the shape of the Earth or the size of it?
We're talking about things going over the fucking horizon.
That would be
I'm asking you, what was your eye height? And based on that eye height, what's the prediction of how far away the horizon would be?
It's really not both. You can contend with the size of the Earth all you want if it's curved.
No, you can't.
But things disappearing over the horizon is strictly geometric.
Yeah, but but hold on. Everyone, hold on. But you
can disregard the
conceded
distance.
that observation is possible on a flat surface.
What observation is possible on a flat surface and under what conditions?
A ship disappearing bottom up, dude. And I posted it. You asked for the evidence. I posted it in the chat.
Oh, let me see that. Chat's moving fast and not really in that.
So scroll up to where the scroll up. Yeah, scroll
what
up,
time?
dude. Hold on. Let me look. Chat 9:44.
Oh, wow.
There's a video. There's a screenshot, and then there's from a separate video. Now this lake is 1,000 feet long. There should be no horizon at all in Globetardia. You know that, right? That this horizon shouldn't exist because it's 2.5 times too close to the camera than what where the globe says it should be. And this has been replicated repeatedly over and over and over. It's been replicated on. I mean, I got more. I got one that's like 50 meters that someone did on a Supercom lake with a light, a Russian guy. So we got the observation that a ship disappearing bottom up is not evidence for a globe if it happens on a flat Earth too. You understand that, right? You can't say disappear, therefore globe. The only way you can say that is if disappear, impossible on a flat Earth, therefore globe.
So this video's loud. Let me mute it.
Is it impossible on a flat Earth? That's the only thing you really need to ask yourself. If it's not impossible on a flat Earth, the observation itself doesn't mean anything unless you have metrics, unless you can start saying, yes, it disappears exactly where the globe predicts every time. At 1 foot, it disappears here. At 2 feet, it disappears here. At 3 feet, it disappears here.
Okay, so if your measurements are accurate, what mechanism is the ship disappearing bottom up?
Due to the curve of the Earth.
By what mechanism is the ship disappearing bottom up?
Who cares? It's irrelevant.
How do you explain how the Earth is flat and how things disappear over it? I mean, that's the entire
cares,
channel,
dude?
right?
Who cares?
But
I
the
can
entire
make
channel would care
anything.
about
I
that.
have an explanation, but it's irrelevant to the question. The fact is, we know this lake is flat. We know there should be no horizon in the globe. We know the ship disappears. This little boat disappears. We know that. It doesn't matter why. It's doing it. Does it not happen if you don't know why it happens? This isn't an observation if you don't know why it happens. Is that what you're saying?
It's not happening until you can explain it.
I was just trying to grant you that it's true because I was curious, but we can go into the actual details of it.
Okay, this lake is 1,000 feet long. The camera is 1.5 inches off the water. They sail it away from the camera. It disappears behind the horizon. This has been replicated probably about 20 times.
What is it? Do you have a... Let me see.
The fact is, we see the same visual effect happening on a flat surface. Okay? So if you see it happening, you can't say this is evidence of a globe because it could just as well be happening on a flat surface.
Where do you see those measurements?
They're in the video. They show the tape measure, they show the water temperature, they measure the temperature of the air and the water. They measure in previous videos, they measure the lake with a 100-foot rope by overlapping it. So this channel has replicated it multiple times. And other people have replicated it. Not on this lake, but on other lakes.
Do a timestamp for
the measurement? They're in the beginning of the video.
Maybe that lake's curved.
I skipped past to see the actual thing. My bad.
I want to know when these guys have been so critical about globe things. You know,
like flat water sitting on a table in the ISS, that kind of stuff. They're not critical of that. They're not critical of that at all.
Or when they think they see a curve, they don't ask for measurements of that curve, do they?
No, they don't do that.
Temperature of the water, temperature of the air, the refractive index that day. No, they just go curve.
Nope, they don't ask for that. They don't even put those numbers in. Do you know that? They don't ever add any distances or anything. They take a picture, say curve, here you go, proof. Nothing is ever added with them.
But when it looks flat, they want measurements of flat. Weird. But that's the difference. See, we have the measurements.
You say it was a half foot off the ground or a foot and a half?
1.5 inches, he said.
1.5 inches.
Whoa. Who's sharing my DMs?
It's 0.125 feet. River height.
So, what are you doing? Are you typing it into a Earth curve calculator, or are you doing the math yourself?
I'm reading what he put in. This one's what goes in the drop? The drop variable. 0.02.
The distance.
.02.
The distance of the ship is 0.02 feet away.
Yeah, so that. What? 0.02 miles.
The distance of the ship? The distance of what goes in drop?
What do you mean, the distance of what goes in drop?
Ask what variable drop is, and he said distance. It was like really small.
Distance.
So I don't know.
Drop over distance?
0.02 feet.
I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
I'm looking at your video. I'm looking at the curve data or the calculator. What you put in.
Put it into the curve calculator.
Yeah, no, I'm asking what all these.
You'll get the drop when you put the distance in. You don't need to put the distance in. You don't need to put the drop
Okay,
in.
so
You need to
anything
put the distance
highlighted,
in and you'll get the drop.
anything highlighted in yellow is what the calculator output. Is that right?
I'm driving, man. It's not. I'm just saying, if you just put the numbers into the Earth curve calculator, you'll get your
Maybe
drop
somebody
over.
who isn't driving can help me understand the.
If you put the fucking numbers into the fucking calculator, you'll get the fucking drop over distance. Does he understand that?
They've got it in the video that he's watching. It's
I'm literally looking at the video that he's watching. I'm just making sure I understand the calculator being used and all the variables input to get
Bring
this
up
zero
the
foot.
calculator then.
I'm literally looking at the screenshot of or the video of the calculator that they
Why don't
used.
you Google the calculator and put the numbers in yourself?
Why would I do that? They have it right here.
Oh my god, man.
Yeah, I'll show you a screenshot from. I'll put it in the chat there. The screenshot video.
I'm looking at the video. I'm asking
I'm
what the
just
stuff
doing
in
it.
the
I'm
video
just
mean.
gonna put it in. Yeah, I'll just put the screenshot in the chat so other people can see.
So I'm not irritated at you. It's just hard to get it. Like, I assume you guys would be all for Globers asking questions about
Yes,
verifying
and doing it
evidence.
themselves. Wouldn't doing it yourself be better? And then you don't need to rely on
Once I
people you don't
understand
trust.
all the variables involved, I don't know why I would go in and
the
try something if I don't know
calculator,
how to
aren't they?
Oh yeah, Radwin doesn't like it. I didn't crop it. I'm sorry. I was going for speed. I'll do
Well,
it
you never
again.
know
I'll
when
do
I'm
it
gonna.
again.
You never know when I'm gonna save your images, like I do, and that goes
Okay,
into a
well, I'll
folder.
fix it. I'll give you a better one.
Who are you posting that for?
The other people that aren't at the place
fair,
in the
that's fair.
video where you are. Yes, you told me you're looking at it. I believe you. Yeah.
Flat earthers fancy themselves intelligentsia, cannot crop photos or do accurate timestamps.
Yeah, so the drop is how much should be covered.
Yep.
Now, the drop is the raw drop. The hidden height is how much should be hidden or covered.
Thank you. But just to be clear, is the stuff in yellow with the calculator output? Is that what that means on the site? Nobody knows.
I don't even know what to do.
On the site, there's like some boxes are just white and then others are yellow. I was wondering which parts are. The part on top is what the person input, and the bottom is what got spit out by the calculator. Like, what am I looking at here?
Yes.
Okay. So top person, bottom calculator.
If you look at the graphic that corresponds to the calculator's values, you'll see that the little object is in front of the horizon. So this is the problem, is that you're basing ships go over the horizon on a qualitative description of what you're seeing. But but if it also happens on a flat surface, your qualitative description is an error. Okay, and the only way to figure out which one is actually true is to get a quantitative description. But you're like, dude, the horizon, the very thing that's in question, that moves around and we can't measure it in the first place. So you're admitting that it's not globe evidence. And that if it wasn't globe evidence, you can never definitively say it actually is because your evidence is immeasurable.
Well, I'm focused on understanding the stuff in the calculator.
Yeah, that's pretty good what you put up there, AJ. I like that. That pretty much sums it up. If you're willing to accept indirect evidence, trust scientific authorities, and allow for abstract math to override visible experience, then the globe model regains ground.
Yeah, I just basically asked, or I said, with all the knowledge that you have available, what is the more logical conclusion, globe or flat? And that was the response.
Yeah, the more logical conclusion is a flat, stationary Earth. It would prioritize only direct, repeatable observation and discard assumptions requiring unobservable forces or models. This view aligns with what we see, feel, and can directly measure, and doesn't rely on untestable assumptions like gravity, vacuum, space, or spinning Earth. Yeah, that's good. It's pretty much what we say every day. I don't know why people don't like science.
You can test the spin though.
Or logic. Don't like logic either. You can test the spin. Oh, now I'm moving on to spin.
Yeah, you can test the spin though.
Oh, this is a different person. Oh, this is Mush Kane. How'd you test the spin, Mush Kane?
There's several different ways. You could use a accelerometer. You can use a gyroscope. They use gyroscopes to test the spin. You can measure the drift 15 degrees per hour. They use like fancy ones. They call them ring laser gyroscopes for like precise measurements.
Oh, you got an example of such a thing occurring?
Yeah, we need to see the data.
You want the
This
data.
guy have a problem. Did he just say the data, like in a sighing pejorative sense? Like, the data? What do you want?
Well, hey, isn't there? No, there was that one guy. He spent like $20,000 on a ring laser gyroscope, and he got some data, and it was the 15 degrees. He got the 15 degrees per hour.
Oh wow, dude! So the only example you could come up with is a supposed flat earther.
Only flat earthers can. Yeah, it's only flat earthers that can prove the globe. No globers have ever been able to do it. So I don't know how that works.
Okay, so here's the real problem. The real problem is Mushkane should be banned because he's brought this up before, that it wasn't a $20,000 ring laser gyro, that they didn't measure 15 degrees per hour. He's been told this. So why are you still saying it, dude?
Oh, I didn't know that he already knows the truth.
Yeah, he knows that they measured more than just a 15-degree drift. They measured different degrees of drift at different places.
Yeah,
That's
22 degrees or something like that, and there was a 7 in there.
Yeah, up to a 23, 17. It was all over the damn place. So that makes it inconclusive.
So we're saying he didn't spend $20,000 because in the little documentary, that's how much they claimed it was worth.
Completely irrelevant.
Who cares? He didn't
Probably rented it.
He spent $20,000 when it wasn't even his gyro.
Yeah.
Whose gyro was it, dude? Is it Bob the one that made the measurements? You know anything about this? Oh, you do because I told you. Months ago.
No, I watched that.
Either you're intentionally being deceptive, or B, you haven't been listening the entire time. So why are we wasting our time with you again?
I'll go with A.
That's a
I'm
stunning
just going off the documentary that I saw.
I think he's just going to ignore you, Indio. That's grounds for removal.
That's why we call you mush brain, dude.
That's funny. Mush brain. Bro. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that, Mushkane, you have been told about this before.
No, I'm usually talking about
this rotation for like 6 months now.
Yeah, but I'm usually talking about pendulums. I don't talk about gyroscopes. So.
Yeah, you do. We talked about all of it, dude, because you floated as a trial balloon. I'm a flat earther. I just can't explain how the earth is rotating. And you've tried every possible iteration, including Bob Nodell.
Wait, did you just say
gyro compasses? You tried Foucault's pendulum. You tried MEMS accelerometers. You tried, but you didn't even know they were MEMS accelerometers. You tried fiber optic gyro, ring laser gyro. Coriolis effect. So can you tell me this? What's everything spinning in reference to?
In reference to the stars.
In reference to the stars?
Yeah.
What?
So you're saying stars make a Foucault's pendulum possess?
No. I'm saying that's your reference of the stars. The reference frame.
So,
what if you're stationary and the stars are moving?
It doesn't matter.
Yeah,
it doesn't matter. Actually, it doesn't matter if. No, Indigo.
It's a known problem called
Indigo. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you're stationary and the stars are moving, or if the stars are stationary and you're moving. Both of those outcomes still show the world as a globe.
My God, you don't this conversation.
Dude, try to keep up with current events. We're talking about perception of a pendulum.
It doesn't matter. So shows that it's globe. You can't
sit down.
wiggle it away to a pendulum.
What you're telling me is a pendulum will precess if the stars rotate around the Earth. How does that work?
Again, it doesn't matter whether one or the other.
It does, because the stars rotating around the Earth with a vacuum of space in between them can't physically influence the pendulum.
Not be said, Solaris. Sit down and shut up.
Maybe I misunderstood your question, because I was talking about like the reference frame, which, because the pendulum's plane isn't the thing that's rotating. That's the claim. So I'm not saying it's rotating relative to that. What I'm saying is you're using the stars just as a reference frame. Like, if you watch the pendulum from the stars reference frame, there would be no precession, is what I'm saying.
Okay, you're just proving
your imagination.
Okay, so the pendulum should be going basically in a straight line, and the Earth should be spinning underneath it.
Basically what I said, just in different words.
It has nothing to do with the stars, dude. You don't need stars.
Yeah, but I was just explaining the reference frame.
Look, you don't even know the argument. You have no idea what you're talking about. You're just throwing shit against the wall like a monkey in a zoo. It's crazy, dude. You've been told 1,000 freaking times you're wrong. You won't fucking take the L like a man. You're going to be coming in here repeating Netflix that you know already is factually wrong. Factually wrong. It's not a matter of debate that Rick Zimmerman bought a fiber optic gyro that cost $7,000. That's the fact. And it's also a fact they didn't measure 15 degrees per hour. That's also 100% fact.
Well, yeah, they could have just been, lying or whatever in the documentary, or making it seem like they did something they didn't. I don't know.
No, the thing is, Bob was not actually involved in the testing of the gyro. He was involved, so one person, there was a Skype chat with everybody in it, with a bunch of people in it, all the FE Core guys and some other people, Tesla's Apple and some fake flat earther that was harping for a while. And Bob just read that he misread the Skype chat. Okay? Bob was doing other shit. You know how I know? Because I was in the Skype chat. Not at the time they did it, but afterwards. But between the time they did it, after they did it and got the result, I was sent the data that was output. And what they measured was one Earth rate rotation every 2.24 days. That was the drift. They talked to the manufacturer because they thought it was broken. And then what they discovered was they were doing it at a high altitude, and that the pressure affects the output of the fiber optic gyro, and that you'll get a drift. And I'm pretty sure I explained all this to you too. And you probably ignored me then too, just like you're ignoring me now. Because in 6 months you'll be here doing the same thing.
Well, it's good for the audience to hear it.
Yeah, but Mushkin, why do you think we get so irritated with you guys? Because there's some dudes like Mage that have been in this topic for 5-6 years and he can't steel man a single argument. He hasn't listened in 5 or 6 years. He doesn't say we're wrong. He doesn't even know what we're saying.
I call that bricked.
Well, to be fair, if you're expecting somebody to change their entire worldview, a couple years isn't that long.
No. If you're going to, no, what I expect is if someone is going to say, hey, flat earthers, your arguments are wrong, you should be able to say what that argument actually is. So I know you actually evaluated it to be wrong.
Or did you just feel it's wrong and not evaluate it?
Hope and pray it's wrong.
Well, this is how you guys evaluate arguments. Oh, who made the argument? Oh, it's wrong. It's like a fucking popularity contest. It literally is.
You see what I put? Hello?
Hello?
What?
Alright, so you see what I put in chat?
No.
You guys were having a conversation, so instead of interrupting, I just put it in chat. My reply.
Yeah.
You're talking about your response there at 23 minutes after the hour. That's your response to the video.
Hmm. The Earth curve, after verifying the Earth curve calculator checks out. I said that. Should have led with it, to be honest. You have any different examples? You said you had like 10 videos like that?
I mean, there's just the example you could do yourself on your table. Take a drinking glass and...
Sorry. Just going to say.
Oh, no, go ahead. I don't know what he was talking about.
The other examples Injo was speaking about were all the same.
Sorry?
The other examples, the 10, I think they're on the YouTube channel that posted to you with. If it's Sky Free, I think it is.
Yes.
Back to the YouTube.
They'll just complain the camera's under the table.
Yeah.
I want to hear him say that water's under the lake.
Well, he could do it himself. Why can't he just go do it himself with his table? But yeah, what he said, in case anybody's not looking at the chat, I'll find it again. I'm quoting, I like penguins. This is his response to the video. I agree curvature isn't the reason for the boat disappearing bottom up, but in this example, so close to the ground, even slight waves are enough to block it, so P2 holds.
Yeah, if you have it somewhere without waves.
No. So here's the problem with that. Here's the problem with that hypothesis, dude. Because waves have peaks and crests. You would see the boat become visible and become invisible over and over. You don't see that.
Well, if it was a small amount of waves, but it's relatively calm water, and there's like thousands, tens of thousands between it. It doesn't matter. It does. If you're saying that seeing that like a wave's peak and crest would matter, then it averages out.
Okay, would you see the bottom of the boat if it was on the peak of a wave, on the crest of a wave?
It was on a wave?
On the crest of a wave, yes, on top of it. Would you see the bottom?
Oh, well, at that point, the angular resolution wouldn't change much compared to the closer waves. I think it's 750 feet.
Wow.
It started disappearing.
You guys are so fucking lame, dude. Really?
But do you think a half-inch wave 750 feet away will lift it above half-inch waves that are much closer if your observation height is 0.5 inches from the ground, so basically on the ground?
It doesn't matter what the height of the wave is. Are you guys like semi-brain dead?
The height of the
It doesn't matter
sorry,
what
what
the
were
height
you
of the
saying?
wave is. If it's on top of a crest, then you should see the bottom. No matter what height the wave is.
Oh, you're not saying if the boat is like moving up and down because of the waves. You're saying.
Tell us why is there a horizon at all?
So I'm talking about the video that you sent.
The horizon is supposed to be 2,400 feet from the camera. This lake is 1,000 feet long. Why is there a horizon at all?
The waves are blocking it. I wouldn't say it's a stationary horizon.
So waves cause the horizon.
A wave could be the closest thing to the horizon. A wave could be the closest thing to the horizon. Yeah.
That's what I'm doing. It's not Earth curve.
No, because much larger ships at higher observer height are seeing
What does that matter?
bottom up.
What does that matter? They're also farther away. They're also farther away.
Yeah, but at a given height and size of the target.
Okay, so let me break it down to you. If you move this up to scale, put the camera. If you change the scale, right? You increase the scale so that the camera, instead of 1.5 inches, is 6 feet. That boat is 12.5 kilometers from the camera.
Sure.
Yeah, so it's a non-argument.
I don't understand how it follows.
Because you can just rescale it mathematically and say, hey, man, what would this be equivalent to? To make a scale argument, you actually have to do the scale calculation.
The waves don't scale on calm waters like that.
Waves don't scale.
The wave is what's blocking it when you're smack against the ground, the observer. And the target is small and far away, and the small waves will block it. On a much larger example.
Bro, this should be equivalent of a 50-foot boat 12.5 kilometers away from a 6-foot camera height.
50-foot what?
It's equivalent to a 6-foot camera height with a boat that's 50 feet tall, 12.5 kilometers away.
Yeah, unless you had sizable waves that are several feet tall, the hole wouldn't be.
But that doesn't matter because it would be on the. But dude, you're just repeating yourself. It doesn't matter because when it goes on top of a crest, you would see the bottom.
No, you wouldn't because it's a pure bottom up.
Crest and trough, right? It's like a bunch of little undulating hills, and sometimes you're in the valley, sometimes you're on top of the hill. You're saying when it's on top of the hill, you still shouldn't see it.
Yep. That's why you don't.
Well, I don't know why they put radio towers and shit on top of hills. I don't know why they have Lookout Mountain. You wouldn't be able to see anything.
I don't know what we're talking about. Radio towers. I'll just explain why the example you gave follows P2.
Okay. Because the wave crest is higher than the surrounding water. Other than the other wave crest. Right?
Trusting the waves are about the same size, and so across 750 feet of the same sized wave, the waves that are closer would appear to be larger ocularly, and so then they would block the much smaller waves farther away.
Yeah, I realize that. Okay, I realize that. But the thing is, when it's on the crest, it's going to appear higher. Okay.
Slightly.
There should be no horizon at all, dude. That's what you're not getting. There should be no horizon to block anything. Are you not getting that the shore is 1,000 feet away? If the globe horizon is 2,006 feet away, you should see the far shore, and the water should not end except at the other side of the lake.
Not at 0.5 inches.
Yes, dude, that's
Because at
the
that
math.
point,
2,400 feet.
waves smaller than an inch could
2,400
block
feet,
it.
dude. 2,400 feet.
That's okay. I'm not
Is the
saying
goal.
I conceded that it's not the horizon that's blocking the ship, but it follows B2 and that objects are the waves.
Not the
What about
horizon.
that are we not getting? Yep.
What? No, dude. What do you mean it's not the horizon?
I just explained it in full.
What's the horizon? No. What's the? You like?
Can you go back to the argument?
Of horizon? Do you have a different definition of
what you
horizon? You said it's not the horizon blocking the boat. That's bullshit. Because the horizon is where the land appears to meet the sky. Right? The water
Well, if you're saying
ends
at
a location.
0.5 feet.
Okay, the water ends at a location, right? The water appears to ramp up and end. And when it ends, then there's sky. And the boat is behind the water part, right? That
Yeah,
water
sure.
part where the sky and the water and the part that's cutting the boat in half is the horizon.
So where do you put the waves height into the calculator?
Doesn't matter. It doesn't
really does.
matter. No matter how many times it really doesn't. You said the wave would hide the boat. But why
It's
isn't
not
it
flat.
hiding the boat when it's on? But why wouldn't it hide the boat when it's on the crest?
Because the waves
Why
are
does it not hide the
awkwardly
boat when it's
bigger.
on the crest? So what you're
Why
saying
does
is
it hide the
there's
boat when it's on
giant
the
waves
crest?
close to the camera.
Giant waves. The camera's 0.5 inches off the ground. You don't need giant waves to block it.
No, now you irritated me. Hold on. I'll be back. I got a video where it's smooth as fucking glass, and this happens. Smooth as glass. So give me a second.
So just to be clear, an Earth curve calculator wouldn't account for the wave height.
Well, just to be clear, you're gonna have to concede once I show you it's smooth as glass, and your wave excuse is gonna go out the window.
Well, you thought so about the last one. We'll see.
Even if the Earth curve calculator doesn't account for it, right? So that would make, if you're going to include your wave height, that would make the horizon closer, correct?
Yeah.
So in what instance is the horizon closer? So all instances, some never.
Is the horizon closer than what?
Oh,
Than the
you can't
calculator
be this
says?
silly, man.
Sorry for asking clarifying questions.
If you want to include the wave height, that would make the horizon closer, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why I see it as pure bottom up. Because of the waves.
What about when you see it further?
When the camera raises itself?
Nope.
The observer height becomes taller?
1 foot, 10 miles, horizon. What about when that happens? Is that not wave height?
I don't know, let's see.
That's opposite, yeah?
Is that what Indo's getting?
No, so I just posted the video. Can't say it's waves here, dude. That lake is smooth as glass. Well, it's also been done on like linoleum floors and shit.
Tabletops with quarters, etc., etc.
Hotel hallways. No waves in a hotel hallway.
Yeah, that's
It's
what I was trying
also
to
been
tell
shown
him.
that Yeah, it's also been shown that if you got the same hallway and use a camera with one diameter lens and one with a smaller diameter lens, the larger diameter lens camera, even though it's the same camera height, can see a light that the smaller diameter lens camera can't see.
Yeah, I've gone up to a small mountain, watched a cruise ship sail towards the horizon, and on my phone with a small aperture camera, it looked like it was like disappearing into the horizon, and then I saw it disappear a little bit later, and then the camera, the bigger aperture camera, could pick it up again, but this time it was much more faded. And then when it disappeared, we eventually got a big telescope that had a much bigger aperture than the big camera, the zoom camera, and we could barely pick up the cruise ship. It was like a white silhouette on the blue sky. That's all we could see. And you could see the further and further it went, the more and more of its colors got faded and faded out until it just lost all color.
So what is the thing in contention that things disappear bottom up because of geometry? And then you're saying that that's not true, and that you can get the same effects on a flat.
Through optics.
No, nobody said. No, hold on, brother. Hold on. Nobody said it's not true that geometry can cause that. They said it's not true that that's the exclusive cause.
Other than like objects blocking it, and then atmospheric conditions, and then the curvature, there could be. You're saying there's another reason, another mechanism that could, without getting into the details, another mechanism that could make an object appear bottom up, and that explains why we see things disappearing bottom up, and that doesn't necessarily.
Yeah, it's very simple. Bro, it's super simple. You have an angular field of view.
Yeah,
and an angular resolution.
It's not a video of an object disappearing.
Hey, dude. Can I finish my sentence for fuck's sake?
Wait, who are you? What's your name?
If you don't mind, sir, can I finish the sentence? Is that okay for you? Can I get your approval?
Yeah, sure. I wasn't really done now.
Oh, yeah,
you're a dick. Question. I got the question. I went to.
Okay, so I'm going to give the answer. Okay, and when I'm done, I will let you know I'm done. Then you'll know I'm done.
Lord, be a dick.
Well, I got the answer. Go ahead.
Anyway. So, you have an angular field of view. You also have an angular resolution limit. Also, the way in which light diffracts, it causes a hyperbolic loss rate, not a linear loss rate. It appears linear for a long period of time, but it's asymptotic, which means it approaches zero, but it's got a curve that's hyperbolic. Now, what I mean by that is that as things approach the critical angle, they appear to be linear for a certain amount of time, but when they get really close to that critical angle, they just disappear altogether. For that portion of your vision, not for the entirety of the object, just for the portion of the object that represents that angle packet in your vision. So yeah, just by the way you see alone would cause things that you not be able to resolve the bottom to, no matter what the shape of the earth is.
Yep, that's why your P2 is rejected and was rejected like an hour ago.
Oops, earbud died. Hello? Hello? Can you hear me? Got my earbuds.
Hello? 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 Hello?
My earbuds died.
We hear
So you didn't hear anything that AI said?
I heard you saying something about an angular resolution limit, and my earbud shut off.
Globers have the worst technology.
No, it's because
the battery's running out. What a fail of technology.
In DMs getting coached. That's why.
I just didn't hear what he said.
Yeah, definitely didn't deny that. He didn't deny that.
Hello? Can you hear me?
You don't have to deny if you feign stupidity and you deafness, right?
Today I want to tell me something, or
Dude, your self-defense mechanism is. Listen, guys. His self-defense mechanism is clearly kicking in. He's not ready for this truth. So I don't want to abuse somebody who's clearly in a weakened position. So I'll just let him slide.
that's insane.
What's insane about it?
My battery died, and you're calling it a self-defense mechanism?
Yeah, good excuse, mate.
He can say what he said again if he wants.
Why? Are you going to listen?
Why should I? No, bro. Why don't you pause talking to us and just rewind and listen to what I said? And then you can hear it the first time around, for the first time.
I don't want to go to a fucking live stream.
Let me tell you why, dude. Let me tell you why. I'll tell you why, brother. Let me tell you. Let me explain it to you. Because when I tried to explain it to you the first time, you talked straight through it. Then, when I finally ceased control so I could speak clearly, you weren't there to hear it. So, like, you're just putting forth this disingenuousness that you actually don't want to know. So why should I force something on you that you don't want?
You gave an answer, and I proceeded to my conclusion after I got my answer.
To go
you talked about a whole bunch of different stuff, like anger resolution. And then my battery died about that point. So I'm just giving you a chance to reiterate what you said, if you want to.
Giving you a chance. Oh.
Yeah.
Or you could just go back and stop being lazy and listen to what he said.
If you're interested.
Or I'm in a conversation right now.
Yeah, so you're on your third excuse.
My battery wasn't dead for that long. You can surely say what you said again. You didn't forget, did you?
You're on your third excuse on why you can't listen to the point. The first one was interruption. The second one was dead phone. Now it's, I can't push that button.
So I guess that's done. I'll just move to my conclusion since I got my question answered. So if it's not,
Did someone mute him? I hope.
He's not muted. He probably just because I don't know what's going on with him. He just
Got a
disappeared.
dead mic?
No, I'm here. I'm just trying to remember the first thing you said. Good. So much.
Read the DMs to us. Read what they're typing to you.
Yeah, what's Professor Phil saying?
My DMs. Who are you talking about?
Oh, that's
never mind.
Telltale sign, isn't it?
I mean, I like language. You're actually. Are you actually denying that your vision limitations make it so objects naturally disappear bottom up? Are you denying that?
Vision limitations, not very specific. Like what mechanism?
Well, you just got given the whole description, and you don't want to go back and listen to it. My God.
Yeah,
it's just common sense.
Yeah.
Hold on, dude. We don't need a mechanism because this is a qualitative description, dude. We don't need a mechanism. Is that what you see or not?
I'm just asking you to be specific. That things disappear bottom up.
I was. Is it what you see or not? Let's be more specific on a yes or no question.
If you're saying our eyes don't have X-ray vision, then yeah, it's a limitation on the eyes.
All right, now you're going NPC mode.
It could be any number of reasons.
It doesn't matter if it's the eyes or the sugar plum fairies, dude. It's irrelevant. Does it happen, yes or no?
I'd say no.
No.
Okay, so he is denying it.
Wow.
But wasn't your premise...
Going up into the air don't disappear bottom up.
Shush. Wasn't your premise to do with visual limitations as well? So you're reneging on your P2.
Blocked in the atmosphere.
So you got upset when we said, okay, you've got to throw P2 out But now you're saying that P2 in your own mind is not relevant anyway.
No, I said with limited knowledge, but if you're saying that the limitation in view and vision is because of objects blocking in our atmosphere, then I would agree. But you didn't say that.
That would be a limitation, wouldn't it?
Yeah, if that's what you're talking about, but I know what you're talking about because you guys are being like obtuse.
We're being
limitation would include all possible limitations, dude. It's non-specific. It's general, like a universal statement.
Things disappear bottom up, yeah, but then they also disappear in other ways as well. So
there you go.
Yeah,
thanks, Captain.
Yeah, exactly, dude. Let me wrap this up in a logic form for you. I'm actually going to borrow your logic form since you're convinced it's true. So if it's the case that the limitations of your view and the physics of light in regards to the limits of your view would cause things to disappear from the bottom up, then we would see things disappear from the bottom up. We do see things disappear from the bottom up, therefore it's due to the limitations of the optic. I rest my case.
Was that Steelman?
No, I borrowed your logic and demonstrated to you that it proves our case. Good grief, dude.
What was the syllogism? P1? You guys hate repeating yourself. Oh my God.
When they go into the feign ignorance defense mechanism.
Is it like a pet? Feigning ignorance is asking questions.
Bro.
Listen, I'll address what you said. Just give me a chance to
Okay, what did he say?
He said something, and then you
that's why I'm asking. I said I'll address what he said, and I'm asking to clarify so I know I understand it all.
Did you not hear the words that came out of his mouth?
He said a lot of things. He used a lot of terms.
I don't think he even understood the words coming out of his mouth.
What are you talking, dude?
AI made an exposition. He said, I'm using your logic after his exposition, and you were like, go ahead, tell me. He just told you.
Yeah, I didn't write it all down. And he said a lot of things.
You can't remember 3 sentences?
Was it 3 sentences or 3 premises?
Those are like 7
Are they in sentence form or not?
You can convert to a syllogism. It's very relevant.
You're a fucking idiot, man.
Dude, I actually repeated myself in different ways with the same point to just bury it home so that you, in case you missed the first one, you'd get the second or the third time. Yeah, I'll make it simpler. Okay, hold on, bro. Hold on. If things disappearing from the bottom up is caused by the limitations of optics, then we would see things disappear from the bottom up. We do see things disappear from the bottom up. Therefore, it's caused by the limitations of optics. That's your own logic.
Things disappearing bottom up. It's because of objects or limitation of objects. We see things disappearing bottom up, therefore curvature.
What? Holy crap. Yeah, that's what you said at the beginning. Something akin to that, and I just used the same logic form and demonstrated to you that it proves the other case as well.
Which other case?
I'll give you a hint, bro. I'll give you a hint. Just chill for a second. Just chill. In both cases, the way I presented it and the way you presented it, it's an affirming the consequent fallacy. If you say, therefore, the Earth is this or that, or therefore it's due to this or that. It's just affirming the consequent. It can't actually prove the conclusion at all.
So it was actually more complex than that and more specific. So things disappearing bottom up, it's because of the limitations of objects or the atmosphere, or curvature. You can contend with curvature if you want, but you need to prove it's something other than the other two to prove that it's also not curvature.
You think objective reality has
disappear? Hold on, I'm not done. We see things disappearing bottom up. Yep. Therefore, the other third. That's not what I said. So my P2 was something along the lines of explaining all the ways that things can disappear bottom up.
All in one
you haven't given an example other than that. Yeah, you disproved the premise and you try to disprove it.
Yeah, you were given examples, dude. You were given examples. So you're not telling the truth.
It wasn't solid. It didn't actually disprove anything. So you gave me an example with a boat, but the wave height would have made the angular resolution that which the bottom of the boat would be blocked. And then you gave another video where it didn't actually show anything.
What did you just say? You just said that the waves and angular resolution. Hold on, brother. Hold on. Holy fuck, dude. All right, I'm just muting you so I can speak, and then I'll unmute you when I'm done. Okay, fair? Oh, fucking shit.
He ran away.
Full fucking gibberish mode, bro. Hit the button. Fucking gibberish just spews out.
I have a premise too with everything in it.
Yeah, all possibilities are in it, but it proves the one possibility, the one part I want it to be. I proved what it is.
Yeah, because I just included everything. Therefore, it can't fail. What the fuck?
Hey, he's not even wrong.
I know. But then he wouldn't agree.
The thing is that I refuted his P2 with my logic for him, right? Because he said this, on a flat surface it can't happen. But I said, well, because of optics, it can happen, and I observe it happening. Therefore, it's because of optics. So that refutes his P2, and it's using the same vein of his logic. So. He can't get away from that. He has to demonstrate. He has to demonstrate that it can't happen on a flat surface. He can't have the thing, well, you haven't proven it to me yet. Because you'd still just have an open idea at that point. You wouldn't have like a closed argument. You'd have a possibility. You wouldn't have a certainty, which is why originally I asked him, can you give me that proves the conclusion necessarily? Not possibly, but necessarily. Not a list of coulds, but a must.
Well, I mean, technically he conceded.
Go ahead.
He conceded, dude. He technically conceded. As soon as he said, "Oh yeah, it is cut off," it doesn't matter what any of the reason it could be. It could be, oh, it's because of waves. Well, not Earth curve. Oh, it's because of visibility. Okay, not Earth curve. It's because of angular resolution. Okay, not Earth curve. Right? Like so. You're toast, dude. Once you say yes, it's cut off halfway, dude, you're done. The only thing you could argue is that's actually curved. But then you'll have to start refuting the globe model, and then you're stuck again.
Hey, I got a question for someone that doesn't believe in the globe Earth model. That's one question. That's it.
Let's hear it.
Okay. On a non-globe Earth model, can you explain the 24-hour sun?
Yeah, it's in the sky for 24 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But explain how that can
explaining
be.
It.
Scientifically.
You mean scientifically? You can't explain it scientifically.
I can explain 24-hour sun scientifically on my model, but I'm asking you, without a globe Earth model, how do you explain it without a globe Earth model? Because you don't believe
I remember this dude from yesterday. I remember you. So you can explain it scientifically. Okay, what's the experiment?
No, I asked him, can he explain it scientifically? I said, can they prove a 24? Can you explain 24-hour sun without a globe Earth model? What I asked.
Okay, can't be explained scientifically because that's a category error.
This is what I mean. This is how you guys know This is how you guys know that you guys have failed.
No, because you don't know the difference.
I've won this debate. Yep.
We don't care about your meta, okay? This is just meta, okay? So it's correlation causation.
Correlation causation.
Is it causation? Is correlation causation?
In this instance, yes. Very clearly, yes.
How do you know that? How do you know that?
How do I know that? Because I can scientifically explain a 24-hour sun. Do you know how I can explain it on a globe Earth model? Because of 23-degree axial tilt.
Okay, you can't. No, that's not a scientific explanation. That would be a correlation, buddy.
Oh my god.
If you want to know the cause, you need to do an experiment. What's the experiment?
What's the cause of a 23-degree axial tilt?
No, the cause of the 24-hour sun.
The 23-degree axial tilt, that's literally the cause.
No, That's not a cause. That would be a correlation.
No, that's the cause.
No, it's a correlation. 23-degree tilt, right? That's a unit of
It's
measure.
because of the axial tilt. Yes, it is. It does because of the axial tilt.
It can't even be Blue. It can't even be the cause, because in your view, the Earth would also have to be rotating in an orbit around the sun while being tilted, not just tilted. So the tilt wouldn't be the cause.
The Earth doesn't just rotate around the sun. It doesn't necessarily rotate around the sun.
Dude, if the Earth was just static in free space and tilted, it wouldn't cause what you think it. So it's not a cause.
Also, the Earth doesn't rotate at like 20 billion miles an hour. It doesn't. It rotates once a day.
Okay. So if you had a 23-degree tilted ball and the sun was not moving, would you get a 24-hour sun?
Yes, because of the axial tilt.
You just said yes. Are you fucking high as shit, dude?
I mean, no, I'm not high. I just think that you're too dumb.
So the Earth is not rotating, the sun is not moving, and that Earth, relative to the plane of the sun, right, is tilted 23 degrees.
The sun doesn't move.
Would you still get? Would you still get a 23 degree? Would you still get a 24-hour sun with a non-rotating Earth?
Repeat your question.
With a non-rotating Earth, would you get a? Yeah, would you get a 24-hour sun with a non-rotating Earth but the Earth is tilted 23 degrees?
No, very, very unlikely.
Okay, so that can't be the cause. Congratulations.
Wow, that was easy.
No, I'm saying it's unlikely because if you had a still ball, if you had a still globe, there'll be no tilt. There'll be no axial tilt, but just still. But because it rotates, it does tilt.
Whoa, rotation causes tilt now?
Oh my god, no! Because the Earth moves, it tilts, and also it also rotates because it moves. It's not like not a ball that just is stuck. It moves.
Dude, come back when you learn your own model to some fucking degree, dude.
I know my model. You don't know your model. You don't know any model. All you do is debate the globe Earth model because you don't know model because the model makes absolutely no fucking sense. And that's why you gave up on your own model, because it's so fucking retarded.
Cry about it. It doesn't make no sense because you're an idiot.
Okay. For so long, I came in here, you were talking about flat Earth, you gave up on flat Earth because everyone knows it's fucking retarded. Literally everyone knows it's retarded.
Oh, you're hurting my feelings.
Jaren, one of your fucking priests, known as Jaren, literally admitted that the Earth is not flat.
Listen to him spur. Who cares?
Who's Jaren?
Nobody here.
Who is Jaren?
Pays any attention.
It's one of your fucking priests. It's literally one of your priests.
Want to know who pays attention?
I never heard of him.
Globers pay attention to him. Not us.
I never heard of him before. Who is it?
All these guys only want to say that Jeranism and Witsit Gets It are ignorant, and they've never heard of him.
No, I didn't say anything.
Only after the final experiment came through.
That's not true.
But before the final experiment. Before the final experiment, Jeranism and Witsit Gets It were like the kings of information.
Oh yeah,
for flat Earth. But then when they sit there and contradicted it, oh my God!
Hold on a second. Yeah, you can't just keep talking the whole time singing, dude.
Yeah. So listen. So how come there's all these videos from flat earthers attacking Jaren for 5 years before it? Why do they exist? Hello?
Exactly. He does not keep up to date with current affairs within this arena.
Dude, he got cooked.
No, I'm sorry. I don't.
Debate by Aaron Raw, dude. You don't know anything. You're talking out your asshole.
I'm not talking out my asshole. Considering what you're saying.
Go on Quantum Eraser's
if you want to,
here's a video going back 5 years cooking him.
Okay, if you want to sit here and talk about how a couple of channels are sitting here trying to say that Jeranism is wrong, but yet he has the following that he had. saying that he was right.
That following has nothing to do, bro. No, stop for a second. Stop for a second. His subscriber count. Hey, his subscriber count has nothing to do with us. None of us are subscribed to him. So for you to try to ascribe him as some kind of leader in our community is just false.
He has a subscriber count, right?
How stupid can you fucking be? How stupid are you?
Okay.
How stupid are you, bro? Level water is the reality of life.
Okay, so how high is his subscriber count, and how many people watch his videos? Go look at that. A new release video. Go watch how many people watch it. Nobody.
Anymore.
Glover's watching. No.
Who cares?
Glover's watching.
No. If you were to do a comparison on Jeranism's channel between before he went to do the final experiment and after he did the final experiment, it is a very stark contrast. So please,
same amount of people
watched him. Because Globers watched him, and now he's spouting their bullshit, so they have no reason to watch him. But before he was spouting nonsense that they could use to attack. Before he was creating content that they could use to create content from.
What was wrong?
Now he's not doing that, so naturally there's less Globers watching him.
Okay, great. No, what was wrong with Jeranism?
He's an idiot. He's a moron. So
you're saying that someone who spent more than a decade of their life creating content.
What does that mean? I don't care if he spent 1,000 years. He was a moron 1,000 years ago. He's a moron now. Nothing changed.
Yeah, your premise that all flat earthers, followed or respected him before, and they don't now, is just wrong. I never saw anyone. Refer to his videos or hold them up as good content ever at any time.
You could even go through old. You could go through old streams of Antonio Superats back in like 2016, 2017, and I and multiple other flat earthers were disavowing Jeranism, and he has not been a factor in our community at all that decade. He didn't provide anything original. Like, all of his content was stolen from other flat earthers and repackaged, and it was most of the time actually done poorly. So why would we even care?
So, Aris, do this. Go discord.gg/Flat Earth. Go on our Discord. It's existed for a few years. There's millions of posts from Flat Earthers going back years, half a decade. Go find shit about Jeranism on there. You won't find any. Nobody pays attention to him, bro. Globers pay attention to him. Dude, our lobby alone has like 2 million posts, dude.
Yeah, I guess, Jared, I just was looking through.
Sorry.
I'll corroborate Drake's right now. I'll post it. So this is before the event. Okay? There you go. There you go, Drake's. Before the event. Darren is not someone I trust or follow. There you go.
Great. Thank you for your anecdotal evidence.
Anecdotal. There's a written record, dumb fuck. You don't know what anecdotal means.
Are you kidding?
Are you
drunk? Written record is not anecdotal.
Yeah, it's not anecdotal. You were claiming that all of us were following him, and that's just not true. We're proving you incorrect. You just can't disregard the evidence that proves your claim incorrect just because you don't like it.
Look, and even if everything you said was true, let's grant everything you just said was true. So fucking what? We don't appeal to authority. That's your gig. Go back to your fucking cheap fucking PR fucking bullshit classes.
No, I'm fine.
No,
I know
you're
that
trying
if
to
I say I know that if I say anything, all I'm going to do is trigger the world of I want my chat rooms to say one thing. Yeah, go ahead and continue in your echo chamber.
But now we're in echo chamber, and now you're conceding journalism in the echo chamber. Congratulations. You fucking just cooked yourself, dude.
He's busy typing in chat and crying some more because he's a whiner.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know I was unmuted again. I was muted a while ago, and then now I'm unmuted. Okay, I'll just go ahead and say it.
Dude.
I'll just go ahead and say it. Yes, I've been around this conversation for over 8 years, and I can tell when a channel is an echo chamber and when it's not. And this channel...
I don't really care about your anecdotal fucking nonsense.
I want him to define echo chamber. I want him to look it up on Google and read the definition right now. So Arthur, go read the definition of echo
Go
chamber
ahead.
right now. No, I'm asking him to go read the definition of echo chamber in the chat right now and see if that describes this channel. Because there's a key part of that where other ideas are not considered. If this was an echo chamber, you wouldn't be talking.
Yep, we definitely encourage people to discuss their globe ideas here.
That's not saying we won't laugh in their face, but we like to encourage the talk.
Yeah, we want him to
There's
talk
actually a
about
phenomenon. There's a phenomenon in this space where some flat earthers won't even talk to each other because they're waiting for a Glober so they can hear what the Glober has to say. And it's not that, like, where's the Glober going to come? Yeah, exactly.
Sorry, I was going to say not just that, but we dedicate an entire day Sunday to speculation, which opens up all kinds of new conversations.
Well, used to. I don't know if we're really doing that stuff.
But the point is, we want to talk about the globe. He just wants to talk about us and try to poison the well with some crazy nonsense instead of actually talking about the topic he's supposed to be defending or his Earth curve that doesn't exist.
He's typing away because he's afraid to talk because he wants to call it an echo chamber.
Well, I can't talk for long because you just mute me, so I might as well just type it.
Did you look up that definition for Indio?
No, I didn't have to.
Oh, you're just typing it out.
You think I've been in this conversation for 8 years and not understanding what an echo chamber
I've never heard you before.
Yeah, fuck you.
Never heard
Go
you
suck
before.
a dick. Go suck a flat Earth
They
dick.
always want the Globers always want their dick sucked by guys.
Yes, please.
I know, right?
Please come give me one. I'm desperate. Please.
Hey,
See that?
Please.
Yeah,
Calm
they're
down,
degenerate, man. I muted him again. He's going to do this.
Yeah, Solaris, you misunderstood the assignment. It was, you're not going to be allowed to speak until you do that task. I don't know if you didn't catch that. So now let me make it clear for you. Go get the definition, post it, and then demonstrate how this forum is an echo chamber from the definition. That's your task to be allowed to speak again. Because why should I let you down? Because you said no one's allowed to speak in here, so the appropriate thing to do then would be to mute you and not allow you to speak. Because that way you're correct. And it's my job to make you feel good about yourself by making you right.
We're waiting for the definition, Solaris. I also never heard him before, never seen his name before. I don't know where, under what rock he was trying to research Flat Earth from.
Yeah, I said I've never heard him. I've never heard his voice before. Never seen his name before. He's never been around us. That's for sure. Maybe he's a Jaren fan and he's mad at Jaren or something. Taking it out on
every
us.
time. I'm sorry. Just to let you know, every time that I come in here and I try to talk, I'm surprised it hasn't already happened. Actually,
Did you forget what AI told you? That's not the definition. Go get the definition and come back.
So, Dandy, I remember I was telling you about, like, this guy.
Every time I come in here, I get muted by Crit.
I wonder why. You telling people to suck your dick, bro.
Yeah, nobody wants to hear that shit. Nobody wants to hear your gay shit, dude.
No, he's just a triggered gaytheist.
Is that what you were telling me?
No, it's kind of like if you debated McToon, this is what you'd get. You'd get a bunch of gossip nonsense like this.
Oh yes, I don't
He's
like
a McToon.
that.
He's a McToon acolyte. I guarantee it. That's how he's been in the topic. He's been watching McToon for 8 years.
Oh, so it's all comes from some Glober telling him how people are.
Yeah, that doesn't sound interesting. Yeah, I mean, I guess if you're a person who, is a globe believer, which requires farming out your brain to other people and not actually examining the evidence, then you assume other people are obsessed with that too, as opposed to allowing the truth to speak for itself, not really caring what other people do because that's their problem.
Gaytheism. That was a good one.
You have noticed the correlation, right, in this topic?
Absolutely. That's why it's okay.
Well, Flat Lloyd did his work for him. He could just read Flat Lloyd's work.
There you go, Solaris. You just have to read it now. You can see the screen anymore.
That might be too much work, because it was too much work to Google it.
I notice his text chats are about us too, not about the topic.
I'm going to steal one out of Wolfgang's playbook. Can you tell us why you're so upset at Flat Earth? Why is it so upsetting to you? Why are you so angry?
Because we're all playing games. Yes, it's about you all. We're all playing games.
Okay, so he's clearly obsessed with us.
Yes, we do have fans. I mean, we have lots of fans. To the point where I had to stop my fans. I don't give out autographs anymore. Now, I have to talk to you a few times to get into on the friends list.
Well, that explains why he was trying to suck you off, man, because you're a celebrity, bro.
Oh shit, that makes sense.
He's a flat Earth rookie, dude. He wants to blow all the big name flat Earthers.
I think it's like the third time maybe I've seen his name, so I'm not sure where he gets this fantasy of all the times he's been in here. Maybe he just comes in here and says dumb shit and immediately gets booted, but that's something different. That's coming into a room saying some dumb shit and getting booted.
And now he's projecting his ignorance onto us. Hilarious.
Measurements are ignorant now. Water being flat and actually using water levels in construction is ignorant now. I already proved water's not being pulled down by gravity, so water levels curving around the ball can't work. So it's flat, dudes. I don't want any prize for that. That's common sense. My prize is NASA got defunded and SpaceX got their contracts taken away from the government, so they don't get any more money. That was my prize. I've already won by debunking your water is pulled down by gravity claim. So water can't bend around the ball. That's been debunked.
Dude, my prize was when Trump said Elon makes rockets that go to nowhere.
Oh, did he say that? I didn't know that.
They go to what? You cut out for me.
They go to nowhere.
Oh, that's right.
Rockets that go to nowhere, man.
Makes rockets that go to nowhere, and that is crazy talk to be saying that kind of shit, because you know exactly what he meant.
When did he say that?
In a tweet, I think.
To be fair with Trump, I don't think any of us know exactly what he means ever.
Well, that does explain. I think he was planning on doing this because he never like. He created Truth Social because they banned him from Twitter, and then when he started fighting up to Musk, he never moved over. Right? He was like, "Oh, I'm going back to Twitter." That's where he made it.
Forbes
broke up for like 15 seconds.
Poor space globers. This Solaris, he's a space glober. You know, he thinks he's going to go to Mars. Well, that's over with. They're taking apart the rockets at SpaceX. Can somebody post the tweets on those? So this glober we want to see him spiral. I actually want to hear him start spiraling. It's my hobby. That's why I come in here. It's my hobby. That's why I come in here. Come in here for that enjoyment. The enjoyment of listening to their cog disc kick in and they can't take it anymore. Look, you signed up for a Mars trip, the Mars One project. These poor guys. That's why he's so gung-ho.
You're taking his dream away.
Yeah, Mars, that shit's over. They'll wait about 30 or 40 years when the new generation comes around and say, hey, we're going to Mars, guys. Then they'll do this thing for 20 years and say, no, we're not going to go. And then in like 40 years, we're going to start this shit again.
Yeah, but as a consolation prize, there'll be a new edition of Doom released.
Must be a bummer for you, Solaris, knowing that that's all fake. Space is fake. That shit doesn't happen.
Yeah, he signs up for things he knows he's not gonna go on. Like, yeah, no, he didn't get to go, and so now after the fact he's like, yeah, I knew it the whole time. I
was gonna say I knew it the whole time. Yeah, I knew it the whole time. That's why I signed up for it. That's why I signed up and paid my $500 entry fee.
He was so hoping they'd pick him. Like, my dream, I want to go to outer space.
Hey, Solaris, can you tell us why one of the finalists for that Mars One thing says you can't see Kerr from ISS?
Ouch, that hurts. Maybe the Earth is flat.
Who's one of the final three?
Solaris. Maybe the Earth is flat. Think about it.
To take pictures of it. It's just flat and gorgeous to see.
So maybe the astronaut Chris Hadfield was right when he said the view from the ISS was just flat and gorgeous to see?
Hi guys.
Hello.
How's it going? Is this the Flat Earth Discord server?
That's right. Yep. Have you heard about the flat Earth?
Yet. Wait, are you guys trans supporting?
What?
Are you guys trans supporting?
I'm not understanding what you're saying. I'm sorry.
Individually, no.
Oh, wait, that's kind of transphobic.
I'm so scared.
Also, guess what? Nobody cares. It's not the topic of this room. So talk about the topic of this room. Otherwise, we're going to be banned supporting.
Overlord. Yes, AI Overlord. I love AI. I'm actually a robot theist.
I know. Bow down.
Yes, I love AI. I'm being so for real. I'm actually a robot theist though. I do think that AI is the closest thing that we have to like a god right now. So yeah.
Do you identify as AI?
No. Identifying as AI would be blasphemy.
What the fuck is going on?
Perfect. So now that we've established the ground rules, hold on, friends. Now that we've established the ground rules, as your superior, I'm here to tell you the Earth is flat. So just accept it and be done with it.
Okay.
Are you intelligence phobic?
Am I what?
Are you intelligence phobic?
No, why would I be intelligence phobic? I love intelligence. Whatever the AI overlord says, I will follow. If you don't believe in that, you're just like weird, you know? Like, I see people and like they don't even know how to live their lives, and it's like just at ChatGPT, just like that's what I do every day. I go on Dolly AI and I'm like, how should I do my makeup? And then I'm like, okay.
Nick, do you think you live on a globe?
No, I actually think we live on a flat Earth.
Okay.
Are you being for real right now?
Yeah, I did a lot of research, especially like the curvature of the Earth. Like people always say like, oh, you can see it, but like last time I checked, if I were to go to the beach, I don't see shit. It's not curving for nothing. And it's not even that. It's like scientific research that proves the fact that the Earth is like within itself wrong. Like it's not just the curvature, it's the way that the Earth is apparently designed to function. It's like not even supposed to work. It contradicts itself. And low key, like I agree. Yeah, I agree. The moon landing had to have been fake.
Yeah, can you tell me why the subject of the Earth being flat makes you so unhappy and hurts your feelings?
No, I said if you guys are transgender supporting.
So not the topic of the room.
No, like I was just wondering because like I
No one gives a shit about that shit.
No, it was just like it was literally just for 1 second. I just like wanted to make sure that you guys like wouldn't hate me on it because like you know like.
Yeah, nobody really cares at the end of the day. Nobody cares what your gender is or what your preferences are.
Okay, wait, that's good. Are you guys like?
So stop talking about it.
Yeah, I just wanted to know. Like honestly,
okay, so
like I just want.
Yep, now you know.
Yeah,
well,
yeah.
now
I'll just stop
And now you know. You don't have to talk about it anymore.
Now I know.
There you go.
Yeah, I'm not gonna talk about it. I'm not gonna talk about it anymore. Thank you. I just wanted to push that out there. You know, but I am a robot.
Quick question: if something measures flat, what is it?
What do you mean if something? Oh,
like the surface of something. If the surface of something measures flat, what is it? The surface.
Okay, well, I don't think the Earth is like perfectly flat. Obviously, there are mountains and like literally, like it's not perfectly flat. I just mean
that's topography for the top of the Earth.
I just quite literally mean like the way that the Earth is made isn't like a globe, and it physically can't be a globe because of scientific research that low key they've been trying to hide from us. And it's like it's so dumb. Like, why can't the government just come out and say it already?
Well, here's the thing, right? Let me set you straight. Is that for flat or globe, there is no science needed to determine flat or globe, and that's a common category error that a lot of people make.
That's because I'm a robo-theist. I just like do my research of ChatGPT. I'm also a Chronicle what's it called? I'm a chronicle centricist maximalist. The only valid opinions are people.
Girl, that sounds like you on too many labels.
No, you're just in a
Yes.
for attention. Your attention is about to end.
No, like my what is about to end? Here, I like posted my
Your
this
attention. You're an attention whore that's in this room to get attention. It's about to end.
What? I'm so confused. AI, what do I do? AI overlord, what do I do?
Yeah, you're about to be unconfused and go LARP in another channel.
No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I'll tell you what to do. I'll tell you.
Yeah, I'll
Stop
do it.
talking and just listen. Just listen.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, there you go. We'll have a discussion, and you enjoy it, and sit there and relish in it. Okay? Problem solved.
Thank you, AI overlord. I love you.
Great advice. Yeah, real nice.
Of course, that means we have to do our part and actually have a conversation.
Okay, what are we going to talk
No,
about?
I was just
You got
enjoying the silence. Sorry.
Yeah, I hear you on that, though.
we've got Sir Iron. Have you guys ever talked to Sir Iron? Hello, Sir Iron.
Oh, wait, can I say something? Because me and Sir Iron are friends. I'm so sorry.
Was he here to support you?
Yeah, he's a globe earther. He doesn't believe the Earth is flat, and I think he left.
No, too bad, because I would have been interested to hear all about his globe ideas.
Yeah, I
Cool
thought it
thing
was like.
I want to believe.
Yeah, I feel like it took me a while to believe like that the Earth was flat too, because it's like my whole life was built upon that idea. So it just felt like somebody is laughing. It just felt like my whole world like tore apart. I don't know. I just felt great when I found out. Yeah, I don't know. Thank you guys for listening though. Like, yeah, can you guys like tell me more and elaborate on it? So like whenever like I'm talking to my globe earther friends, like I have some stuff to refute them because like
Yeah. So this place was created because that's the only way you can have air pressure. So tell them all that. The creator made it.
oh wait, you mean AI made it or the creator? Who's the creator?
No, I'm saying,
A
listen,
creator,
right?
a creator made it.
Yeah. For like everything that exists, there's a creator. There's a creator of Apple and iPhone and all of this stuff. For everything that exists, there is a creator. Right? Is that logical to say?
Yeah, I do think that there's a I think that that's AI. I think like AI needed us to just.
No, you're wrong.
No, can I explain? Can I explain to you my theory? Basically,
No.
like I. Okay. Okay. I feel like it sounds like I'm LARPing.
Yep, it does.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I literally am. I actually am AI.
That was it.
She's literally AI.
Yeah, she said she actually is AI. That's what she said. Yep. Then she got muted. That's a good ending sentence there. Yep, like it.
So the
She brought
baiting
up that-
failed. Yep, gone.
Hold on. She said she might be a lesbian, so she brought that topic up for the third time after being told not to.
Baiting, we already discussed that. Yeah, it was all baiting. I was kind of letting it play out. I had to walk away for a second. Gives a YouTuber something to listen to for a second. I think this SpaceX shit bummed out the Globers because we're getting weird ones now. Not that example, just everybody else. Solaris, he's shouting out God now. Okay, Solaris, you're back to being unmuted again since you don't know. You only talk when other people talk for some reason. It's super weird.
Is Solaris one of those guys that likes to ask you a question and then proceed to talk through the answer?
No, he proceeds to give you your answer. So as you're answering, he's telling you what your answer is while you're saying your answer, but it's often very different.
Oh gosh. That's obnoxious.
So Solaris, you seem like you're a triggered atheist, so was the creator is the universe created by something that's sentient? Because I can prove that. I can prove 100% that the universe was created by something that's sentient. In your own paradigm, in your paradigm, dude, not in mine, in yours. you'd have to confess that the universe is sentient. Because if you think human beings are created by the Big Bang, and human beings can contemplate the Big Bang, that means the Big Bang is contemplating itself, which makes it sentient. His fucking brain's exploding right now. The Big Bang knows it exists, man, because it created human beings that think about it. We're just part of the Big Bang. So part of the Big Bang thinks about the whole Big Bang.
That's good, Indio.
Sentient creator. Yeah, I just proved there's a sentient creator in your own paradigm. Now, you might want to quibble about the details of what that sentient creator is, but you have to admit it has to exist. As soon as you go, what's the universe? If you think you're created by the universe, that would be the universe thinking about itself. Like that, Danny, on that's pretty good. I came with that, like, I don't know, a few months ago, man. I'm like, holy shit, dude, I blew my own mind.
Yeah, I like it. It's good. It's the first time I heard you say that.
Well, it's because one of the like the agnostic or atheist or weirdo arguments, they try to say there's a creator, it's just not sentient. There's a God but doesn't have a personality. Like it's nature or it's the universe. Right? It's one of their like cults to get out of it.
Yeah, yep. Our existence shows that can't be the case.
It took me a while like to realize that their actual beef is the idea of a personal God. And I think it's really grounded in you can't tell me what to do. It's kind of what I think.
Yeah, that's probably true. Yeah, just wanting to be your own God.
Yeah, I think it's the accountability they don't like. They don't like the idea of having to be accountable for their actions, and so it's easier just to like feel good about it, and that solves it.
Well, you heard him before, what he said to me, so that's why it doesn't matter to them. Yuck.
What did he say, Rodwin? Remind me.
He asked me to suck him off.
Oh, that. Oh, gosh. Why'd I ask you to remind me about that? Okay, I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about something else.
Yeah, I didn't want to say it either.
Poor Rodney's like, why is she making me repeat this?
Yes, teacher, why do I have to stand up in the class and tell everybody again?
Well, that escalated quickly.
No, I thought you guys had some deep philosophical discussion that I missed. Okay, all right, I got you.
That's about as deep as it went.
None of us says that, Solaris. Like, you're hallucinating again. Go take your meds.
It's funny he brings up
now he's, like,
religion
arguing
in
with
here.
himself.
It's funny that he's bringing up religion on his own.
Yeah, and he's arguing with himself. Nobody's saying these things. He's just like, if you say this, it's bad. And I'm like, nobody's saying it, though. So who are you talking to? He's like having a fit.
He took when I said the place is created, as in I said there's a magical guy with a beard floating around watching everybody 24/7. That's not what I said. I said place is created. A creator made this place. Things don't just make themselves. Someone has to create things.
Good. That's why I took your bait and I adjusted up a little bit, and I knew he was going to just straight spiral, because that's the reason he's in here. These flat Earth freaking people believe in God. They'll change the world, and everybody will believe in God, and then I won't be able to go to Mars and ban people in the bum. Like, dude, go away. You want to be degenerate? Go away. You don't have to do it in front of us.
Solaris, you did. You started shouting God into the VC. We can replay the tape. The audio recording. I muted you because of it. That's why he's afraid to talk on the microphone. Knows it's being broadcast for everybody to hear him.
And then he's trying to call other people liar when he's been lying left and right and been caught doing it. It's just so funny. So pathetic. Buddy, you still haven't been able to define echo chamber, and we gave you all of the chances to do so. Remember? You spazzed out and gave up trying to talk in VC?
Yeah, it's not an echo chamber. You're here. Oh, and Dogs is here.
Bro, Solaris, you were asked to bring a definition for echo chamber because you claimed we were an echo chamber. You didn't do that, and then you were muted, and you were asked again, and you were told that if you did not bring that, you would be muted again. And so we continued to talk, and then you piped up again, not with the definition, so you got muted again for a couple of seconds. Your inane crying and trying to cope with reality is not helping you. It's just making you look worse. I've been here the whole time. You just don't pay very good attention. You're just not very here. Not paying attention. Come on.
And some of us that may not be in the room are still listening.
Lol, he says I joined the last 15 minutes. He's so retarded. I've literally been talking to him like in the chat for like at least half an hour, maybe an hour.
We used to have a SpaceX rocket scientist that came in here, but he no longer comes in here.
I think I've been here in this chat for like, what, almost 3 hours now?
Oh yeah, I've been here way too long. Wolfgang was trying to get people to come in because there wasn't anybody in here. Yeah, I don't know. And I just stayed here. We started out having a great conversation about clocks. So unlike those people Overlord discussed, I am willing and able to talk to other flat earthers. But I agree with the premise of his, what he was talking about there, that he was offering that as evidence against the echo chamber. It's true, like, I mean, that's really why we're here. I mean, we like talking to each other, but we're here to hear why people think they live on a globe and to explain to them the evidence we've found that contradicts that claim.
Do you remember? I think we spoke at Ladies' Night. Dandelion.
Yes, I remember, dogs. Yes, I remember you.
Well, I've just laid out an argument in the chat, and it's basically the horizon is below eye level at all times. That's just measured true. It can't go above eye level. It can get very close.
Why would it go above eye level? It's at your feet. How your feet are not, your eyes are not on your feet.
Yeah, I fully agree. It was illogical when I saw that Dubé claimed that the horizon always rises to eye level. That it makes sense. Dubé was wrong. I don't say you guys believe that, but Dubé was wrong.
Why are we talking about somebody else then?
Well, it's because it's half of an argument for the globe. The second half is the sun is always above our head, right?
For me, when it's over my house, yeah, it's probably about 8 hours a day right now. The rest,
and then for someone,
trees are blocking it.
For someone who's like 8, 12, 10, whatever hours away from you, the sun is still above. So it doesn't actually like drop in elevation to set, does it?
Sun just moves away.
Yeah, great. So if the horizon's always below our eye line, because it can't go past our eye line, how does the sun go past our eye line when it moves away if it's the exact same phenomena happening? It's just something off in the distance.
Oh, how come you can't see the sun anymore?
No. Why does it drop below our eye level before you can't see it anymore?
That's just imaginary. It's just that you can't see it anymore. And you think it drops because it's so far away. Tiny, 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 tiny. Getting closer and closer in your perspective to the horizon because it's just so far away. Like when a plane flies away from you, it looks like it's going down. It's really not. Is it going to crash into the ground? No. It's just flying away. Isn't that amazing?
Yeah, but how does it cross our eye line if it can't? If the horizon can't cross our eye line because it's below our feet, how does the sun cross our eye line when it's above our heads?
I'm not sure what you mean. If somebody else knows what he means, take it.
So here's what you make like a line, right? And that line is your eye line. It's perpendicular to down, right? 90 degrees to down. And that line, the horizon is never going to go above that line, right? That's true. The sun is always above our heads. How does it go past that line and then set at the horizon, which is below our eye line?
It doesn't.
Well, that's what we see every day. That's what we see in sunset pictures. The sun sets at the horizon, right? At the horizon line, not our eye level, horizon line, which is below our eye level. The only way it could do that is if it was going around a curve. That's the only way to draw it out geometrically. And that's irrefutable proof of the globe. Thank you.
Not curve. There's no Earth curve, but the sun proves the globe. That's not the Earth curve, though.
All you have to do is refute my argument. That's all you got to do, but you can't.
Yeah, the Earth doesn't curve, so you're wrong.
That's a religious belief, not a refutation.
Well, just show us the data of you measuring the sun below eye level.
Yeah, there's plenty of that. MC Toon has a whole list of. But the easiest one is just watch the sunset yourself. The sun sets at the horizon line. You can
Look
just
at the sun.
photos of
So just the sun, and okay, let's look at the sun here. Here's another picture of the sun. You're gonna like this one. It's a big one. Where's that sunset at?
So are you showing something that disproves what I'm saying?
I'm just asking you about how that works on your globe.
It's not disagreeing with anything I say. The sun is setting at the horizon line, right?
Poor guy. Yeah, sunsets have nothing to do with anything. You don't have a curving ground.
Okay, what's your refutation of my claim?
Ground's not curving. You said sunsets
No, that's
mean
a religious
ground is
belief. We just
curved.
went through that.
How is that religion?
Because you've got no evidence of it not curving.
How is measuring something not curving a religion?
What's your measurement?
Well, we'll just use long distance observations. We can just start with that.
Yeah.
We can just figure out what your size Earth is and where things are supposed to drop off. And if we see farther than that, not a globe, or at least it's some gigantic globe that nobody knows the size of anymore.
Yeah, so can you do that? Like, can you actually show those measures in a straw man with a code? It's a simple yes or no.
What, you need to go over the Black Swan for what, this 14,000th time?
Yeah, so what the Black Swan, as you guys claim, is it's a straw man of the globe, right? You guys know that. You've been told that a million times, but you forgot for some reason. See how you go quiet every time you're confronted with something that you
No,
just
it's
don't
not.
have an answer.
It's not a straw man. It's not a straw man.
So what's our claim then for how far we should see, or what the
for all practical purposes?
My phone rang, by the way, so I have to take that.
Yeah, for all practical purposes, you can determine the distance to the horizon based on the geometry of the surface of the Earth, its radius value, and the observer's height. Yep.
Exactly, a straw man.
Yeah. No, that's not a straw man. That's
No, it's
the
a straw
claim.
man. That claim's a straw man.
Claim. That's the claim. You want,
No,
you
that's
want
your
it in
claim.
citation.
My claim.
Yeah, you want it in citation from Washington State University.
It doesn't matter. That's a claim of
Yeah,
one
it does
person.
matter. That's the claim. That's the academic
Oh, I see.
claim.
We're doing the interrupting thing because we're scared, T-dubs? Is that it?
Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah, I'm scared of posting Washington State University citation. Yeah.
What happens when you look up, say, the Earth curve calculator?
No, I don't need to answer your fucking questions, bro.
See, you're nothing. You just crumble every single time we have a conversation. You crumble to pieces. Why are you so fragile, T-dub?
Because you won't answer
Well, I'm not fragile, bro. I'm just not obligated to answer any of your fucking stupid questions.
I did answer it directly.
Well, he's
So
not answering
Washington
yours.
State giving a single citation isn't evidence against the claim of like position, not including things like refraction. That any estimation of that isn't a straw man.
Okay, but there's hundreds of other universities claiming that, dude.
But I'm claiming that if you use a
Don't say it's
proper
a straw
Earth curve
man.
calculator, it is a straw man. Yeah, me and all the other Globies claim that come here and talk to you. We're just doing interrupting. You falling to pieces to India. You're going to flee like last time.
I asked you a question.
No, you're falling to pieces emotionally right here. Right here in real time, you're falling to pieces emotionally.
Yap, as you always do. This is why you get banned.
I'm waiting so that I can actually finish the sentence before you interrupt.
said if you use a proper Earth curve calculator. Well, how do we know we have that?
Oh, very good. So we know we have that because it includes all of the different effects on what we see over distance. Good job. That was a pertinent question.
So your definition of proper.
No, the definition of proper, meaning it includes all the variables necessary to make a true prediction.
So your definition of proper. Dude, you're not...
The definition for proper. The definition.
Okay. So how do we know that is the proper one?
Because it involves all of the different variables that can affect...
You're not telling me how I know that's the proper one, dude.
Because it includes height of the observer, distance, the actual curvature of the Earth, and refractive effects.
Okay, who set those variables as ones required for it to be proper?
Reality did. We just discovered that that's what changes.
Reality did. You're not telling me. Proper is something that human beings decide something is. Human beings decide it. Is this proper? Is this improper? It's a statement about human beings in their mental state, okay? So since you have to use the proper one and you want to qualify your fucking curve calculator with as one that's proper, I want to know, how do you determine which one is proper or not?
Because it includes all the variables in reality. Because it's not subjective.
How do you know that?
Right, so what I'm going to do for you is I want you to list all the variables, and I'll make it for them.
No. Don't let him out of this shit. Does it
How do you know that? That's your question. Do you want me to answer?
No, dude. So
no, you want to talk instead of letting me answer.
The one that you say is proper, does it include turbulence? Does it include total internal reflection? Does it include any of those?
All of those are refractive effects. They're all the path of light being changed due to differences in the atmosphere. So yes, it's included in every single one.
They're included in the curve calculator, the proper one.
Yes.
You're just lying. This is why you get fucking banned. You're just a fucking shameless scumbag.
Post it in here
Fell
so
to
I can
pieces
use it.
You could not deal with the fact that all
Put
of
the
those
calculator in chat.
refractions are included in the calculator.
Go ahead.
So that means it includes all of those lovely things like turbulence and like internal reflection.
There's no
put the calculator in chat.
With turbulence in it, dude.
It's
dumb fucking liar, dude.
See, falling to pieces instantly, India. You've got no argument against it.
You haven't put the calculator in chat yet.
Yeah, I'm busy, so I can't like copy paste. But it's Walter Bisland's Advanced Earth Curve Calculator.
Oh, so just use that one?
You
Oh,
can
that's
find
fine. Yeah, we'll use that.
Yeah, you can find Shane St. Pierre stole
Why are
some
we
of the
looking for
coding
his
for
stuff?
his like
I thought you
azimuthal
said use Walter
precision
Bisland.
or
Which
whatever.
one do you want us to use? You have to pick the right one for us.
Fuck him.
Wait a minute. Isn't this the same guy that says refraction is such that any observation can be explained away?
Yes, he's also the one that said he
Unfalsifiable?
could be schizophrenic. He also said he's the one that could be schizophrenic. So
what he basically conceded there is that in the actual logistical output of the business calculator when it comes to refraction is just effectively increasing the radius of the Earth to lower the hump between point A and point B using the circle segment formula. So when you increase the length of the segment, you decrease the apex of the arc, known as the sagittop. You can see it happen in the graphic, and you can also see that it tells you that that's what it's doing. So what he's trying to say is that the net effect of quote-unquote refractive effects and optical effects is just increasing the radius of the Earth. So thanks for conceding, dude. Dude, that refraction slider goes up to a 60 billion mile radius for the Earth if you need it.
also,
I thought it was 60. Go ahead.
I'm recording him saying there's no hypothesis in science.
Nice. What's your hypothesis? I have the most relevant hypothesis in all of science. It's if astrophysics department, then funding. Although that could change, man. That could change. Are we going to see a domino effect from the SpaceX fallout?
I hope so. It's a great start. Yeah, they don't need to be taking our money.
So, for example, you know, there's always that conversation. Hey, we're going to cut the arts programs and maintain the science programs, right? So you can have that same conversation. Just put different people on different sides of the room. So when they say we're going to cut the art program, you put the astronomy department over there. You put the astrophysics department over there. They're like, wait a minute, we're science. You'd be like, no, you guys ain't science. You're over there.
Yeah, put them in the photography department, the Photoshop wing.
Oh man, I better take off so I can wrap it up at this job site and actually go to bed.
Oh, you're still at the job site. It's pretty late.
Man, I work like 36-hour shifts. Great.
Oh, is that because you're a robot,
Non-stop.
so you don't have to sleep?
Well, I still have to sleep a little bit.
You just go into your Borg regeneration chamber.
The real question is, do bacteria have to sleep? That's a question.
I'm thinking no.
You know what? Bacteria is kind of like a colony organism where they could afford to die off so fast that they don't, like their entire life cycle is awake because it's irrelevant to need to sleep.
Yeah, I think that's right.
Who else is like that? Like, aren't some mosquitoes, flies like that too? Where they live so short, it's like their entire life is just wake up, find food, find a babe, have a baby, die.
Yeah, like that lasts just a day. That's right. I try to think of every day on the earth being a new day for me, but I don't know. It's hard to do. I don't usually succeed. Sometimes I do for a short period of time.
All right, well, good night. I'll check y'all later.
Okay. Bye-bye. That's interesting what you got there, Rodwin. Yeah. There have been, so many people through the years talking to people. And some of those conversations got through the noise. Hello, Grotesque. Did you have a question about the flat Earth?
I bet Rolling My Boulder wants to talk. Boulder usually wants to talk. He just doesn't want to talk to me.
Oh, he doesn't want to talk to you. Why is that?
Oh, because I cooked the shit out of him when he was trying to tell me that air under airplane wings is totally viable, totally reasonable when I asked him for gas pressure without a container. It was full cope.
Yeah, that's pretty weird.
That's right, Boulder. I didn't forget. I didn't forget the dumb things that you said.
Yeah, he used to talk a lot. I haven't heard him in recent times, but I used to talk to him a lot in the past.
I mean, I don't know what it is, but Boulder does not last long before he is wigging out, cussing, spiraling, all of it.
Huh, maybe they got a new actor to play Rolling My Boulder. That's not how I remember him, but you know, people change. Percent's definitely very different than he used to be also.
Yeah, I think the wigging out happens more in the text chat than it does in the VC. It's really weird. He's got this like split personality. And Raiden just walked in. Hello, Raiden.
Hi. Is that Jenna?
It is.
How are you doing tonight?
Doing good, man. I'm still a Glober's worst nightmare.
Are you? That's good.
I am. I am.
At least you stayed true to form. You know, Ashley, I'm glad I talked to you. I had a question for you.
Oh, really?
Yeah, about a month ago, I was scouring the Flat Earth Archive recording because I was Scott Banky had asked me to look for something, and I came across you talking to someone about your lifestyle, and I wanted to know if it was true.
That I travel around and work all over the place. Yeah.
Yeah, like a transient kind of. Was that true?
Not really. I travel on my own, but I end up seeing a lot of the same people, place to place.
That's interesting. What I wanted to ask you was: is it rough or is it easy?
I don't know. I consider it to be pretty easy. You know, I roll up to a place, I set up a spot. I don't have rent. I don't have utilities. I don't have car payments and all that excessive expenses. So
You know, I actually admire people who can do that because I would imagine it takes a lot of discipline. Oh.
yeah, it does. You know, to a certain extent. Yeah, you know, I roll up to a spot and you know, park the bus and make my money, and you know, I have a good time. And you know, I really, yeah. I mean, I can work for 2 days and make nearly $600.
Kilometers, and they're hitting their targets consistently. We've had all kinds of people, right, go out and do extremely professionally done tests to try to find the curvature. So we can't find it, and then when we go looking, from the globe side, right? Throughout all of history, who has actually measured the Earth to be a globe empirically? We don't find anything. We just get basically like calculations and things like that based off assumptions, not actual empirical evidence, not practical demonstrations, just explanations.
That is unimaginable.
The stuff like what we're claiming is exactly what everyone experiences in reality all the time, right? Like they're claiming crazy things. We're not claiming crazy things, right? They tell you crazy things like it rains. Dude, they tell you in space it rains diamonds on Uranus and Neptune, right? And all sorts of crazy space stories that people just blindly believe. We're not making any crazy claims. We're saying water needs a container. Water is flat on the surface, right? The Earth, there's no evidence that the Earth is anything other than stationary. We see the sun move across the sky, right? These aren't crazy claims. This is what everyone experiences.
Bro, it's like 3 a.m. in China right now. I'm just thinking I'm dreaming. I'm dreaming of meeting you guys. Wow. I cannot believe it all. I'm
It's
gonna
all
take
good,
a
bro.
sleep. I'm gonna take a rest.
Yeah.
Bro.
Hey, I appreciate you listening and asking questions and having a chat with us. Come back anytime, man. I appreciate you coming past.
Yeah, I appreciate you.
All right, man. Well, have a good night.
For talking with me for that long time. I appreciate it. So good night, and I'm gonna sleep right now. I'm really tired. Sorry.
But yeah, not a problem. Okay, good night.
Yeah.
That would have destroyed her.
I agree. Yeah, my grandmother told me very close to the end of her life about her miscarriages, and he called her the baby the whole time and still cried about it. So she had those miscarriages in the 60s.
Right. So it's not something that we can test, right? But it's kind of like a good analogy is we have a steak, we have a beef steak, right? So therefore there has to be a cow, right? There has to have been a cow to create the beef steak, right? Logically, we have gas pressure, right? And in all examples of gas pressure, a container is required. It's in the formulas, it's in all the practical demonstrations, right? So we have the stake, there has to be a cow, but we're small, right? This place is big, we can only get so high, we can only test so much, right? So rather than starting to speculate about things we can't back up, we just know that we have gas pressure. And that's like the axiom here, right? If someone wants to prove that you can actually have gas pressure without a container, right? That gravity does exist and that the gravity does affect gas particle movement, right? Then that's on them to demonstrate, but they can't do it.
Right. Yeah. Now, this would go more towards like you know, a speculation Sunday kind of thing. And if it is the case that the Earth has air pressure due to some type of physical containment, would it then, if not necessarily follow, but would it like necessarily have to be the case that this containment cannot be something that is like infinitely expanding like above us somewhere, that it actually would have to like in order to like truly make an enclosed system, that this containment would have to like somehow in one way or another like touch down on the surface of the earth, the ground somewhere at some point. Is that reasonable to say?
It would be reasonable to assume that would be the way it would work, but I think that there could be something beyond our comprehension when it comes to the sky and how the sky works, what the medium is, what's actually going on up there, especially with like the electricity and unknown factors, right? We can't say for sure because it could be something way beyond what we know. But yeah, like logically, like as far as we can tell, you would have to have a solid container, right, to be able to have gas pressure. That's as far as we can test, but we don't know exactly how the entire system works. So we wouldn't want to claim that there's 100% is a big container that touches down somewhere on the ground. We really don't know how it works. That's just my opinion.
Right. No, I got you. That makes sense. Oh, yeah, it's interesting stuff, man.
Like if you start looking into crazy stuff like superfluids and stuff like that, it starts like blowing your mind and you start thinking of all sorts of different speculations about what might be up there and how it might work and what is there beyond even superfluid and things we just don't know. So, because we see a lot of crazy stuff in the sky. Like, what are those things? We see those freaking, looks like there's octopus tentacles coming out of the sky for a second, and then we got ball lightning and shooting stars. Like, what the hell is shooting stars? There's just so much craziness up there. I think it's just beyond our current comprehension what's really going on.
Right. Which actually reminds me, like no, I don't. At least I haven't come across one. I'm unaware of any flat earther that ever. And I know, like especially the 24/7 crew. They're very careful about the positive claims that they make. Because if we couldn't demonstrate it, then they're like it wouldn't be a reasonable thing to do. When it comes like if the Earth is like this stationary plane, and it's the sun, moon, and stars that are actually the things that are in motion. If someone was to ask you, okay, well, what is the mechanism by which they are in motion? Would you have an answer for that, or is that sort of like up to speculation or like unknown at this point?
Yeah, you're right. It's just up to speculation at this point. We don't know what the sun is. We don't know what the moon is. We don't know how it works. We don't know the size. We don't know the medium. We don't know the material. Like, so many unknowns, it would be disingenuous to make positive claims about things in the sky like that. Sure, we could speculate, but I mean, would just be pure speculation.
Would it be inappropriate to say, like, given our lack of knowledge in that area as it pertains to celestial phenomena, like the sun moving across the sky, would it be inappropriate to say it is a supernatural mechanism?
I'm not sure what I'd classify it as. I don't know. What do you mean by supernatural?
Well, I guess maybe it's like in one sense, supernatural is like technically defined as something that is beyond scientific understanding or demonstration, or in the other sense, supernatural means like it's something that is actually somehow the direct result of the divine, like a god or something like this.
Oh yeah, I wouldn't have a clue. I mean, then you'd start trying to define what is a god and all that sort of thing. But I mean, it's just an unknown. It's just something we don't know what it is. I mean, just keep it simple. We can't validate what it is. We can observe what it does, but it's like apparent, right? That's what we can confirm. The sun that we see is apparent, right? Stars and everything, the way that we see them, right? They appear in apparent locations, but they do take, they move in cycles. It's like the sky's an amazing clock, and we don't know exactly how it works, but yeah, I mean, you could just speculate all day long about that and could be completely wrong with every single speculation. So
yeah, it is interesting. Yeah, go ahead.
Like
Sorry.
India was saying, like explanations are just horseshit at the end of the day. It's just explanations just aren't proof, right? Even if you can come up with an awesome explanation for it that just like rings with everyone that hears it, they're like, damn, I didn't think of that. That makes so much sense. Could be just complete horse shit.
Right. It is interesting to note that the book of First Enoch seems to give an explanation as to what is well. It actually, to be fair, it actually doesn't give a mechanism, but it just talks about this idea about like how the sun and moon go through like these gates, and that may be what's like causing like these different type of like revolutions in their circumference above the flat Earth, and that kind of thing. But I was gonna, gosh, I had something else in mind, but I kind of lost it. Oh, okay, wait. So how about So how would you respond to a Glober who says, "Oh, well, then if you can't actually produce a model, right, that can like explain all these different phenomena in the universe, then flat Earth is no good, right?" Like, how would you kind of respond to something like that?
Yeah, I mean, their quote unquote model just falls flat on its head, right? Just straight away, right? Just with the curvature claim, right? So just because of that, you can just throw the whole thing out. Like the radius, like it's just, I mean, you can model anything, really. I mean, you can model Superman, how Superman flies and blah, 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 and then write out all the math for it. But it doesn't match reality, right? So they have like what they want us to replace their horseshit model with some other model. Like falsification is independent of replacement, right? So their model is ridiculous, right? I mean, do they really even have a model? Like they don't even, most of the time they don't even know what they're talking about when they say model. What, a scientific model that's being tested, to prove that it actually matches reality, or are they talking about a desktop globe? Is that their model? Right? Half of the people we say, show us your model, right? They'll show us a desktop globe. Like, you think that's a scientific model? It's a flat map glued onto a paper mache ball. It's, it doesn't match reality anyway. I mean, they don't really have a model that works.
Yeah, I see. Yeah, so it is kind of hypocritical on their part to sort of try to demand us for one if they don't even have a working one themselves. Yeah.
Yeah, man. When we hit them up for their model, it's like, all right, you got a model and you want to mock us for not having a model, right? They'll say, oh, this doesn't work on the flat Earth model. And we'll say, oh, we don't have a model. And they're like, you don't have a model? And we'll be like, all right, post your model. And then they're like, oh, and then they're like, yeah, I could do it. I'm like, well, do it then, right? And then they'll start like trying to look it up on the internet, and they'll post dumb things like timeanddate.com. or something like that, or they'll post like Google Maps. They'll be like, this is the globe Earth model. It's googlemaps.com or timeanddate.com. And it's like, dude, that isn't a model. Like, confirming that you don't know what you're talking about when you say the word model. Like, what is their model? Like, where is it? And then, is it just a scientific model? Where's the experiments? Where's the tests that validate the model is actually matches reality? Long distance observations, laser tests, and whatnot just completely destroy their radius claims, curvature claims. And then they'll start waffling on saying the word refraction, and then easily just expose their lack of knowledge about refraction as well. They think they have escape words, right? Long distance observations, they just think they can just say the word refraction and everything's okay.
So refraction recently has seemed to be like their sort of like ad hoc rescue device. Like, it used to be like gravity for the longest time. You just sort of like blurt that out as this like magical one-word answer to everything that it can't actually be explained. And then they started going to refraction, and like invoking insane amounts of it that probably
but they failed to mention it at first.
Yeah,
it's like they'll say, "Oh, just look at a boat going over a horizon." Oh, what about this one? Didn't go over it. Oh, refraction.
Yeah, they make a mockery of the word refraction. When they as soon as they say refraction, they're kind of shooting themselves in the foot, but they don't really know it.
Yeah, and you mentioned laser tests. I cited one like it was like from Taboo Conspiracy. I'm sure as you guys know, it's like a one-stop hub for all these sort of different types of long distance observations. So one time I cited one of like these laser tests that was done over like a body of water, like a lake, I think it was, and it was like over the distance of like over 23 miles, and surely given the the observer height and from where the laser was shot and this kind of thing, according to the radius value that the globe gives us, I don't remember exactly what it was, and I'm terrible at math, but the laser obviously should have been hidden by a significant amount of the physical obstruction of Earth's curvature, right? And so when I showed some globers this, they said, "Oh, well, did you take?" Of course they invoked refraction, but the other one, specifically when it comes to lasers, they said, "Did you take into account, like, I forget the actual term for it, but apparently it's this idea that the laser, if as it shines over a greater distance, the laser itself will expand from being like this small like focus point to like actually expanding like a great distance across the air, if you will, and no longer be observed as like this single little dot." Did you guys know what I'm talking about? Like, they actually like say that.
Yeah, over distance, it spreads out a bit, right? And that's why people use very powerful lasers. But it even says in the manuals how much they spread out over a particular distance. It's not going to help the laser bend around 300 foot of curvature.
So when you get to the back end of the laser, and at the front end it's say an inch wide, and at the back end it's 9 foot wide, you measure across 9 foot and go, I wonder what half of 9 foot is. And you find the center of that, and that's the center of your laser.
Yep.
That's it.
Okay, so is there? Do you guys remember the term? I remember them bringing up this term that's specific for this, but I mean, is there, depending on like the strength of the laser or whatever it is, like whatever specifications, is there actually a limit to how wide like the laser can actually expand so that it's like observable over a long distance?
There's actually a device they put on the end of the laser, was a collimator, to help refocus the beam to stop that spreading, or you can't stop it, but to allow that to stay more focused over a longer range. It's basically just lenses to realign the laser. That's all.
Yeah, I mean, if you've got the laser, like it's going to diverge, right? The beam's going to diverge over distance a little bit. It really varies depending on which model of laser you're using and a whole bunch of different factors. But I mean, if there should be 300 foot of obstruction between point A and point B, right? It doesn't matter just because the beam diverges. It doesn't mean that you should still be able to see the beam over like a 25-story building.
Yeah.
Like people are looking back at the source of the laser, right? So someone will be holding the laser at point A, right? And then the observer will be at point B, like 30 miles away, right? And they'll be able to see the source, like the point source of the laser, right? Even in the Taboo Conspiracy one, you can see it reflecting off the water as well. Maybe it's this one in the side chat here. It's the Great Salt Lake in Utah.
Hello, everyone.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a good one. It's actually got a really good black swan long distance observation in it, that one.
So you're saying, like, when we see that like flash of green there from across the lake, that's actually the very source point of the laser, as opposed to it possibly being like some like diverging light rays that are coming from underneath, like the curvature of the Earth somewhere.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly about that, but there's a better point in the video where you can see the person, like it looks like you can see the source, right? Because you can see it kind of reflecting off the water just in front of the guy, right? I'll just try to find a screenshot and post it in the side chat.
So if you punch that 28.6 miles into an Earth curve calculator as the target distance, and I've just chucked in 8 foot as the observer height, and I think they're a bit lower than that. Horizon distance, 3.4 miles. Target hidden height, 421 feet. So let's just say that beam diverges. It opens out to 20 feet wide. Now that's a freaking big dot. 10 foot offset, and you're supposed to be 421 feet in the air. So that just shows, even with the divergent light, with a 20-foot circle, you're still nowhere near your 421 feet. So, like, if the circle at the end was, say, 500 foot across, you'd sort of sit back and go, you know what, maybe the ball tard's looking pretty good, but yeah, they're not that big. That's why they refocused. And like he said, the fact that you can see that green dot there, you shouldn't be able to. You should have to, if the dot where they're pointing the laser from was 8 foot in the air, you should have to be 421 feet in the air minimum just to look at it.
Right. Yeah, I mean, if you're saying there is going to be a limit to how far that, from that source point of the laser, that it diverges, that there's like a cap of like 20 feet or whatever it is, then yeah, I can see how they can't no longer appeal to that argument as to why it would be visible over the physical obstruction of Earth's curvature. So
over a short run. Sorry, DJ.
No, you're right. You go ahead, man.
I was going to say, if it was over a short range and they weren't refocusing the beam, and it had a very, like, extremely wide spread on it. So say it was only over a mile, and your beam was 15, 20 feet at a mile, and that was outside of your tolerance, so your tolerance at the other end was only 15 foot. I could get that they're saying, oh, maybe you were standing at the bottom of the dot, maybe you were standing at the top of the dot at the receiving end, which could throw your measurements out. But when you start looking at long-range stuff like that, there's no way. That's the problem.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But I think the long-distance observations are the best to go with, challenging the geometric horizon and the drop over distance. The long-distance observations absolutely destroy their globe, in my opinion.
I think so too.
The black swans in particular, right? Because we're seeing a distinct horizon over 10 times further away than what it should be on a globe. There is no type of, even in their paradigm, right? If we grant them, right, atmospheric refraction and the effects that go along with it, the different types of atmospheric refraction in the form of all the different mirages, right? Even if we grant them that,
watching movies on the table when I went away for doing my first.
Okay, big vegan, whatever your name is, please turn your camera off.
Oh, yeah, he doesn't turn it off usually when you ask. But yeah, they don't have an explanation, even in their own paradigm, that can explain why we're seeing the horizon 10 times further away and behind the oil platforms.
Well, I'm sure as you guys have heard, since the black swan is something that has circulated these conversations for quite a while now. They'll say, "Oh, well, no. The reason why we can see the black swan on days like that, and like a horizon behind where, or a horizon further out than what the globe model would predict a geometric horizon would be, is in fact, of course, due to refraction, and like a higher level of it. And then, of course, they'll show you like the other picture where they'll say, oh, look, but here's what happens when there's less refraction in the air. The horizon is actually obstructing like a good amount of that oil rig in the back.
Actually, what they've told you is the complete opposite. Yep. So if you go and have a look at that stupid W.WS clown show site, this is the problem. If we can eliminate refraction, why is it when we do eliminate refraction, we see even further again? So you can go out and grab yourself an infrared camera. Some of them are cheap. Some of them just got filters on them. And because of the light spectrum it uses, it actually reduces refraction. And here's the kicker. We actually do see further. So on your side, on the globe, I won't say your side, on the globe side, the argument is refraction is the device or the mechanism that's allowing us to see further. And here we have this tooling, which is removing and or reducing refraction, and we're seeing further. So that tells me refraction is not the reason why we're seeing further. So, and if you really want a good example of this, Jay Tolan Media on YouTube, go and check his long-range videos out. He actually gets up in planes and with the infrared cameras films long range. I think he's up to 1,400 miles, I think it is. So that's some crazy long-range stuff. Everyone will go, refraction. But yeah, when you start
they don't know what
talking those distances, not possible.
Mm-hmm.
They're also completely misusing the term refraction. Right, they don't understand what they're saying when they're talking about it. So even in the globe paradigm, right, they have atmospheric refraction, and mirages are a form of atmospheric refraction, right? And we have sinking, looming, right? That's the opposite of each other, right? And then we got stooping and towering, right? And inferior mirages, superior mirages, right? These are all, according to the globe model, caused by vertical temperature gradient differences and temperature differences. So basically, when you have cooler air, the gas particles are more compacted, right? So you have a higher refractive index, so the light travels slower through that than the warmer air layer, where it will travel faster through, because when you have warmer temperatures, the gas particles are more separated. Right, so depending on whether you have a layer of warmer air or cooler air closer to the surface, you could have the complete opposite effect, being sinking or looming. Okay, so they're like cherry picking when they say refraction. They most of them don't even know what sinking is, right? And when you have a look at that black swan, where you can see the horizon closer, right? That's textbook definition sinking right there, right? Usually happens on a clear day. Makes the horizon appear much closer than it would normally appear when you don't have that effect taking place, right? And makes things that would normally be visible on the horizon look like they've sunk behind the horizon, right? It's textbook definition, right? So they're cherry picking their refraction claims because they don't really know anything about what they're talking about when they say refraction. So refraction's actually their worst nightmare when they bring that up. They don't really have a leg to stand on when they say that.
Yeah. Was it? Yeah. Banhammer made a great point about the whole, using infrared cameras that sort of like cuts through any sort of refractive index or whatever that you can actually see further. But okay, and it is from what you're saying, it does seem to be an important thing to be able to distinguish between the different types of refraction. Sinking, looming, and whatever other ones there are. But what I think you said it, but remind me, what exactly are the conditions that need to be there for a sinking type of refraction to occur?
It would be when you have a layer of warmer air closer to the surface, right, which has a lower refractive index, and then a layer of cooler air above the warmer air. So,
okay.
Yeah, so you have it's like a inverted temperature gradient, and it makes things appear like they've sunk, right? It's a less extreme version of an inferior mirage, right? An inferior mirage is when you have a much harsher gradient. For example, a bitumen road or a concrete path with hot sun blazing on it, right? You have very, very warm air close to the surface. So as you go down, you'll see total internal reflection taking place, and you'll see a mirroring effect. Yeah, I've got a really good image of that here, which I'll post, right? And it'll look like people are like cut off. Like you'll see someone walking down the road and you'll only be able to see their upper torso, right? And then in front of them, it will kind of look like a mirror, right? And that's where the total internal reflection's taking place, and that's called an inferior mirage, right? And you can replicate it over and over and over again on a hot surface, on a hot flat surface, on a small or large scale, right? You can get that inferior mirage effect. It makes things look like they're hidden behind a little, what looks like a puddle or a lake or a mirror type thing, right? That's the total internal reflection. Sinking is a less extreme version of that, where you don't get the total internal reflection effect. You don't get that mirroring effect, right? You just have a slightly warmer layer of air at the bottom and a slightly cooler layer of air above it, and it just makes things look like they're much lower than what they would normally be. And something that would be visible on the horizon looks like it's behind the horizon. It usually happens on a clear day, early in the morning, late in the afternoon, and it also makes the horizon look closer than what it normally kills their boat over the horizon argument big time.
Right. Now,
pop a bunch of citations for that in the chat if you want.
Oh, are you posting somewhere else besides the actual chat for the VC here?
Yeah. I'm not posting anywhere else, but I haven't posted anything yet.
Oh, okay. I forget their reasoning, but I've some some glober I used to talk to would always say, like, if I was to invoke something like sinking refraction, when they would show us things like, boats, quote unquote, going over the, going over the horizon, sinking below, whatever, due to Earth curvature, from their claim. And I invoked sinking refraction as an like an alternative explanation instead. They would say something along the lines like, that warmer layer of air existing below, like a colder one above it, is in fact like so rare that it rarely occurs, and so due to its rarity, it's not like a sufficient explanation, because like it doesn't typically occur.
Yeah, well, the thing is, it does happen all the time, right? Inferior mirages and sinking are extremely common. So ask them where they're getting their evidence when they're saying it rarely occurs, right? Because all that has to happen, right? This is where it happens. Usually you can see it, right, during the night or early in the morning, right? Obviously, you're going to do your observations during the day, so early morning or late afternoon. But what happens is it depends on like the water temperature in the location that you're in, right? And the ambient air temperature, right? So usually the ambient air, like just say you've got 20-degree water, right? Celsius, 20 degrees Celsius water. And you've got, say, 30-degree air during the day, ambient temperature, right? You're not going to have that sinking effect during the day, because the warmer air, right? The air just above the surface of the water is going to be cooled down a little bit by the water, right? So you're going to have like a bit of a looming effect, right? That's what they call, I guess they do call it standard refraction sometimes, because that's what you'll generally see during the day. But early in the morning, right? Because all night, like, you get much lower temperatures during the night. So that ambient temperature during the day might be 30, but it might go down to like 15 or 12 or something during the night. Right, so early in the morning, it's still quite cold, right? The ambient temperature of the air is cold. So it could be like 15 degrees early in the morning, the ambient air temperature, right? But the water is 20 degrees, right? So you're going to have a difference, right? You're going to have a warmer layer of air just above the surface of the water, and then you're going to have a slightly cooler layer of air above it, right? Which is the ambient air. And that's when you're going to have this sinking effect. Right, it's slight, and that's why you're not getting the inferior mirage, because it's not a huge, vast change. If you know what I mean, it's not like an extreme change where you like a hot footpath, where you get that extreme inferior mirage. It's just like it's sinking, right? It's great. It's just a small change, and then you'll notice if you do a time lapse, right, later on in the day, the ambient air temperature will warm up, right, and then you'll get an inverted effect. I can show you an exact example of that, because we've got a time lapse here. I'll just pull it up, right? So this is like a big giant boat, and it's anchored out in the ocean, right? So the boat doesn't move, but someone films the boat in the morning, right? And in the morning, it looks like the boat's hidden behind the horizon, right? Drastically, right? And you see all of those stereotypical sinking effects taking place. You see the horizon looks way closer than what it would normally look like. Very extreme, like half the ship or more than half the ship looks like it's missing behind the horizon. And that's at like 9 o'clock in the morning. And then you'll see as he keeps filming the ship, like 4 hours later, you can see the entire ship again. It's not behind the horizon anymore. Right? You actually have like an inversion a few hours later, and you get like a little bit of an inferior mirage like effect. 1 second, I'll just find it. Is it? Right, so this is some screenshots from a video. I'll post the video too. Right, so here's 9:30 in the morning. Right, we have what looks like a sinking effect taking place. Right, and I look, I do also want to mention when I'm like talking about these effects. Right, this is what the mainstream claims, right? And there is a lot of issues with these claims. They can't model it, and there's a lot of people that argue against it, that they don't exactly know that this is exactly how it's happening, right? This is what they're claiming, right? And this is what all the citations will also say. So look, 9:30 in the morning, looks like the ship's over the horizon, right? So the globes could show that footage and say, look, it's behind the horizon, right? But this is like 4 hours later. The boat hasn't moved, it's still anchored, and you can see the entire ship now, right? And we actually have a little bit of a stooping effect, right? It's like compressed now. It's compressed. Right, so I'll post the full video that those are taken from.
Oh, okay, because I was going to say, I mean, those two pictures look like drastically different. It almost looks like I'm not even looking at the same thing.
Yep. Yeah, I'm just uploading the video that's taken from now.
Okay. And
Yeah,
what is?
I mean, it's hard to model these types of things because you can have pockets of air like at different distances, right? And also at like that's why we get like when we see these mirages, we see so many different crazy effects taking place because at like 2 miles, you could have a completely different temperature like gradient than at 4 miles, right? And then you've got like a soup of all these different mirage effects taking place. So it does become really, really difficult to know exactly what's going on, right? It can be like a combination of different effects all blending together to make like something crazy, right? That's why you see all sorts of really, really crazy, different, weird mirages. It's hard to say, oh, this is this particular effect, this is another particular effect, but you know, you can recreate like the inferior mirage very easily. You know, it makes sense, right? The warmer air is closer to the ground where the concrete or whatnot's heated up, right? And then when you go down low to the surface, right, you have the inferior mirage. It'll look like people are hidden and things like that, waist up, and you get that mirroring effect, which is the total internal reflection, right, where that light coming from that particular part of ground is completely missing your eyes, and it creates like this like mirror. So yeah, it's interesting. It gets really complicated the more I look into it, but yeah, it's really, really interesting topic.
Yeah, I'm looking at the little clip that you posted now. Okay, so whoa, I just got the last part of it. I see. So the part in the beginning that was missing seemed to be like sure, like I guess some of the bottom of it, but also a big chunk was like sort of like the back half of it that is like lower in like height or whatever in the structure of the actual ship or whatever that thing is.
Yeah, a lot of the times you'll get like a particular type of effect down low, and then up a little bit higher you'll get like another different type of mirage, right? So you've got a whole bunch of different things happening in the one scene, right? You might have some compression in the bottom half of the object you're looking at, and then you'll have that's called stooping, right? It'll look like it's thinner, like compressed, and then in the top half of the object you'll have like a towering effect, which is the opposite, and so the top half might look like it's stretched out, right? And that's when you start getting all warpy looking images.
So, okay. So what is it exactly you think happened, over the course of time that allowed the observer to see the entirety of this ship as opposed to how it was before being like apparently obstructed by the horizon? Like what atmospheric conditions actually changed for this to occur?
The ambient temperature of the air. Right, this is just my opinion, by the way, but it does kind of match up.
Can I interject real quick before you move on? Because
yeah, sure.
Because he said something. He was like, it seems to me you presume that like every time you go to the beach, you're going to see a ship go over the horizon, and that is the common event, in that seeing the ship is uncommon. It's actually the reverse of that.
Yeah, absolutely. Yep.
It's a rare event to see a ship cut off.
Yeah, I grew up on the east coast of Australia and always surfing and fishing, and we have tons of giant cruise ships and fishing boats going out. I was always watching them, man. I never ever saw this like ship like disappearing behind the horizon like that, unless there was.
I also live by and I live by the ocean, and I've never seen it a single time.
I've seen photography of it. I've never seen it with my eyes. Never seen it like through long distance optics. You know.
Well, you'd think, right? There is a handful on the internet, YouTube, but there's so many ships and so many people filming ships. There should be tens of thousands of videos of it.
Yeah, and nearly every time they do show us an example, there's either some crazy like ocean swell, or there's clear mirroring at the surface layer right between the horizon and the bottom of the boat, and you'll see like a mirroring effect taking place nearly every
almost
time.
literally every time. And the only time I haven't seen that, so the one thing you can't, I do notice in almost all the videos, is that if you look at the water, like the sea, how the water's behaving, you'll see that the waves are really choppy, and they appear to be flowing like in a direction. Like that's like one of the but when the water's calm, right, and like glass, you never see it. I you never see that visual. At least I've never seen it. It's always choppy water, windy, something's going on.
I'll show you his parent bottom-up obstruction from view in a density gradient with actual refraction. All right, here we go. Thanks, Action Labs.
I also have to say, DJ, dude, you're doing, like, I was listening on YouTube, man, you're fucking killing it. Like, seriously, I'm super impressed.
There you go, there's your sugar water. Sugar water gradient.
Not that you need my validation, I'm just saying, dude, just listening, like, I'm clipping this shit, dude, and I'm uploading it to the podcast, dude, because you explained it very, very well, like, almost idiot-proof.
I'd second that. Did really, really well. Been listening for the last 15 minutes, man. You're killing it, like Indio said.
Yeah, bro. Well, let's get verification. Rebel, do you like this? Have you understood like everything he said to you? Because like this topic is hard to like talk about. Because like a lot of the stuff, like how do you verbalize a visual phenomenon? It's a difficult topic to like get your point across. So have you understood what he said?
Absolutely.
Yeah, for the most part, and I think it's sort of will sort of encourage me to learn more about the different types of refraction that there are. And so the next time a Glober just simply invokes refraction in like this generic sense, I'll try to be more diligent about being specific about what type of refraction that they are appealing to. So I think that's helpful. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you can get deeper into it. There's other indications that what they think is going on ain't going on. So there's like other optical phenomena that we would see if there was refraction that we don't see. And that we do see like astronomically, right? So there's this thing called dispersion, right? I'm sure you've seen a prism and how a prism creates a rainbow. And the way it creates a rainbow is that each color, so refraction has a wavelength dependency. So each wavelength of the white, so it goes in as white light. The white light's composed of individual wavelengths, and they take a different path because they have a different travel time through the prism. So when they end up coming out, they're spatially separated, and you see a rainbow. And this happens in all lenses, right? So when they design lenses, they have to compensate for this. In lens design, it's called chromatic aberration. So what you would see is like rainbow fringing on, like if you took a picture of, say, a dog, right? Around the dog would be this like rainbow fringing around the outline of the dog. And we also see it astronomically, right? You take a picture, they make correctors for telescopes, take a picture, say, Saturn. And the top of Saturn will be red and the bottom of it will be blue. And they have a corrector. So it's actually two different images that are superimposed. You see a blue image and a red image that are superimposed, and the reason is because the blue and the red are separated.
Yeah, Ludwig took moon photography the other night with his telescope and posted it in the side chat, and that's exactly what was happening. There was red at the top and blue at the bottom. Red on one side and blue on the bottom, I think. Yeah. You see that GIF in the side chat I posted? That's from Action Lab. So he set up a tank of sugar water, and he was demonstrating the bending of light in sugar water. But he also talked about total internal refraction that occurs in a tank of sugar water, right? Total internal reflection. And he says, so what I put there is right at the end of his video, where he puts this metal ball or something at one end, and he gets the other end, and then he lowers the camera down. And you see the metal ball appear to disappear on a flat surface. And not only that, it makes the surface look curved, the flat surface, it looks curved. So I thought that was interesting. There's their fucking sugar water making something appear to disappear bottom up.
Yeah, just let me finish what I was saying. So, if there was like this extreme refraction thing going on, that's being lifted up over the horizon. The bottom. But we don't observe this, even though we do observe it with astronomical objects, right? And this isn't like an optional thing where like it's a weird effect. They are intrinsically linked to each other. Like wavelength and refraction, they go together. You can't have one without the other. So the fact we don't observe this when they're saying there's extreme refraction happening and we don't see any of this chromatic aberration, that's an indicator that it's not happening. And that it's just a cope, right? Refraction is just a cope for these guys. Like, what else are they going to say? Oh, yeah, it's flat. They're never going to say that, so they have to they'll say anything. It's like desperation, dude. But anyway, sorry to interrupt you, DJ, dude. Carry on.
No, appreciate it. No, appreciate the feedback. Yep, I'm just learning about it, learning more and more about it each day. So, interesting topic, I think, the mirages.
Yeah, and then there's the fact that we can replicate this on a flat surface. Then there's that, right? And that's really, we don't even need theory, right? We don't need any theories, hypothesis, freaking laws of reflection, refraction, or any of that crap. Their whole claim is this can't happen on a flat surface. And then if we can demonstrate it happening on a flat surface, that claim that they go, hey, man, I can't see the bottom of the ship. This can only happen on a freaking ball Earth. Like, hey, okay, here's a flat surface. I made that same visual happen. So that claim is wrong. It can't just happen on a ball Earth. I just showed it happening on a flat Earth. So, like this is a constant back and forth we've been going through for years now, right? This back and forth, refraction or not refract. Like all the evidence is on our side that their idea of what's going on is just wrong.
Yep. I think time lapses like Skunk Bay are good examples of what happens throughout the day as you get like different weather conditions constantly changing, temperatures and whatnot. We see all of these known effects like sinking and stooping and compression and stretching, all these different things happening. But at no point do we see anything in relation to something all of a sudden being 10 times further away. When they claim that refraction is why we can see the horizon behind the oil platforms, there is no small scale demonstration of anything like that happening, right? I challenge any of these globers to set up a small scale curved surface where you have a geometric horizon, right? And then you have an object mock-up oil platform or something behind the geometric horizon, and then start adding in different temperatures and different humidities, or do whatever you want. You're not going to be able to hide that geometric horizon line and have it reappear behind the oil platform or the mock-up oil platform on a small scale. It's never going to happen.
Yeah, and on top, you're never going to be able to see the surface beyond that geometric horizon, because that's what they're claiming, right? Not only are we seeing beyond the geometric horizon, we're seeing the water that's behind it as if it's flat, right? I want to see like their mock-up, their small scale, where they created a curved surface with a geometric horizon. I want to see the surface of that beyond that geometric horizon lifted up so that the position of that geometric horizon shifts to look like it's further away from the camera. They know they can't demonstrate that, no matter what they do. Like, listen, they could use butane, CO2, frickin', you know, Colonel Sanders' secret fucking sauce. It ain't never going to happen.
I think I saw one example of what you're talking about. But
it never showed the surface behind it, right?
I think it extended it a little bit, but it was through water, so that they got the camera outside of the water, so they got air, and I think there was glass as well, and then they've got water, and then they lowered the thing down into the water, and it made it look like what they're talking. They'll never do it in a single medium, never.
Yeah, with water like that, you could do it, but because the freaking light's taking a little turn when it gets to the interface, the boundary, it just literally just turns. So that's another thing. Like, so you have this thing like a fish, like spear fishing, right? You look at the fish looks like it's in a location, but it's not really there because it's the refracted image of the fish, right? There's a virtual fish. And if you throw your spear right at that fish that you see, you'll miss, because that fish is actually like a foot closer to you. But if you look at where the fish itself, hey, I'm looking at the fish, the angle, the point of view is not going to appear right. The point of view is going to appear as if you're looking top down on the fish, even though the fish is out a ways, and you should be looking at it from the side, right? So if the fish is 6 feet away from me, I should be looking at the fish at a 45-degree angle. But when the fish is, because that's where I see it in space, like I'm looking, like I see a fish at a 45-degree angle at 6 feet away. But the point of view isn't correct, because the fish is actually closer, and the light rays that are directly, the light rays that would go up and be the viewpoint from directly above the fish, the top-down view, those are the light rays that you're seeing, the top-down view light rays, not the 45-degree view light rays. So you're going to see the fish, 6 feet away, but it's going to look like you're looking down on the fish from up above it. And it's just like a subtle thing that people don't notice, is that it's not just the position that changes, it's the viewpoint that changes, because you're not seeing the rays of light that would be in the line of sight you're in. You're seeing the rays of light that would be in some other line of sight that are being bent to your position. Is that comprehensible? Do you understand what I'm saying? Guess not. Just fucking went over everybody's head.
Yeah, no, yeah.
Like, think about it like this, right? I'm at 100. I got a piston. I'm at sea level. I'm at 100 feet above sea level. Now the ray that would normally, with no refraction, I would see from a position at 100 feet above sea level, say an oil rig a mile out at sea. That ray, that line of sight. Now, boom, we turn on refraction. That ray that would go there, now it gets bent down to me at sea level. The image, I don't see the perspective of me from sea level. I see the perspective, the image that I would see from 100 feet above the water. I'm just seeing it at sea level, but it's the perspective of the 100-foot observer, because that's the light ray that I'm looking at that got deflected down. It's a subtle difference, but it should be noticeable, especially like in extreme cases. And it's the same thing with the fish, right? So like, if the fish is in the water, right, say the water had no refraction and I'm looking right at the fish, that's not the ray that's hitting my eye. In the refracting condition, like boom, turn refraction back on. Now the ray that would hit my eye normally in a straight line of sight doesn't hit my eye. The ray that hits my eye is the ray that would hit the eye of somebody that was directly above the fish. But when it gets to the water interface, the boundary, it turns and comes to me instead of going straight up. So I see the top-down image of a fish, but the fish, I'm not above the fish. The fish is out there in the water, 6 feet away. That's why it always looks weird. But your brain, like it ain't like usually when you're spearfishing, you just think about fucking eating, right? You know,
Good girl.
yeah, we're not. There ain't gonna be none of that, Clack. Anyway, sorry to come in here and fucking like. I did this subject just. I like this subject for some reason. I'm a fucking weirdo. I'm a fucking nerd.
You're a geek, yeah, I was going to say.
I appreciate you popping in and adding to it. Yeah, I'm still learning a bunch about it, but lots more to go.
Yeah, what did Rakia Life you say? What is light? And that's like a really like the thing, right? Like what is it, dude? It's still mysterious. It really is.
Phil Bell's was super triggered in my DMs.
Oh boy.
All capital letters. Stop bullshitting for your cult.
Wait, yeah, that guy DM'd me too, and he was saying like, "Oh, like the stuff you were telling me was like BS, and like it doesn't actually happen the way that you explained." I mean, is he blocked from the VC or something? Like, I don't understand why he wouldn't have.
I don't know if he's blocked from here, but I know he's blocked in the regular Discord or home server.
There's a couple of them that actually do that, Reb, that will post new people to the room. As soon as you start speaking, they'll sit at home on YouTube and they'll be waiting for you to speak to see what side of the fence you're on. And then they just start slamming you with DMs. This guy's a liar. This guy's doing this. The reason for it is they're just butthurt that we're grabbing their ball tart and kicking it around like it's a play toy. That's all it is. They're just having a little cry. It's funny.
They know they can't say dumb shit to us, so they got to say it to other people.
Right. Just a little damage control. Yeah.
Yep. So what it does is it puts doubt in your mind. So you're sitting here listening to all of us explaining this stuff to you, and then you've got this dumbass in the background. Nah, they're all liars. Well, how about this? We are all liars. How about you check it out for yourself and see how you get back to us? Because that's all we want people to do is go and check this stuff out for themselves. Don't just accept what you've been force-fed over your life. Have a look yourself and see what's really happening. It's like you go and jump on some sites like DJ was saying with refraction earlier and how you were questioning it. And all of a sudden, we've got tooling that absolutely flips it the other way around. So it's just little things like that. Most people don't go out and look at it. Someone will say something one day, blah, 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 refraction does this. Hey, that's cool, end of story. They don't look into it because they've got no need to. But now that you've been told about it, you might go, hang on a minute, I'll check it out. And that's all we want people to do. Just think.
Listen, he'll never be able to tell you, especially on this topic, anything I said that's factually incorrect. Not a single fucking thing. I knew about this before Flat Earth for over a decade. So it's not, this is like just me just saying the same shit over and over again. It's not new to me. This isn't something I just learned. I've known about it way before Flat Earth ever happened. Okay, so he can't tell me a single thing I said that's actually wrong. No one ever can. On this topic, on the topic of refraction and how light behaves, no one will ever be able to say, I'm factually wrong, period, ever. Unless they're refuting all the experiments, all the fucking data, that's the only thing they can ever do. They'd have to repudiate, say, all these experiments are wrong. I mean, you're free to say that, but, you know, I'm not going to take you seriously. So here I actually got a picture of a fish. Shot of water. So this fish, you can see by looking at it that the angle, the point of view just doesn't seem right. It seems like you're a little higher than where you actually are, like your viewpoint seems just like a little higher. Because this fish isn't really there in that position. That fish is like a foot closer, physically. So you're getting the viewpoint that you would get as if the fish was a foot closer physically and there was no refraction. Fucking hush, dude. Hush, just stop talking, dude. Stop typing in the chat, dude. You're just making an idiot of yourself. So, like, what I posted in the chat, like, where is it? I want to go to this thread. So I want to point something out to do. I don't know if you're still in here. Diagrams like this, you'll see them all over the internet. Diagrams like this, these diagrams are wrong. Any diagram you see that's like this is wrong. This is not how it works at all. And this could never be how it works. And I'll explain it. So you see the virtual image, the mirage image. And it has some dashed lines, dot, 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 going to the observer, dot, 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 dot. At what angle do those leave the boat? They're going down, right? So that would be a viewpoint from underneath the boat. But look at the boat, the real boat. Look at the solid line. At what angle do those leave the boat? That ray leaves the boat on a trajectory that's up. So you would have a viewpoint, the ray that would reach a viewpoint higher than the boat, that's the image that's created. Right, so this diagram is wrong. What they should have done was elevated the observer here, right, and had them at an upper viewpoint, and that's how they would see the boat, if this was correct. So, like, they have diagrams like this with palm trees and all sorts of crap. Hey, this is how it works. Not how it works. The diagrams aren't even right at all. But they're trying to give you this idea, right? They're trying to give you this idea that, hey, man, things are, when you look out and it looks flat, it's just because it's lifted up.
Doesn't that chart show that it says that light, goes down towards the more dense air? Doesn't that show it going down, the image? Or at least say it?
Yeah. But, like, okay, say you had a point of view, right? And you're looking dead on at a boat. And if that light that would normally reach you from straight on bends down, where does it end up? Ends up in the ground, right?
Yeah, right.
Okay, so the ray that you're going to see is one that takes like a basketball, right? Like shooting a shot, a ballistic trajectory. The ray you're going to see has to leave the object at an upward angle and then bend down, right? Then it's going to bend down to your position.
Oh, right. Like you're saying, it's going up and down?
Yeah, it would have to go. So it leaves the light, say photon. I'll just use photon for a word. So the photon that, say, left up is a 45-degree angle trajectory. That if you were at a 45-degree angle to the object and there was no refraction, that would be the photon that reached your eye. And you'd look at the boat and you'd see it from above it at a 45-degree angle. But when you turn the refraction on, that ray don't go up at a 45-degree angle for long because it starts bending down. But the image that it would create doesn't change. Its position, like its apparent position in your viewpoint, might be different. So the angle that you think the light is coming from might appear higher than what you would normally expect, right? Because you're expecting it to be out in the ocean, basically at your eye level, and then it's just appearing to be higher because the light ray that's hitting your eye is coming at a down angle, but that image is still the same. It's still the image that would be created if you were at a 45-degree angle above it. The image of the object doesn't change. It's just the direction that it's coming from that changes. They call it the angle of arrival. That's the only thing that changes. So if you have a crosshair, right, and normally the light ray would hit in the center of the crosshair. If there's refraction, right, so say you're like zoomed in on a fucking bullseye way up in the distance, and you take some freaking telescope with a crosshair and you center it on the bullseye. If there's refraction, that bullseye, that center of that bullseye out there in the world is just going to appear higher than the crosshair than it would normally. But if it's enough, then the bullseye is not only going to be higher, but it's going to start appearing like it's tilted because because the ray that's reaching you is looking at it at another angle. I actually have a diagram. I'll post a diagram too. This diagram isn't from me. It's from, I'm not the only one that ever thought of this. It's not like I invent this shit, dude.
No, I'm just thinking that, if they're saying refraction bends down toward the more dense, the water is more dense, that would just show things being lower, not higher. I don't know why the higher comes in.
One thing is, observationally, things appear lower. In the real world, things appear lower, but they appear to be compressed. So, and I'll give you an example. When the sun sets, sometimes it appears to flatten, right? It appears to get like flat, vertically.
Yeah.
It's well known. It's called the flattening of the sun. It's well known optical phenomenon. We've seen it. Like people have seen it hundreds of times. Like, how is that happening? If things are getting picked up, shouldn't the sun appear to be stretched, oblong like an egg? Shouldn't it appear like to be picked up? Why is it getting pressed down?
Yeah, if you think that's, are you saying that it's refraction? Is why it's flattened?
No, I think it's more complex than that. I think refraction as an answer is just like. That's like I didn't even know this was a fallacy till recently. The fallacy of single cause.
Yes. Yeah.
There's no single cause to it.
Yeah, I didn't really take it as refraction. So I took it as like the angle getting smaller and smaller, more compressed when the sun is setting.
Plus there's like layers, right? So if the air is layered a little bit, you'll have so say in your line of sight between that and the sun, there's some layering. Well, the light, it's almost like a fiber optic cable, right? The light enters into the layer at fucking 10 miles away, and its exit is smaller than its entrance. All that optical information is gone, especially with the sun, right? You really can't distinguish features. All you can distinguish is, it's bright yellow, right? You can't distinguish whether the sun is distorted or not. So it's not like looking at the letters. If someone had the letters of the alphabet out there, you'd be able to tell if the individual letters were distorted from the way they normally look. But with the sun, like inside the disk of the sun. You can't tell inside there whether it's distorted. You just see its outline, its silhouette. You can see that that's distorted.
Yeah, I just put a video. I just put a video up of the sun setting well above the horizon and giving those like atmospheric horizontal layers that you're kind of talking about, which wouldn't correspond to the angles that I gave earlier. But this was taken. I found it on the internet. I didn't take this video, but it was taken during like the recent California fires when the air was filled with tons of like smoke and stuff. So to give you a context.
Yeah, and refraction's related to the absorption of the air too. So they have a correlation between them. And so I don't want to get like ridiculously fucking technical. There's a correlation between refraction and absorption of light. So as the absorption goes up, the refractive index can go up, but it's like a little more complex because there's other variables that determine it on top of it. There's actually like a formula. It's like called the Kramer-Kronig relationship, where the absorption is related to the refraction. I mean, this is, like I said, it can be a complex topic when you get into the details. That's why when someone's like, "Oh, it's refraction, light just curves down," that is such an oversimplification. It is disgustingly an oversimplification. It's like I sometimes don't even know what to say when people say that, and they think that they're like, when they say that they're saying something like profoundly fucking smart. Like, you know what I mean? They're just like, I'm saying something profoundly smart. I said refraction. Like light curves down into the denser medium, and they're thinking they're saying something like, yo, bro, that's the most basic Billy shit ever.
Yeah, I never really
refraction. Then you deny refraction, Indio. That's what they say back. It's fucking.
You deny refraction.
Correct me if I'm wrong about this, Indio, but the way that they're describing atmospheric refraction, they're effectively describing the air as if it's functioning like fiber optics. Am I wrong about that?
In a way, they are. Not completely, but in a way they are.
I mean, the notion of that is...
Well, the notion of rays in the first place is just nonsense, so light's not a ray.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's like I've called out the single cause fallacy before, but the thing is, it doesn't matter. That's the Glober's claim. Their claim is sunsets due to single cause. It's not, and then once you go through all the actual things that are occurring, you're not left with any Earth curve. It's everything but Earth.
They don't even think they're seeing the actual sun set behind the actual horizon.
Yeah, I mean, it's the globe that performs the single cause fallacy, and they say, well, replace my single cause with all these other things that I'm going to invoke.
Yeah, let me ask this question, Hobie Slice. You ever seen the sun on the horizon?
Me or Indio?
Anybody?
Sure, yeah.
And you sure? Think about it for a second. It's obviously a trick question.
Well, it looked like the sun.
Well, just think about the horizon. So the classical, artistic definition or general common parlance definition is where the sky appears to meet the surface of the Earth, right? The demarcation point between the surface and the sky. Now, in the Glober's claim, that's actually a physical demarcation, not just a visual demarcation. Now, we know that according to the Rayleigh extinction coefficient, that you can't see through ground-based atmosphere past a certain distance. So any object that's beyond that distance, you're not actually going to see it touch the ground. You're not going to see the ground and it meet at all, ever. Because otherwise you'd be debunking the Rayleigh extinction coefficient. So you have to see it at an angle greater than the angle to the horizon. It's that simple. So you never see an object that's a celestial touch the horizon. Can't be done.
Yeah, everything you said is accurate, no doubt. I probably post.
Yes, there's an invisible fence out there called the atmospheric accumulation, and that fence lays off diagonally with altitude, right? So once the object falls below that weighing to where it becomes 100% occluded, then it's toast. It's Gonski. So even if you have Earth being flat or the Earth being globe, whatever you got going on, or the Earth being a triangle for all who gives a crap, you have this diagonal rate of occlusion, which eventually that diagonal is going to fall below a certain angle. And once it falls below that angle, the atmosphere itself will cut it off from the bottom up. One more time for the smoke kids in the back. The atmosphere itself will cut the object off as if the atmosphere is a solid object, cutting the object off the bottom. Now then a stupid global will say, well, how do you explain boats then that I can see? It's like, dude, we're talking about two different things because your mind has such a presuppositional single cause fallacy bias that you can't get it out of your mind. That maybe there's multiple things at play for multiple different objects. They can't figure it out. So in other words, the celestials are occluded for certain reasons, that things on the ground are occluded for other reasons. And they don't necessarily have to be the same reasons.
Which, unironically, before this topic ever reared its ugly head again, this is in the literature, dude. This is in the literature on visual perception. I'll just read it, dude. Like, it's fucking super simple. Let's see. Here it is. The Ecological Approach to Visual Perception, Classic Edition by James Gibson. So the horizon is therefore analogous to an occluding edge in being one of the loci at which things go out and come into sight. But going out of sight into the distance is very different from going out of a sight at a sharp or occluding edge or a rounded edge nearby. The horizon of the Earth, therefore, is not an occluding edge for any terrestrial object or Earth form. It does not, in fact, look like an occluding edge. It could only be visualized as an occluding edge for the lands and seas beyond the horizon. If the seemingly flat Earth was conceived of as curved, and if the environment were thought of as a globe that was too vast to see. And I'll post that citation in the chat. So it's not just us. James Gibson is, as far as like visual perception, is the most cited author on the topic. It's academic.
Yeah. You ever notice how a lot of these scrubs have a real beef when you are talking about the category of the most cited professionals in the field? Think about it. Like James Torp, the most cited professional in his field, and everyone laughs at him like he's a retard. It's like, dude, nobody's citing your dumb ass.
No, maybe like the manual of things not to do. Their name might be in that.
Like, dude, you got two profound quippy quotes that you like to say often, and I like them, and I think we should give them more ground, which is, you're not qualified to judge someone else's qualification. And secondly, the globe is something that everyone laughs at you for being too stupid to understand, but then when you ask them about it, they say, I don't understand it because I'm not a scientist.
Yeah, which is like a contradiction on its face. Dude.
Yeah.
But you know how these guys are. They can hold contradictions in their mind without a problem, with only minor discomfort.
Right. Oh, and a lot of them are kind of like, scrubby atheists too, so that kind of adds fuel to the fire.
So yeah, I just rehash. I posted 2 things in the chat. If you scroll up at like 356. So this is this graphic that shows like an arc of 3 beams. This is a model for refraction using U.S. standard atmosphere, and for each wavelength of light, and it shows you the height above the geometric path. It shows you the arc of the ray, and if I'll post this actual citation, it tells you they actually calculate the angle, the trajectory that the laser would have to be pointed up to reach the other side of this 150-kilometer path for it to hit their telescope, because they couldn't aim right at it and hit it because of refraction. That would be impossible, even though that's what they did in the actual experiment. But because of refraction, they would have had to tilt it up slightly and basically take a ballistic trajectory to the frickin' telescope. Obviously not completely ballistic because, analogous to a ballistic trajectory.
Yeah, that's another question. In light of those quiptapulous statements, let me see. Hey, can you give me the accurate model of refraction so we can just shoot a laser and measure the Earth? They always say we know how refraction works. I say, well, okay, if we know how it works, then we can just shoot a laser and measure the Earth. Then this whole idea that you're telling me the laser's not straight is just out the window, because you're going to give me the accurate way to, uncurvify the laser mathematically. Can't be done.
Hey, that's a good point. Like, you should be able to point it in, if you do the calculation right, you should be able to point it in just the right direction, right?
Yeah, that's how we do it in firing, like the laze and blaze. So we have a trigger in our vehicles. We pull that trigger, it lasers the target. Okay, rest assured, the laser's hitting the target. Okay, it's not hitting the target; it is hitting the target. Then the weapon system automatically adjusts for ballistics for the round that's selected in the system. So, for example, if you have HE, it has different flight aerodynamics than if you have DU, right? So the gun completely adjusts its angle so that the laser distance and in relationship to the gyro and in relationship to the barrel, that round is going to hit the target at that range. So if I could do it there, why can't they give me a similar equation so I can just take a laser out and settle it once and for all?
All right. Well.
We don't have the answer.
Hold on, just to go on way. You also do that with the rifle scope, right? So you're compensating for the error in the weapon. So you're adjusting the scope so that when you center in on the target, it compensates for the ballistic trajectory. But the crosshair doesn't represent the path of the bullet. It only represents where the bullet's going to land.
The big question, was it up or down?
What's up or down?
Was the target higher or lower than the aiming of the laser?
It doesn't matter because the laser hit the target. So you mean higher or lower than the other vehicle?
I don't know, I'm imagining you were saying that you said that you guys had a mathematical.
Yes, I told you the gyro. So whenever you pull the laser blazer button, there's a gyro that's spinning, and then it locks the gyro to the position, and then so it knows the vehicle's attitude relative to the angle of your weapon. So it doesn't add 10 degrees to the weapon minus a horizontal. It adds 10 degrees minus your whatever angle you're at. So you have to add your already existing attitude. So yeah, it would already account for that.
That's just a straight line of sight.
No. So if I'm on a side of a hill and my turret's diagonal, right, then my vehicle's no longer horizontal. So I can't just use a straight 180-degree baseline. I have to use the off angle of the vehicle plus the ballistic drop.
Yeah,
So it has
that
to
was
know, the vehicle has to know at what orientation the barrel is at before it makes its correction. You understand?
Yeah, no, I hear that part, but it was just point to point. It wasn't taking anything into account, is what I heard. Anything other than the, two positions.
Well, no, bro. I mean, if you hit a target with a laser, it's point to point. It's called direct fire. That's what it's called. Indirect fire is when you can't see the target.
I thought I didn't hear you right. I thought you said something as far as they took the refraction into account and adjusted for it. Yeah.
What? No.
Yeah, no. I
never said nothing even close to that. What I said was these weapon systems are able to calculate all this stuff because they know the trajectories of everything they're working with. So if Glover's claim that refraction has these known trajectories, the way that it operates, then they should be able to give us the exacts so you could just benchmark it and then you know whether you're going straight or not. So this idea that you don't have a straight standard would be irrelevant because if you know the offness of the curve standard, then you know how to correct for it. But they can never offer that to you. They only ever offer you like reverse calculations after the fact. You ever notice that?
Yeah,
you show them an image, they then say after the fact, in order for this image to exist, you needed this much refraction, therefore that much refraction was there. Like they never produce it in the first instance.
Yeah. They'll say this is where we would predict it to be. Yeah. You didn't make a prediction. You ad hoc'd afterwards, saying according to your globe, this is how much refraction we need. Yeah.
Fucking Hush wrecked himself in the chat, dude. Poor Hush.
About 5 times.
He was like the surface of a pool water's flat because the underwater under the pool, the pool bottom's horizontally flat. Okay. What about these abyssal plains, man?
What happens if you got a deep end and a shallow end in your pool? Does that mean that the water's going to be slanted? The fuck?
Well, I mean, then you can surf downhill, right? Like you just go downhill in your pool.
Like he's trying to say, Jedi, that like you can tell that the surface of the water is curved because the earth underneath it is curved, even though it's not observable without drawing at fucking tangent above the flat surface. Like he's not functioning. He's broken.
Did you ever watch the debate with Dave Weiss and this guy from like Wu-Tang Clan or something? Oh, that was hilarious. He was making the same argument.
Yeah, that was pretty good.
Yeah.
I think that guy's name was like Killer Master or some weird thing. But he kept saying that like everything is spheres because spheres are perfect, and then his examples were things like apples.
Well, he had a lot of bad stuff, but the part that was like similar to what Hutch is saying, he says, no, the water is flat. The earth underneath the water is curved. That's what he was saying, the same thing. So maybe that's where he gets the idea. And maybe if you have the video, send it to him, and he'll be able to hear his mirror argument from somebody else.
And I feel bad, dude. The fucking DJ didn't continue with that guy, but the other guy left too. So I can't. Fucking Phil in their DMs. Go eat a dick, Phil. I know you're listening. Sorry, I just had to say that, man. Just go eat a dick. He was like, I'm full from breakfast.
No, the surface doesn't. You fucking idiot.
Oh, no, go ahead, dude.
He's saying that, yeah, water takes the shape of its container with a freestanding surface. It's independent. The surface is independent of the fucking shape of the bottom of the container, you idiot.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, it's like we could look at water in another state and go ice. The only way you're going to get the curved top of an iceberg is if the entire ocean freezes so that it can expand in its container. But if it's ringed by ocean, it doesn't need to expand around the edges of its container, giving it a bowed surface. It's the only time that happens.
I don't know. It would be a really bumpy ride on water if it works the way that Hush thinks it works. I mean, every time you row your boat over top of like a coral reef, you'd be having a really tough time.
Yeah, Harsh and Rich, okay, they say that the abyssal plane has a slope, right? A slight slope. Can you show the data that it matches the curvature rate of the Earth?
And you'll find that if you're finding that, you'll find it's the direct center point where the pressure is greatest, so it's bowing downwards, which is in the wrong direction for you to make a ball with.
I can't even imagine. I can't imagine what these people think. Like Hush, just go out there in the ocean and find all of the sunken treasure ships just by seeing them form the shape of a treasure ship on the surface of the water. Like, what is he thinking? Just surfing around.
Yeah, like if this was true, then like all things would collect around the edges of the ocean, right? They'd disperse along this magic curve from its center point that he's saying is from all points. That doesn't happen because
you could make like a curve. But bro, you could make a curved bottom bucket, right? And the top of the bucket could be curved, and you could fill it with water, and it wouldn't spill out the sides. It's fucking so stupid, dude. It's like, Hush, dude. Like, seriously. Where's your mom? I'm gonna smack her for having you. Like, seriously.
It is dumb.
Hey, dude, I thought you smacked her before she had him.
Oh, was that her? I don't know. I don't take names. Hush, please. Come on, Hush, please. I'm actually... That's actually like depressing, Hush. Like, seriously. This is... You can do better than this. Come on.
Hush, even on your ball, like with gravity, right? That would dictate that the surface conform to an overall curvature rate, not dictated by the solid surface that's underneath it. It'd be equidistant from the center, right?
Hey, maybe he's onto something. Maybe he's right. Just take that point of view. Like, according to his own point of view, there should be like coral reefs and boats and whatever has sunken into the bottom of the ocean showing itself on the surface. That's not the case. Therefore, gravity doesn't exist. I mean, he debunked it in his own way, I guess. But
yeah, why is it like so there's like the mid-Atlantic, what do they call it? The mid-Atlantic range. Why isn't like when you have to sail across the Atlantic? Why don't you have to climb this freaking hump of water that's right above the mountain range? Unbelievable. So, hey, who's heard of the celestial theodolite?
They're doing a little presentation on it right now.
Another one? Jesus Christ, they've already done like 8. You're beating that freaking horse into the ground. It is pretty damning. I mean, I would do it too.
I think they got good times for all, like, with them at the moment, so maybe it's special for him.
Do you know what it is? Like, I just want to...
Yeah, you're good. You're good.
But just go ahead with your point. You said
it's your end, DJ.
Oh, you guys have watched the video as well?
We know the argument pretty well, but you said.
Yeah, he treats
horizon.
Yeah, exactly. He treats the horizon as fixed geometric edge. He's saying the visible horizon must sit at the no refraction geometric distance for a given eye height.
Yeah, I can hear you again now. Yeah. Okay. All right. So yeah, look here. Let me let me post. Right. This is the claim.
Yes, because
on the globe side. Okay. So this is the geometric horizon, right? So this where the line of sight, right? You can see there it meets the surface of the globe, right? That would be the geometric horizon line. Okay, and it's a physical location, right? That would have to be there if the Earth's a globe. Okay, so it should be at 2.29 miles from a 3.5 foot observation height. Has to be there.
Quick question, so I could use Perplexity AI real quick. What was Dr. John Dee's elevation? And
Yep.
3 miles? 3 feet?
3.5 feet.
And what is the target distance?
11.2 miles.
Is the horizon beyond that?
Yeah, there's actually a ship we can see behind the windmills, which is on the radar at 13 miles away, and then we can see the horizon beyond that. So, say 14 miles minimum distance, or 13 miles minimum distance to the horizon.
Okay.
And the issue with that is we cannot verify the tracker of the ship is accurate, right? Doesn't that mean need to be verified?
Man, I apologize. My internet must be messing up. I can only hear you. Roboting, bro.
Sorry.
He's not roboting.
Hold on, I'll change. Is he? Is he roboting for everyone else?
It says
no. It's just your end, DJ.
Oh, okay, I'm going to switch internet. 1 second.
Okay.
Do we have another Aussie in the chat?
Real quick, the ship is at least, it's got to be at least 13 miles away, or 12 or 11 miles away, because that's the furthest windmill distance. And then there's the boat, and then there's the horizon. So it has to be at least that.
And if it's, say, 11 miles away, is that within the distance of where the curve should occur?
Sorry, can you just repeat that last sentence one more time for me? I'm back. I can hear you properly now.
So, Mr. Elijah just said that we know a minimum distance that the ship must be is, I think, 11 miles, correct?
No, the ship, let me check exactly, right? Because we got the shipping distance on the radar.
But
13.9 miles is the distance to the ship that you can see in the background.
But
So I'll post.
So the counter was that we cannot verify that it's at 13.2, right? Because the radar.
No, we can. Well, we can because of the shipping radar says that it's at that distance.
But
okay, so
can we verify the tracker? Sorry.
Well, hold on. It's logically sound too because it's past the furthest windmill, which is a measured distance. And we have the windmill plan from the company.
Yeah. So that's 11 miles, right? Correct?
Well, the furthest one's 11.2 miles, and then we can see the ship far beyond those.
Yeah.
Now we also have the shipping radar, and I think we have 2 separate shipping radars that show it. And yeah, it's approximately 14 miles away. But we don't even have to worry about the ship, right? We can just say, don't worry about the ship if you want to worry about the ship, right? Because that's not the point of the observation, right? The fact is we have the windmills. Okay, we can use the windmills and we can use the geometric horizon, right? Essentially what this is looking for the geometric horizon that would have to be there if the Earth were a globe.
Right. And what distance have you measured that the Earth should curve? How many miles was that, sorry?
Well, over 11.2 miles. I guess it's around 100 feet.
Okay, so at what point would like the curve start? Like
2.29 miles. That's where the geometric horizon would be on a globe.
Okay, so
I have a point. I have a point from Perplexity AI. So I typed in the horizon is 11 miles away for an observer of 3 feet above sea level. So the response I get is the horizon being 11 miles away for an observer 3 feet above sea level is not correct, according to the standard geometric formula for the distance to the horizon. Therefore, from an eye height of 3 feet above sea level, the horizon would be about 2.1 miles away, not 11 miles away. Explanation for 11 miles. To see a horizon 11 miles away, an observer would need to be at a height near 80 feet above sea level. The claim that a 3-foot observer sees an 11-mile horizon likely stems from confusion or misunderstanding. So, summary. Hence, the horizon distance for a person at 3 feet above sea level should be close to 2.1 miles, not 11 miles. Atmospheric or other effects can only minimally increase this value.
Uh-oh.
I think you just got DJ there.
What?
Wasn't that against your point?
No, absolutely not.
Wasn't he saying that it cannot be 11 miles or 3 foot?
On a globe?
Yeah.
All right, sorry, misunderstand.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, that's okay.
But in reality, the apparent horizon moves because the atmospheric refraction changes with conditions, especially over water, right?
Yeah, so...
hey, Eli, can we ask Perplexity what K factor we would require for this to be true?
Okay.
Just to humor this guy a little bit.
Yeah, it'd have to be close to 1 or more. Hey, sporadic. It says for the Great Salt Lake observation over 21 miles, it says the K factor would have to be 58.
That's great.
Yeah.
I don't even think that's true, but...
So let me read this. What K factor is required for this to be seen? The K factor, refraction coefficient, needed to see a horizon 11 miles away from 3 feet above sea level relates to how much the atmosphere bends light, effectively increasing the Earth's radius for the observer. Now, I wish I was screenshotting earlier because it basically said that light doesn't bend in air. Not really. But anyway, let me keep going. Understanding K factor. The K factor models the effect of atmospheric refraction by altering the Earth's effective radius. So when they say they're not doing that, that's what they're doing a lot. Standard atmospheric refraction typically corresponds to K equaling 0.13, which increases the horizon distance by about 8% compared to geometric calculations. Required K for 11 mile horizon at 3 feet. Without refraction, 3 feet height corresponds to 2.1 miles horizon. To extend this to 11 miles, about 5.2 times further, the effective Earth radius must increase substantially. This applies a very high K factor to close to 0.8 or more, meaning the atmosphere bends light rays strongly enough to appear almost like the light is traveling straight or curving around Earth far beyond normal refraction. Typical K values range roughly between 0.1 and 0.3 under normal atmospheric conditions. Values near or above 0.8 are unrealistic for typical Earth atmosphere refraction and require extraordinary conditions, extreme temperature inversions, or mirages. Hello. Therefore, seeing a horizon 11 miles away at 3 feet elevation implies an extraordinarily strong atmospheric refraction and observational error.
But Mr. Elijah, you talked about the bending of air and it doesn't bend like that. But over cool water with warmer air above the thermal inversion, like light rays bend more than standard, right?
So you're claiming extreme conditions that what he was just speaking of. Under normal
Just
conditions,
comment on that
your
really
factor
quickly.
wasn't high enough.
Yeah, so the great thing about this observation, okay, so what's going to affect the extreme temperature inversions is having basically a huge temperature inversion vertically, okay? And that would usually happen, right? Like if you have like really, really like warm water and then really cool air above it or something similar to that, or really, really cool water and then really warm air above it, okay? So here's the temperature conditions on the day. Now, if Elijah were to put this in as a follow-up question, say, would these conditions be able to cause these this extreme refractive effect when the air temperature is 17.2 degrees and the water temperature is 15.8 degrees, which is very uniform. Okay, and we don't see any signs of any miraging in the observations. Another sign that we don't have
The more
any
extreme
crazy
the conditions. Sorry, just going to add in the more extreme the claim of the conditions, the more it reduces the fidelity of the image. You have turbulence, you have massive evaporation in cases where you're viewing this over an extremely narrow viewing angle at such long, immense distances that those cumulative effects will create so much distortion that you won't be able to see anything.
Hey, Elijah,
and here, by contrast, we have a stable image that's clean. Okay, I'll step back.
Yeah, so Elijah, is there any chance you could ask it, right? Would this be possible when we have a very clear observation with no signs of any miraging, and the air temperature is only 1 degree warmer than the water temperature?
So just repeat that. And we have this observation.
Yep, we have extremely clear conditions with no signs of miraging.
Clear conditions and no signs.
Yep. And the air temperature is and the air temperature is 17 degrees and the water temperature is 16 degrees.
But you also should consider that when we're close to the sea level, or sort of close to the water, refraction is at its strongest, right? Most variable. Is that added in?
Which means the fidelity reduces more.
Right.
Right. Your image fidelity gets worse. You see more distortion. You see more stretching effects. Yeah. Well, we don't have that here.
Okay, but I understand in the images we don't have it.
All right, so I'm going to respond now. So I have an answer for you, or Perplexity AI has an answer for you. So I asked Perplexity AI. Oh, scroll too far. Hold up. Can we have this observation with clear conditions and no signs of miraging? The air temperature is 17 degrees and the water temperature is 16. The response is, given the conditions, air temperature 17 degrees Celsius and water temperature 16 degrees Celsius, with clear weather and no mirage signs, the atmospheric refraction would be close to normal or slightly below average since the temperature difference between air and water is small. Let's see. Okay. Atmospheric refraction depends strongly on the vertical temperature gradient, how temperature changes with altitude rather than just the absolute temperatures. Typical atmospheric refraction coefficient K for such a small temperature difference near the surface are around 0.13 to 0.17, indicative of normal or slightly higher refraction than the standard 0.13. Values of K greater than about 0.3 needed to extend the horizon distance drastically usually occur within significant temperature inversions or strong thermal gradients, which are not present here due to similar air and water temperatures.
Right.
I can't wait for Super Grok Vision to be able to listen. Soon we're going to be able to take our phones with us, and AI is going to be able to see in real time what you're seeing.
Yes.
It's going to be great for flat Earth.
But I just want to say one thing. We haven't actually considered the camera work in terms of Mr.
Oh wait, there's a conclusion here. I'm sorry, because you keep on. I just need to make sure you understand, because based on what you asked, it doesn't sound like it. Because you keep saying close to the water there should be like extreme effects. Well, we've been talking about that, and Perplexity AI has been keeping up with the conversation this entire time. So it's talking about what you would see at a 3-foot elevation height. So conclusion, under clear conditions with an air temperature of 17 degrees Celsius and water temperature of 16 degrees Celsius, seeing a horizon 11 miles away at 3 feet elevation without miraging is not physically plausible due to insufficient atmospheric refraction. The required refraction is far beyond what these stable temperature conditions can produce. Hence, the observer an 11-mile horizon under these conditions would not be expected without exceptional atmospheric phenomena such as mirages or temperature inversions.
Right.
So there you go.
Now, the thing is, one thing we haven't considered, and maybe you want to ask AI, is that there's the vague, loose height of eye, right? So he's hand waving the camera, right? The tripod offset can also alter the like.
Incorrect. The height that the observer has to be for this observation is 80 feet. Him waving the camera is insignificant.
No, he was at 3 feet for this observation.
No. Perplexity AI earlier said in order for an observer to see the horizon at 11 miles, they have to be 80 to 90 feet. Him waving the camera around at 3 feet is not going to drastically change the distance of the horizon.
But it can still alter it, right?
Not to the point that you require, unless you can jump 80 feet into the air. I don't think it's going to make much of a difference.
Right.
Maybe 1 foot at best, waving the camera left or right.
Right. So, by the way, are you Jin? No, you're not Jin.
No, I'm not Jin.
But you sound very similar to Jin.
No, thank you.
The fuck?
No, sorry, I thought. Sorry, my bad there, Mr. Matrix.
No, thank you. I could have did his accent, but then I tried to put the raspiness in and screwed it all up. I can only do one or the other. I can't do both.
And also, why are we not questioning the day he picks to do the test?
What's the day matter?
Listen, it doesn't matter because whether you take that observation, any observation, the results are still the same.
Right. As pointed out, the conditions are normal.
Well, no, yes, conditions can be picked.
Yeah, the conditions were normal.
But he's only tested it once, right? He's only tested it on one day, correct?
No, this is not the only one.
There's many of them.
Has Mr. Dr. John D done it?
Yes, multiple times. You can check out his channel. Many people have done the same type of thing. Get a camera with a known height above the surface of the water. Get distance markers so you can estimate a distance to the horizon. There's thousands of them now. I've posted one in the side chat. Same place, different day. Slightly different height, 8 foot. That's going to be 3.46 miles from the observer to the geometric horizon. In this observation, the horizon is well beyond the oil rigs at a safe estimation of well beyond 10 miles.
Yes, I've seen the GIF you've posted, Mr. Jedi.
Busted, pack your bag, because you're busted. We need that. You need to put that into the box.
Now, Mr. Jedi, I've seen the video the GIF you've posted. That is like really inaccurate, though. You look at this hand camera, then he's drawing a line.
Okay, Panji, let's go through one step at a time. What do you see in that video as inaccurate? It's just a video.
Yeah, I understand. So what I see the problem initially is that you've got the camera. He's waving the camera around, right?
So waving the camera around is a form of inaccuracy to you.
No. And then when he draws the lines, he just freezes the frame and draws the line just above the water. Like there's no sort of.
It's to show you where the horizon is. That's the purpose of the line.
I understand.
That's like me having a camera and then me waving it back and forth. Is that supposed to move a building in front of me?
No, I understand. But where is the measurement coming from? Like he initially draws the line.
Jedi. Thank you. So the measurement is coming from the height of eye of the observer and the distance to the oil rigs. Now, the oil rigs, they're static, as in they don't move.
Yes.
Now, we can use things like Google Earth to find our location and the distance to their location. So we can get a distance between.
You just cut out, Jedi.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and I think he meant windmills.
No, we're looking at the GIF in chat GTJ.
23 past the hour. Jedi posted up the 8-foot black swan.
It's a great one.
Yes, the cranes don't move, but I will wait for him to respond. Actually,
yeah, it's over, bro. You obviously your idea.
No, he was talking about Google Earth as well, right? He was saying, well, if you
why did you just start talking in the middle of what I was talking?
Oh, what are you talking? Sorry, I didn't realize.
Is that a language barrier? Or
no, I didn't realize you're talking. Sorry, go ahead.
It's weird when people are talking and people are like, "Oh, I didn't realize you were talking."
Sorry. Mate, you can talk, mate.
He said, "Yeah, it's over. Your idea of what refraction is and what's possible is obviously not supported as what we have here are normal conditions, and we're just observing what we're observing. And so that means the Earth is not a globe. That's it. There's no situation in which, oh, this was extreme. We just asked Perplexity AI. We gave you all the information. Perplexity AI, based on scouring ABC company, probably, Google and whatever. All of the resources at Perplexity AI's fingertips, and AI is given a result of it should be at 2.1 miles with refraction, probably 2.3, but nowhere near 11 miles. And again, I gotta look for where it says that light doesn't bend in the air that way. Right? I just, you know what? Let me look that up because it sounds funny.
So Penju, just so you know, with you factoring in your refraction, see how we use the formula 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, and DJ's probably spoken of this. All they do to factor in refraction is they just make the 1.22, 1.29, 1.31, 1.34. At best, you're going to get 10%. So all they do is change the formula. Instead of being 1.22, they'll change it up to 1.34 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That is it. They just assume that the ball is bigger. So if you're going to chuck 10% on top of that, that'll take you to your 1.34. Just redo the calculations, and that's you factoring in extreme refraction. It's that simple.
Okay.
Exactly. Well, is it possible that the Earth is flat instead of all these optical effects that you're hoping would rescue the globe? Is it possible that the Earth is flat?
No, I don't believe so. With the science involved, it's like gravity and stuff.
Whoa! The science involved. Wow. Okay.
The gravity?
Yeah, gravity. What? We're talking about. We're talking about measuring the surface of the Earth, trying to get through to you that lasers that target things at distance, because that's what they do, work on a direct line of sight principle. The thing they're targeting must be directly in front of them. If we're on a sphere, that wouldn't be the case. So with the lasers, we measure over a distance of water objects that we shouldn't be able to target because of the curvature of the Earth, demonstrating the laser light is parallel to the water below.
Yes, but just before you disconnected a second, you mentioned the Google Earth, right, to measure the distance between you and the cranes.
Yeah.
But Google Earth is like it clearly shows that the Earth is round. So how can
Seriously,
testing the globe?
Sorry, that was your argument. We can use any map, dude. We can use any map. It's fine.
Will that give the same measurement as yours at Google Earth?
What the distance from the observer to the static oil rigs? Yeah, it's a map.
Right.
Yeah, don't we want to test what the globe distance claim is too? I mean,
Exactly. So on a globe, the oil rig would be 10.1 miles away. Let's just say it that way. You happy now?
Yeah.
I'll say this too. If you look on Google Earth and you zoom all the way out, that's a cartoon ball. It's not a real Earth.
Sorry,
See,
this
my
sounds it sounds like a silly argument. If your contention is, hey, look, the map you lose is a reified globe model. No, dude, you have to concentrate on what's being said. The distance to the oil rigs is really not in contention. Using that information, along with the height of the eye of the optic, we should be able to estimate a distance to the horizon. Using this, the horizon's beyond 10 miles away. It should be at 3.46 miles.
Right, okay.
So there is, I mean, what else do you want me to say?
Yeah. Well, my most typical thing I understand, right? And it comes back to Sezu's question. If the Earth is flat, what I don't understand is what country is on the right and what country is on the left, and where does the Earth end?
Hold on. Left and right are subjective directions.
Yes, I understand that. Okay, so if say you're pointing to north, right? Where does the Earth end? Like, does the Earth? Because it's flat.
I'm sorry. No one's going to be able to answer this question for you. Where the limitation of our reality ends.
It's like the map, the world map, like America on the far left, and then there's nothing else.
Hold on. Runaway train. What we don't understand is why the observation with Dr. John D that we actually are talking about isn't consistent with the geometry of the globe. That's what we don't understand. Now, that's what we're talking about, not what you're talking about.
Yes, yeah, no, that was initially, but of course, I'm still in disagreement. But that's like a very long conference. I think it's never going to end, to be honest.
In order to disagree, you have to have conflicting evidence. You don't have that. You just have words. So you can't disagree and move on because you haven't actually disagreed. Not really. Your wife could cheat on you and you can say, I disagree. Based on what? What do you
That's a
disagree?
different story, right?
It's time for academia and people like yourself to start taking these observations very, very seriously. This is not a joke. This is not a meme. This is not a conspiracy theory. These observations are being made and they vastly, greatly conflict with the things that we've already been told about the globe and its geometry and what we should or shouldn't see.
They don't. You just
So get
misunderstand science.
on board and address these issues.
From us because Mango would like show us the truth. You know, if we added some mustard to 6-7, and Adrian,
6-7.
So we just had a conversation alongside with the tool Perplexity AI to help out with citations.
That itself is a.
Oh, I'm sorry. I wasn't expecting an interruption. I'm just going to mute you because I don't want that. So, well, I can't. But the bottom line is that all we've demonstrated is that alongside Perplexity AI, you don't understand what the world is talking about because we're talking about what the world is talking about and what the world expects. based on all of the links that we have available. And the problem is, this video is just a real video. And so AI believes that this observation is possible. Now, as human beings, clearly we understand that we're looking at what we're looking at. So the model is wrong. Just like the PhD said, if we have observation and it doesn't match the model, then the model is wrong. That's what she said. Now, when she was asked to look at observations like these, she refused to look at them.
Is anyone here an astronomer?
What?
See, I told you we should change the room name. 24/7.
We do not care.
I mean, help me out. What's that got to do with the surface that we're standing on whilst we look away with a telescope? What's astronomy got to do with it?
Because a lot of people, like, be it the astronomers, the geophysicists, the cartographers, the physicists, everything like this, they've practiced in their profession for many years, right? They this is what they do full time. They've been doing it their whole life.
What was that list again?
No one here understands any of those concepts.
I've looked at the stars.
Is it not more likely?
Weird assumptions, dude. You're going to turn around and say you people haven't done these things. Can you read out that list again? I only came back because you said astronomy.
Astronomers, geophysicists, cartographers, physicists, etc.
Milo, are you a ground Earth or flat Earth? Ground, yeah.
I can speak on that as well. So
is it not just more likely that because we don't profess in these ways, because we're not those kinds of scientists, that we simply misunderstand science?
Excuse me, you'd probably enjoy taking a cartography course from me, and I'm a flat earther.
Yeah.
Like what?
Which
you
one
do?
of these topics do you want to talk about?
Are you a cartographer? Like what? What are you saying?
Which one? You want to talk about cartography?
No, I'm just saying in general. There's many professions here there's many professions here that come to that conclusion, none of which anyone here has as a profession.
So sure.
By which point is it not just more likely that you misunderstand the science that other people?
No. What makes you so sure? So you're bigoted. Sounds like.
I'm what, bigoted? How do you even get that? Where does bigotry come from?
You're assuming we're.
I don't say I'm that.
You are assuming. You're assuming that we're uneducated. In the fields that we talk about.
Yes.
Yeah, that makes you a bigot.
No, it just means you're not, an astronomer.
You don't know who I am, sir.
Hold on, time out. I'm gonna control this conversation. So, which one of those things do you think understands a measurement about the curvature of the Earth directly?
Well,
give us one of your.
Understand it.
Okay, so let's go with. So let's go with that then. So then, when we're talking about direct measurements of the surface of the Earth, you think astrophysicists know something? Well, we have a video by Wakey Wakey here. He's talking to an astrophysicist who actually refuses to look at the information. So that's what they do.
Well, they're not even concerned with the surface of the Earth when they're looking away from it.
They're not even. Go ahead, say that again, Jedi.
They're not even concerned with the surface of the Earth when they're looking away from it. They're looking at other things, not the Earth. They're imagining the Earth within that system, but they're not looking at the Earth.
Yeah. So again,
I feel as though you guys just sort of.
So again, I ask you. Because your feelings is you're talking about us. You don't know me. You don't know Jedi. You don't know us, but you have feelings about us. Okay. That makes you a big. So let's talk about me.
Okay, so hold on. What is your job? Go ahead. What is your job?
Let's talk about me.
Are you a scientist of any kind?
So let's talk about me. So I live in New York City, and I go to Coney Island Beach. And New Jersey is 6.2 miles away. And to the left of that observation, the horizon is well beyond that. Now, for a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, I can use the formula 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, my height being 6'2", and just conclude that based on everyone's belief that we live on a globe, my horizon should have been somewhere around 3 miles. Now, I observe that not to be the case, and it's never the case.
Yeah, I mean that's your observation, dude. Like
no, we all it's my observation. It's my observation. So if I want to know what a scientist thinks, I can use Perplexity AI to ask it a question, and it's gonna pull links from the worldwide
AI.
And yo, bro, do you want me to ask for you to get muted because you can talk when I'm done? So then mute him then, because he's not trying. So mute him. He doesn't want to be a part of the conversation.
Well, so you can talk instead? Like, what do you mean?
Just go ahead. I don't want to treat you like a child. I don't have to mute you. Just try to understand what Elijah's pointing out to you before you speak. You might have contentions. We get it, but just leave it for a second, right?
Yeah, I mean, so I guess you just talk at me, I suppose. Go ahead.
He's talking about the references that we can get from universities just using the tool Complexity AI to give us the proper arguments and the proper standards to be speaking about this so nobody gets confused.
Yeah, the thing is, I mean, you could use ChatGPT too. The science is often flawed in AI language models. It's
so
often
this is just simple math.
Yeah, just pulling links off the internet with it.
Like
okay.
it may be basic math.
Simple,
it may not be applicable math.
Dude, it's geometry. It's geometry.
It just may not be applicable.
Well, you can. This is why there's multiple sources and complexity. Perplexity.
I'm glad you brought that up, Milo. It may not be applicable. Which field of science deals with shapes?
Gotcha, bitch.
Fucking many in different ways. I don't know.
No, they do not.
Like maybe. Like,
come on, take a step back. Stop trying to defend your globe. It's very simple, Milo. Milo, which field of science deals with shapes?
Loads. Pretty much all of them deal with shapes in some capacity.
No. Speaking of what isn't applicable here, what isn't applicable is science.
Is science, exactly.
What isn't
That's right.
applicable
We're
is
dealing with
science.
geometry.
So
We're dealing with
you have
geometry, my friend.
Anecdotes, like
no, hold on, listen.
Like
y'all
geometry,
are talking to him like he's a respectable person. Somehow we've ignored the fact that he's going to ignore what I was initially saying. And now we still have, and now we're going to allow him to talk like he didn't do this or that. I didn't disagree with anyone.
All right, back to Paji.
So did I just disagree with anyone, or was I talking about something and being interrupted? Which one?
Second one.
Right. Get him out of here.
He had that syndrome really bad, chat. The whole like phantom expert syndrome. All the scientists, all the fields, they all say it's a globe. Are you anything that's in the field? It's a really bad syndrome.
So then if that's true, a Perplexity AI Chat GPT would be a really easy tool to pull the sources that would validate that there is actually direct measurable curvature from the surface of the Earth. Because ultimately, that's the question. Call yourself what you like. I don't care if you're a grass specialist. Do you have measurable curvature of the surface? Yes or no? That's it.
No. Next question. Asked and answered.
But you guys don't have a degree? Where's your degree?
Yeah, I thought that was interesting. Straight in, attacks everyone's position, doesn't know a bloody person, but hey, I'm just going to attack you all because none of yous are engineers, none of yous are pilots, none of yous have a degree, and therefore you know nothing about geometry.
So
Minutes
hold on.
after he said name one field, he said all of them.
You know what? You know what we used to say to that? Because on one hand, they're trying to appeal to authority, but in that, they also appeal to the majority because they're talking about the majority of scientists, teachers, everyone everywhere understands that the earth is a globe. Slow down. On the contrary, my corn fritter, why are you asking me if I have a degree? Are you asking me that because you need a degree to know that the earth is flat? Because if that's the case, majority of us do not know it then. No, that argument is stupid as fuck. Oh, I'm in the English. Sorry. It's stupid.
Yeah, we got. That's why sometimes I don't hang out here because I really got. It's one of the things I work on. It's my potty mouth, and like it used to be kind of fun when Nathan was on politics because I would actually be present and really think about my potty mouth, and yeah, I kind of got out of the habit for a while. So now, at first, I didn't want to come here because of the potty mouth rules, but now it's like it's kind of good because I really got to be conscious of it. I think it's okay to slip. It's okay. Like if you slip too much though, like you got a little bit of leeway for a few potty mouths here and there. But if someone like says, "Hey, dude, you're swearing a lot," and then you like potty mouth again, then it's like, okay, yeah, that's enough.
Yeah, because it's very useful. It's like kind of training for when we go to talk to people in the wider public, because we will be branching out. Like I want to get on the Killer Priest podcast again soon. And the bottom line is when this thing takes off again, we want to be able to communicate with the public. And we're going to have to do that in hostile environments. And so we should be able to be just as slick-tongued without actually cursing people out. It should still feel the same, if not worse.
Can I just say to that guy, all right, so amongst all of us, right, not just here, but on all the other platforms, out in the real world, people that aren't talking about this actively online, they're not proactive about it, they're just normal people, right? Like we aren't. But, I mean, okay, so amongst us, there's teachers, like from kindergarten to university level, architects, ex-aerospace engineers, people who've worked with satellites, things like that. We've got geophysicists. We've got, builders. There is just such a huge range of people amongst us with all different vocations and occupations and education levels. I'm sure that there's a couple of scientists in there somewhere, bro. What you would consider to be a scientist, right? So whoever was talking about that, credentials and qualifications, bro, you don't know. You have no idea who was amongst us.
What does that matter anyway? Inside their own worldview, the people who invented flight, the Wright brothers, were like grade school dropouts.
Yeah, I mean, one's ability to comprehend information and be able to communicate has nothing to do with a college degree. It doesn't have to do with the university.
Yeah, well, it has to do with articulation. The more education you have, supposedly, the better you can articulate things. But what we've seen in this debate forum, that you've got a guy who said he had a doctorate, and he couldn't even articulate if he has hands or not. Like he had trouble finding a way to articulate if he has hands. And you're like, are you for real? Do you know? Yeah, it's like amazing because the higher level of education implies a higher level of articulation or self-advocacy. But these guys will come in here, say they have say they have education, and can't even articulate why they would believe the Earth to be a globe. I saw it on TV. And that's about it.
Yeah. Yeah, or bring up something that has nothing to do with the surface of the Earth and how it's been measured, right? But appealing to someone's education or trying to demean someone for their lack of credentials is just a silly way to start a conversation in the first place. And I mean, it's not like if you went to Yale or Harvard or any university, Columbia, right, that you're going to have automatically like just, oh, he's automatically intelligent. He's automatically, or he or she is automatically well-read or articulate or has great comprehension skills. So yeah, I mean, it's a silly way
I've
to
got
start.
no problem, John. I've got no problem with him having a dig at someone's credentials, but at least ask what someone's credentials are first. Like if he had a dig at you, oh, you're just a builder. Well, I've got a PhD in awesomeness. I would have went, you know what, fair enough. But he came in and had a crack at us without even knowing what anyone's skill set was. That's the bit I am against.
Yeah, it's like multiple syndromes wrapped into one. It's the everything a flat earther says is wrong syndrome. You know, flat earthers can't be right syndrome, phantom expert syndrome. All the experts, quote unquote, they have the answers. You guys don't get it because you're flat earther. You've got something wrong. So I'm just going to wave a wand over all you guys. You can't possibly be an expert. You can't possibly have a degree. You just got to be wrong somehow. Like this, it's a really bad faith, like start to even come. Like, bro, you could do better than that. At least put forward an actual argument. And then when he said, "Well, what field measures the Earth?" All of them. All right, bro. This is crazy.
How such a simple question can wreck them? What field of science deals with shapes? All of them.
Oh, but you watch how quickly they'll throw their own experts under the bus when we quote them as a hostile witness.
I love when that happens, bro. That's the best. Well, you should trust the experts. Okay, what about this one? Well, not him. Don't listen to that guy. Okay, well, how about this guy? Well, not him either. No. You should, you know what? Trust me, the random on Discord. Okay.
Yet they'll tell you, like, oh, you didn't understand what they said. So when Chris Hadfield was asked directly, describe the Earth as seen from the ISS, he says, it looks flat and gorgeous. Oh, you don't know what he meant. Really? Describe what you see. Flat and gorgeous. Two things. Flat and gorgeous.
Great. That's another syndrome. That's the globe whisperer syndrome. Like when they speak plain, clear English, they say, well, that's not actually what they meant. What they meant was, I will do the interpreting for you. Like, okay, we don't need that. We speak plain English. Thanks.
Like old Buzz saying, because we didn't go there, and that's the way it happened. I didn't mean that.
That's not what he meant. What he meant was they didn't go to a frame of mind that would allow fear to seep in. Then why did he fucking say? Oh, oops, okay. Then why didn't he say that directly? Then said I was trained to purposely push fear away and drive on to completion of the mission. I just didn't go there. Homie, don't play that. Like, yeah, little girl, like 10-year-old girl. Yeah, I know you asked me, was it scary? We trained, No, homie, don't play that.
Yeah, I wonder how much research it takes, how much reading of all of this theoretical physics works, right? Like Hyperspace by Michio Kaku or The Dancing Wooly Masters by Michio Kaku. How many books do you got to read before you're on the in, right? I was telling DJ yesterday, I was talking to a couple of folks on TikTok that debated Blitz PhD as well, and he's been using that neutrino argument on TikTok to try and shut flat earthers up on TikTok. And yeah, the guy Globe Crusher was basically saying the same thing. Like, how do you detect something that can't be detected? Like, it has no mass, it has no charge. How do you detect something that can't be detected? And then how would you use that thing to prove the globe? And the guy fell flat on his face just like he did when he was having the debate with Indio. So it's not like Indio is the only flat earther that is stumping this fool, but he's going around making a fool of himself on other platforms as well. Apparently his audience thinks he's the smartest thing since sliced bread, so we'll see.
So maybe he was speaking the truth when he said his audience was dumb.
Oh, that's not what I said. Play it back for him. Nope, not what I said. Dude, you just listen to the words come out of your mouth. Nope. Not what I said.
Idiots need heroes too.
All right, Chad.
He's embarrassed of all the he's embarrassed of all the photos he took that show his hands. He's like, oh man, now they know I have hands.
He's rapidly going through all his social media, photoshopping his hands out of them.
Oh, it looks like our little mate's trying to get back into it. Scientists in astronomy, geophysics, cartography, physics, etc. aren't just repeating dogma. They independently measure the Earth's shape in their own fields, and all results converge on the same answer. Earth is an oblate spheroid. Ah.
And what's posted directly under that?
PhD geophysicist. Earth is flat.
Dude, we literally, does anyone hear the phone ringing? Because we totally called it. This is exactly how they think. Well, they all do. They all measure the Earth globe. They all know it's a globe. It's all facts. You need to believe
they
the
all
expert.
infer it's a globe.
Sure they do. Show the measurements.
Yeah.
He went around and asked them all. He likes assuming things about everyone, this guy.
Yeah, well, he's left VC anyway. Yeah.
No, he's here. He's here.
No, he's not. He's still there.
Where?
Yeah, if he left VC, it's time to leave text chat too.
Wait, Milo?
The place up with.
Talking about Milo.
I got smoke from Mr. Stark because he's spamming in the chat about the Earth having a thickness. We've answered him like 17 times. He's like, no, wait, so does it have a thickness? Well, it's not 2D, dude.
All right, come off mute, Mr. Stark. Let's hear what you have to say.
Oh, he doesn't want to converse.
Stupid panel shows their actual name, not their nickname.
Let him Yappuccino. Go ahead, Stark, because you can't keep spamming this. We've already answered you, so you got to come off mute.
Oh, he said he doesn't want to converse with us. He was here earlier today. He got mad.
He's unmuting, but you're talking.
Oh, really?
All right, you did step one. You unmuted. Next step.
Let's go, Tony.
I was thinking the same thing. Go ahead, Iron Man. Let's go.
What? I was just chatting in the text chat. I didn't want to come out to the voice chat. This person called me out. That's why I'm here. I just asked a question in the text chat, and we were going back and forth, but I still don't have an answer. I don't get it. So if anybody can
Hey,
explain
bro,
it,
I did. No, bro. No, got to stop you right there. I gave you an answer, an honest one. I said complete dimensions are unknown.
I didn't ask you for complete dimensions. I would like to know the
thickness
idea.
of a particular surface would not be a dimension.
It wouldn't be a precise. I said, does it have a one? Does it have a one?
The Kohler borehole is the deepest we've ever dug. So anything beyond that, Mr. Stark, would be pure speculation.
Completely agreed. If we believe in flat
Excellent.
Earth, right?
So if you do some research, and anyone can do this, look up Kohler deep borehole for its depth, and there you go.
Could you repeat, please?
The Kohler deep borehole. If you do some basic research and look up how far down they're gone, that would give you an idea of the depth.
It's about 8 miles, right?
Excellent. Anything quoted beyond that is pure speculation.
Of course, but oh my
There's
God.
no buts. I can't say that it's 9.6
I don't
miles.
understand that. It's easy question, right? It's
Do you
just
think we should start digging?
I mean that it is. It's not as easy as.
I want an answer. Like, do you think it's easy that we should start digging, being as mankind in all its technological advances has only managed to dig about 8 kilometers down? You think we should start digging? Is that where you're going to go?
And how long did it take them with their sophisticated drill pieces?
Have we got to start
Guys,
digging?
I just don't get it. I'm not suggesting.
So you think it's easy?
I'm not suggesting it's dig. I didn't say it's easy. What
you get?
So when I ask, does the flat Earth has thickness? You say yes.
Yes,
well,
of course it does. It has 3 dimensions. For example, you can swim in the water.
And there's no one
in the chat
saying yes.
Okay.
We were going back and forth.
Let me try and explain this to you.
10 minutes.
I don't need 5 people. What the fuck?
All right, let me try it. So the deepest hole in the ground, right? 7 miles. And then the highest mountain, right? To the top. If you want to say that is the maximum thickness, then yes.
Guys, my point that I don't understand is that's when I ask, does the flat Earth has thickness? There's no one says just yes in the text chat. Is it so hard to say yes?
Why are you griping about this now? Someone already said yes. So you can stop crying. You can move on to another question if you like.
Oh my God. Okay, guys. I really just love to hear what you're talking about. I was just texting and somebody accuses me of spamming the text chat. Yes. I just wanted to hear yes. And you just said it in 5 seconds, but in text.
Well, yeah, I know. Why are you still crying about it? No. So, do you have another question?
Does it have thickness? He was asking what the thickness was. We were telling you that's not something we're going to be able to provide you, brother. And we were trying to help you understand that the Earth probably isn't an object the way you were thinking of it, where the globe is like an object within a big place. You can leave the globe and go out of it, look back at it and see, okay, it's an object, like a spherical object. Well, the flat Earth isn't like that. So we're not able to go outside of the Earth and see, well, what object does it look like? It's not really like that. So we're trying to help you understand.
Just because
implies that it's like some sort of object, like a book or a plate or a paper or whatever. It's not like those things at all.
So you stated a couple of times that Earth is not an object. So just because we can leave and take a look at it from far away, just because that we can be sure that it's not an object.
Well, I wouldn't even say the universe is an object. I would say like the globe is an object within a big place called the universe, and so like I don't think of the universe as an object. So I think flat Earth is a lot like that, where it's not an object within a place, it is the place.
It would mean that there's nothing outside of flat Earth, right?
I don't know how you would go outside of it. It's contained. But just like the universe, how do you go outside of the universe? You know, no one, I don't even think that's That's not part of the lore, that you can go outside of reality. So for flat earthers, this is the reality. You can't go outside
So
of
in flat Earth reality, when you say the flat Earth is contained, what it's contained with exactly?
Some kind of solid surface.
Solid surface.
Yeah, some kind of solid
Is
surface.
it like
Yeah.
flat like Earth, or it's kind of
No
spherical,
idea.
or it's?
No idea.
But you know it's there.
Yeah, it has to be.
So how can we test that? How can we know that it's there?
We have gas pressure. That's all we need.
We have gas pressure.
Uh-huh.
So is it uniform?
No, it's a dynamic system. Surely you're aware of this. You experience different temperatures? Okay, great.
Yeah,
So it's not uniform or static. Great.
So why it's not uniform?
Because there's a source of heat that's constantly moving.
Energy in the
Source
system.
of heat. You mean the sun?
It's not
Yeah,
in equilibrium.
that's one of them.
It's not in equilibrium, is it?
Sorry?
Biological interactions.
It's not in equilibrium. We live within a dynamic system. That means there's change in energy all the time.
Yeah, of course I understand. So, but
Of course, so
if it's
that's why.
if it's getting colder, the pressure should drop, right?
And it does. It also gets more.
Yeah, there's a difference
So in my
between
refrigerator-
daylight. My friend, there's a difference between daylight pressure and nighttime pressure. Pressure drops at night.
Okay, but it also drops from the temperature, as we established, right?
Great.
Lots of things.
So you agree?
Lots of things happen.
No, I'm trying to get the idea. I'm restating what you said. So if it's dropping from temperature in my refrigerator, the pressure should be lower than outside of it.
Yeah, great. So you agree that we have pressure on the Earth and it's dynamic. Terrific. So you agree?
No, I'm asking if the pressure is dependent on temperature.
No, the pressure is dependent on the container.
Container is uniform, right? You said
No, I did not say that. No, I did not. And that's a straw man, unless you can get me a sound clip where I said that the pressure was uniform. I did not say that, and you are now lying.
You said the pressure is changing because we have a moving source of heat.
It's a dynamic system. It's not always static, but the pressure exists because of containment. It's in the PV equals nRT.
Why
formula.
it's different?
We already explained that. It's like you're on reset mode now. I already answered the question. Are you trolling?
Okay, if it's because of the temperature, why isn't it lower?
No, it's not a single cause
Because there's energy inserted into the system. Sorry,
It's not a single cause fallacy. He's just pointed out one of the contributing factors.
Okay,
temperature
other
comes
than
from lots of sources, not just a thing in the sky. You understand that heats the floor and the heat also radiates out of the floor. It's a very complex, complicated system, temperature being one of the multiple variables.
So temperature is a cause for the pressure to drop.
Incorrect. No. The cause for the pressure, the necessary antecedent for the pressure is containment of the gas. It's within the actual definition of gas pressure. So, according to NASA, the definition of gas pressure is the collision of the air molecules with the walls of their container. Within that definition, what is required for gas pressure?
Can you listen to my sentence till the end before?
I want you to answer my question, because the necessary antecedent or cause for the pressure would be the containment of the gas.
I just don't agree that there's a containment is a necessary factor.
Okay, well then why don't you show me gas pressure without a container? Please demonstrate that for me.
Just the sun. Just the sun.
What? The sun creates pressure? I want you to demonstrate that for me.
It's in the sky.
Hold on. That's a claim. Hold on. That's a claim where you say that's a ball of gas that's not following the second law of thermodynamics and dispersing into the vacuum. Now, can you demonstrate physically that claim to be true? I.e., can you demonstrate gas pressure without a container?
Guys, I said it's the sun.
That's a story in your belief about what it is. We want you to physically demonstrate that it's possible. that you can have gas
let
pressure
me ask
without
you a
container.
question, please.
Why
Just
are you
out of
talking
my
through me?
heart.
Dummy.
Okay, go ahead.
Why are you talking through me? I'm
Go
trying
ahead,
to point
please.
out your problem with your response to Says Who's question. Right, that's a story that you're claiming up in the sky. We want physical demonstration. For example, Boyle's law, extrapolated from experimentation, demonstrates that pressure is reliant on the volume, that's the container that the gas presses on. That's what goes into PV equals nRT, the ideal gas formula, where pressure is solved by force over area. The gas that has constant kinetic energy given to it by temperature has random motion colliding with the walls of its fixed volume. Now, can you demonstrate scientifically gas pressure without the container?
That's a fair question. Interesting. Did you answer my previous question about the container? When I asked, could you provide an evidence of Earth containment?
Yes,
it
we
can be
answered
done.
that. We answered that. That's the gas pressure that we're breathing. That's the evidence that there must be a container because it's the necessary requirement for gas pressure, unless you can demonstrate gas pressure without a container.
Okay, so I said the sun, as we know
that's
it,
a claim. That's not a demonstration. I'm not going to go round in this circle with you. I've been very specific about what we require. You pointing at the sun for the third or fourth time obviously wasn't cutting it the first or second. That's not what we require.
Okay, so I would claim as a demonstration the atmosphere of the globe Earth, but you wouldn't accept it, right?
That would be you begging the question. You need to demonstrate that this is possible.
Okay,
again, you
for
will
me
be just going
to
on a
satisfy
story.
your
You haven't gone up
question-
into the sky and measured the pressure yourself.
Okay, for me to satisfy your question, we need to get outside of the Earth containment as you state it is, right? Because we are in the container. I cannot show you containerless gas because we are in a container.
Sorry, we can put containers inside containers inside containers inside containers, and the gas is going to move freely, randomly in all directions within the limitation of that volume. The thing is, every single time you open the container, I'm going to finish. Every single time you open the container, the second law of thermodynamics will tell you, because it's what happens, that the high pressure gas will disperse into the lower pressure environment, because gas fills space, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
Good. Perfect. And that's why we know that to keep gas in a fixed volume, you're going to need to contain it, because if you don't, the gas will fuck off.
Of course, but for me to prove, as you stated, right? For me to prove that gas can exist outside of the container, me and you, we should go outside of the container to personally see that.
That's not what he's asking, though. We're not asking if it can exist outside of the container. Can you show
he's
any
asking
demonstration
me to
of gas
show pressure without
a
container.
Correct.
Yeah,
but
you don't need to go anywhere.
To do that, I have to go outside of the container.
Why?
Because if I'm in the container, it would be gas inside of the container.
Can't you create a vacuum?
To show that.
Sorry, how would you create a vacuum?
In Earth?
Yeah. Anywhere.
You would take a container.
Right, okay.
And try to suck out the gas out of it.
Yeah, exactly. You require a container.
Yeah, because we're under the pressure
an empty
of our atmosphere.
Hold on. When you have that vacuum, that empty volume inside the container, and you start putting gas back into it, you notice it fills the volume, moving freely and randomly in all directions.
I didn't hear you well.
Sorry.
Could you please repeat?
After you've created your vacuum and you put the gas back in there, you'll understand that the gas moves freely and randomly in all directions, filling the limitation of volume. You understand that, right?
Yeah.
Good. It's got no directional bias. The only reason it's going in one specific direction is because of the last physical collision that it had, either with another gas molecule or the walls of its container.
Yeah, in the other words, like it's difference of pressure.
In other words, gas has the power of indefinite expansion here on the Earth.
Only on the Earth?
Yeah, it's a natural law.
Not only on the Earth?
Yeah, in all space and time, everywhere.
Yeah, I agree with you.
So,
except there's one thing that.
So, in a thermodynamic system, for us to have gas pressure, that system must be physically closed. Because if it's open, all of the gas that's got all of the energy given to it by the temperature is going to go away.
Except one thing called gravity would.
This is why we describe the gas motion as here on the Earth, as moving freely and randomly in all direction, understanding that the law of nature that applies to the universe, the Earth in all space and time, that's the law that's acquired. You're saying that gravity, what?
Sorry,
what's gravity doing to the law that we've described that moves gas in all directions, filling space? Does gravity not let this happen?
Yeah, it might, because particles that have mass attract each other, and it is a force opposite to free movement of the particles.
Excuse me. Do you think gas attracts gas?
I think the atoms or the molecules of the gas attracts each other.
No. Do you understand that?
Okay, that's a fair statement.
Dude, gases have the power of indefinite expansion. If they attracted, that means that they would contract in on a space. The closer they got together, the more gravitational attraction meant that they wouldn't expand.
Yeah, that's basically how the sun works.
Okay, so you understand that your claim about basically that's how the sun works, if there's enough gas, gas wouldn't expand into a vacuum. That's a violation of the law that says that gas, doesn't matter how much, is going to disperse into the available vacuum. Just because there's more gas doesn't stop the gas expanding.
Okay, good. So let's go with that. I just want an answer to question, because this is going too far away from an initial question, right? Let's assume that gas pressure cannot exist outside of container. That is your statement, right?
Without a container.
Gas pressure cannot exist without a container, yeah. So could you please explain? So initially it was temperature, but then it got rejected. What is the reason that pressure drops higher you go up?
Where's the gas produced? Where's the gas produced?
Sorry?
Where's the gas produced?
I don't know. Does it matter?
Yes.
Okay. So where is it produced?
Gas is produced
how it's
on the surface and within the surface of the Earth. So there's more gas where the gas is produced.
Okay, so why isn't it filling all the container? You said it's gonna
because of the energy within the system.
What energy? You said the heat is not one of them.
Oh no, I was at pains to say that was a single cause fallacy. It's not the only one of them.
Okay, what else?
Oh, fuck's sake.
Hold on, is he conflating pressure with just greater pressure?
Yeah.
That's what he's doing.
I'm not conflating. Yeah. I'm saying why pressure is lower the higher you go up.
Sorry, pressure lower. Does lower pressure mean less gas?
It can be less gas, but it doesn't have to be.
Because if you have a temperature differential, you can have a pressure differential, because shock horror, it's vastly colder up in the sky than the average temperature down here on the Earth.
So what beside the temperature are factoring in? You said it's not only the temperature, right? What besides the temperature?
Okay, we'll go back to this again. Where's the gas produced?
It's produced on the air, but in the closed container, it's going to fill up all the container, right? It's your...
No!
Where's the greatest temperature on Earth? Is it in the sky or is it on the ground?
On the ground, it's hotter.
Thank you.
the temperature is not the only factor, as this person said. What else?
What for pressure? Oh, the only thing that we need for pressure is containment. Differentials in pressure is not really part of the conversation. Who cares? It's still pressure, isn't it?
Yeah, but it's not uniform. I'm asking why it's not.
Who cares? Who cares? There's a lot of reasons. Okay. Well, have you thought of all the reasons why there's differences in temperature? We've discussed a few of them here today. You seem to want to not acknowledge them. What have we discussed?
I'm completely acknowledging that there's a lot of reasons.
So why don't you repeat it? Repeat them for us. Make sure that we heard them.
Okay, it's a body heat. It's the atmospheric differences. It is the movement of the sun. It is the heat of my laptop. There is a lot of causes for temperature differences.
Thank you. What's the one cause that we have to have? So what causes pressure again?
I'm asking you. You said temperature is one of the reasons.
No. That's not what I said. No, you've ignored me completely. I've already told you once already. What is the one thing that we need to have gas pressure? At all.
To have gas pressure.
Yeah.
It's based on your statements. It's the container.
No, that's not my statement. That's from NASA. They tell you, and everybody else, by the way, requires that there must be. Yeah, so NASA, every other physicist that understands the second law of thermodynamics and the gas laws, they also acknowledge and admit that the only thing that can give us gas pressure is a container. There you go.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay, dude, what do you mean, there you go? Did you hear my question?
It's over.
Yeah, what causes pressure?
Beside temperature.
Wait. Did I say temperature or did I say a container? Did NASA say a container?
Dude, okay, let's clarify and not mix these two things, right? I'm for this argument, I'm agreeing with you that we need a container to have a gas pressure. And you're saying the Earth is covered with that container. And as we established before, the gases are taking all the available space limited by its container. So I'm asking if the heat is a factor in changing the pressure uniformity, in changing the pressure of the gas. You guys say that it's not the only factor that changes the pressure. What else can change the pressure in the container beside the heat?
Well, so the fun thing about this is basic physics. Why are you asking us basic physics questions about like the evaporative cycle? Because you realize that one of the greatest sources where you can transfer heat to cold is through the evaporative process. So when the sun evaporates the oceans, it creates coldness, right? It's entropy. This is all basic physics. It's like you're asking questions that you probably already know the answer to.
Can we set aside the temperature, the coldness, the temperature differences? Can we say that?
Can we turn the temperature?
My question, please.
Because pressure is usually always tied. The temperature is always tied to pressure, usually.
Of course.
It's always.
But can we? Yeah. Because, please hear me out. Just because you said temperature is not the only thing that changes the pressure, can we please put aside the temperature and
we can't turn temperature off. We can't turn the temperature off, man.
I'm not saying turning temperature off.
You want us to imagine?
Let's imagine in a container that we don't have temperature variation.
Let's go to imagination land.
Yeah. Let's imagine. It's not hard. Let's take a container, like 1 meter square, 1 meter cube.
You want to know what we can imagine? You want to know what we can imagine, Mr. Stark? Gravity only works on a flat Earth.
Do you want to switch the topic? Can I please get the answer? I'm really interested. You state something, and I want to know your opinion.
It's possible. Hold on for a second. It's possible that there was a misunderstanding or a misspeak. The temperature is the thing, or the variations in temperature is the thing that gives us the differences or the dynamic system of pressure that we have. As far as I understand.
Anything else?
Now, I don't know. As far as I can tell, I mean, go ahead, T-Dub.
Well, I just wanted to mention our cycles that we have. Like, we have changes of states of matter with altitude as well. So you've got continual conversion of gas into liquid, liquid into gas, etc., etc. And plus, it was mentioned that the production of gas is at the surface, and it expands up and outwards in all directions to fill whatever available space, meeting the different varying temperatures along the way, right? And spreading out. So it's like with a kettle, right? So you've got a kettle boiling, right? So the steam's coming out of the spout. That's where the greater pressure is going to be. You measure the pressure of the steam, a meter above that, it's going to be less, right? Because it's spreading out.
Right, but I think we're
hitting
speaking
surfaces and condensing into liquid, falling back down. If it fell back into the pot, it'd get reboiled back and evaporate again. Right, so you got these cycles happening as well.
He's essentially saying it's possibly that he's talking about the fact that there was a misspeak or a miscommunication here. He's saying if we take the temperature or the variation in temperature away, is there any other thing that would cause a variation in pressure? And I actually don't think that there is. So, no. But the thing that we do need is pressure. We have a dynamic system. You agreed. You also agreed that we need a container for the pressure. That's the argument.
No, can we just appreciate that Jedi guy, I don't know if maybe he's not here. When I tried to explain him that about the temperature, he stated, dude, I'm saying the temperature is only one factor on that takes a role in the gas pressure not being
you
uniform.
You could increase the gases in the system. That would also change the pressure. Now what?
Of course. My question is if I go 10,000 kilometers in the air and measure the temperature and get the same temperature on the Earth on the bottom side, right?
Would you?
What do you mean?
Is that
bottom side? Oh, what bottom side?
Dude, okay. No bottom. On the Earth. Are you saying that in my refrigerator...
Do you think you can get the same temperature at 10,000 feet as you could at 0 feet?
I said kilometers.
Who cares, dude? Now you're being pedantic. Hold on a second. Hey, Stark.
What do you mean?
Stop being pedantic. If we say feet or meters, you don't have to go ahead and point out, that I'm saying meters and you're saying feet.
Difference between 10,000 kilometers and 10,000
It doesn't matter, bro. It doesn't matter. 0 kilometers or 10,000 kilometers.
It makes it even further, man. At 10,000 kilometers, do you think the temperature is the same at 0 kilometers?
Of course, no. That's why I brought that example.
Right.
What would you need?
Do you think there would be a difference in pressure at 10,000 kilometers as 0 kilometers? Since there's a vast difference in temperature, don't you think there would be a vast difference in pressure?
Yeah. If the cause of it, the temperature. Do you think that in my refrigerator, the pressure is lower than outside of it?
Who cares? The point is, you already acknowledged that we need containment to have this pressure. You could have different pressure and different temperature everywhere. Still wouldn't matter. You still need... I know you're not acknowledging it because it really ruins your worldview. It doesn't matter if there's different pressures or temperatures. Dude, for the sake of the argument, it doesn't matter about, not even for the sake of the argument. It is a cold, hard fact. It is a cold, hard fact that to have the pressure or the temperature, you need the containment. Oh, who cares? I care, and so do you, because that debunks your entire worldview.
And yeah, in your refrigerator, that HVAC is sucking out all the condensation. So yeah, there is a temperature difference inside the refrigerator versus outside.
I'm not saying temperature difference, dude. I'm saying
there's a pressure difference
but
as well.
I'm being pedantic, right?
Right. You're just trying to straw man as much as you can.
There's no difference.
You're trying to find your straw man.
Stark, why are you triggered now, bro?
What's the question on
what?
the table?
He keeps saying container, but I mean, I don't know if he realizes it.
He's arguing about pressure differentials. I don't even know if he has a question.
Just be honest to yourself, right? When somebody's speaking with you and you're doing the argument, you're speaking back, and eventually you say, who cares? It's just pointless to speak further.
He's arguing against temperature causing pressure differential.
If the temperature causing the pressure difference, right, in the refrigerator, the pressure should be lower than the outside air, right?
Why?
Because colder it is, the less pressure you have, by your logic.
No.
Wait, why isn't that not true?
Well, the HVAC is going to suck all the condensation out, so it would be lower.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, and in areas that it's colder, that's when storms happen because the warm air is rushing in.
Mm-hmm. So in my refrigerator, is it less pressure than outside air?
Yes.
So if it's gonna get colder, would I be able to open it?
What?
You mean
Is there gonna be a point?
Refrigerators do have like a little suction feeling. What do you mean?
Yeah, but is there a point that I wouldn't be able to open the refrigerator?
Depends on the strength of the vacuum or the lower pressure.
So, okay, so in the I don't know if you believe in the outer space, but in the outer space, right? If you have a pressure, you cannot open the door, right? Because the pressure.
Right.
Would,
So how do they do spacewalks on the ISS?
Because you can change the pressure inside a container.
Come on.
If the water gets in the boat in the middle of the ocean, how would you get rid of the water?
Container.
Can you suck it out?
Interesting.
Yeah, you use pumps.
Yeah, the same way you can equalize the pressure difference in the ISS.
Well, we're not going to go to your fairy tale land and talk about hypotheticals. In the real world, we just excavate or remove water with pumps. Same with air. Always containment, by the way.
I mean, yeah, gas pressure requires containment. That's definitely in the definition. Most people argue that gravity is the container, but they know that. I mean, is that what you're saying? Let's start there. Like, let's stop playing games. Is that what you're trying to say? Is that what you believe, or is it bring your own cosmology day today?
It's always bring your own cosmology day, bro.
Because a container is, or gas pressure is defined as the molecules bouncing off of each other and the walls of the container. So that's the key bit there. So for it to be analogous, is there a wall of gravity that the gas is bouncing off of for it to stop? That, or are you bringing your own cosmology today? How's it going for you?
You finished?
Well, it's a question. Are you?
No,
Are you?
you were speaking. I'm asking if you're done speaking.
Ask your question.
Yeah. So the thing that you stated, the gases cannot be without, gas pressure cannot be without, is a container, right? And container is
What I said was that's
Earth.
how it's defined. What I said was gas pressure is defined as the molecules bouncing off of each other and the walls of the container. So my question to you was, is gravity some sort of wall that molecules can bounce off of? No. Okay.
You don't. You don't need. You don't need.
Okay.
I mean,
so
for
then
you, it's necessary.
So then how are the molecules, if there's an available volume above us or all around us, then how is the air not just continuing to go that way? Like, because obviously it expands from the surface to the sky. That's how the air gets up there for it to rain.
It's the same
how would
reason. It's the same reason why you come back to Earth after jumping.
Holy cow.
It is the same reason
No, it isn't.
that you come back to Earth.
I don't have kinetic energy. When you jump up, you lose
really
energy.
sad you
It's
don't
not
have
kinetic.
energy.
It's got temperature. The gas is going to continually move because it has temperature.
Even the cold gas?
Yeah.
Yes.
That's still temperature. It might be cold
that's
to you,
great.
but it's still
That's
a temperature.
I'm not arguing with that. I'm saying the gases. The question that this person asked me, I think Elijah, was that why the atmosphere is not dispersing into outer space, instead it's being close to Earth. I said it's the same reason why he's coming back to Earth after jumping from the Earth.
What is that reason?
And I pointed out that
the reason called
you
gravity.
have run out of force.
There it is.
Gas has got kinetic energy, which means it has energy to move. It's not the same
also have energy to
comparison.
move. When you jump, you're wasting energy to jump.
Excuse me, it's not the same comparison because I don't have kinetic energy.
What do you mean by kinetic energy?
The temperature of me isn't going to make me move because I'm not a gas, I'm solid.
You're not a gas. Exactly. So while a gas has temperature, it moves.
So
doesn't stop.
Only gases have kinetic energy, right? Do you think only gases have kinetic energy?
No, gas. Other things can have. We're talking about gas. We're not talking about other things. We're
My
talking
argument
specifically about gas.
Okay, you say the gas have kinetic energy, that's why it moves. I'm asking you, my point is, why gas doesn't disperse, why the atmosphere does not disperse into outer space is the same reason that when the person jumps, he comes back to Earth. You say gas has kinetic energy. Doesn't the person who jumps have the same kinetic energy? Please answer, and why? Please tell me.
No, because a solid object is bonded. We're talking about unbonded gas molecules. Solid objects will only rise or fall. Gas moves in all directions.
Is your point that you have to be gaseous to have kinetic energy?
No, our point is that the gas continues to move because it has temperature.
Of course, yeah. Yeah,
of course, yes.
Yeah. But...
And the only thing that's going to change its direction is a physical collision.
So
can I ask you a question, Mr. Stark?
Yeah, go ahead, please. Because
can I ask you a question? If you have a
please.
Like, if you create a vacuum chamber, right, and you suck as much air out of it as you can, and then you start to reintroduce gas in there, but you only give back like 2% of the volume, right? Because you want to prove that gravity is pulling everything down. So
Could
when
you
you give back, you give back 2% of the volume that you took out. All right.
2% of the volume. Okay.
So you suck out as much as you can, and you only give back like 2% of the volume that you took out. So you just give a little spurt of gas into the vacuum chamber. Is the gas in that vacuum chamber going to lay down on the ground, or is it going to fill the entire
available space?
Bingo.
The thing I'm saying already, fifth time I think, that doesn't happen to our atmosphere because of the thing called gravity, which is the same when a person jumps, he comes back.
I just gave you the example of the vacuum chamber when you introduce a little bit of gas into it, and then when what you said was that it fills the available space. Why doesn't it just lay on the ground? It's only a little bit of gas.
Are you saying there's no gravity in a vacuum chamber? Are you saying there is no gravity in a vacuum chamber?
No, there is gravity. But
okay, there you go. Didn't stop anything. Didn't stop anything, did it? Didn't stop anything from going up.
Dude, if you take your example, which is for your worldview is necessary, you're stating that the container is necessary. If you take that container and make it 20,000 kilometer high, the gas wouldn't go
necessary
to the very
for what?
bottom.
Necessary for what? What is it necessary
Necessary to see that the gas wouldn't take all the space.
No, a surface is necessary for gas pressure.
Yeah, but if you take that surface and make it like billion times bigger, that it goes outside of the atmosphere, you would see.
Yeah, and no matter what height that we measure, we have gas pressure. So you're correct.
No, not at all the altitudes you have gas pressure.
Yeah, you do. There's air up there.
You mean at every altitude you have gas pressure?
Yes.
What pressure are you talking about? Like minuscule?
There's air up there. There's gas pressure there. They measure it.
Can you breathe out there?
Does it matter if you can breathe? Is there gas there?
If there's a gas, you can breathe.
It's possible that it's not dense enough for us to actually survive, but there is gas. That's why they measure it.
Okay, so
are you saying, excuse me, are you saying that unless you can breathe, there's no gas pressure? Is that your contention?
No, but if you can breathe, there is a gas pressure.
No, yeah, of course, that's obvious, but it may not be that dense at a higher altitude. Doesn't matter, there's still gas.
Okay, when I asked you minuscule, you said no. So if it's not minuscule, okay, at what point?
It could be minuscule pressure, but it's still pressure. Is minuscule pressure still pressure?
The minuscule pressure is still pressure.
Thank you.
And that also means that.
So you're saying no matter how far we go, there's always going to be pressure?
Listen, the bottom line is if there is pressure, the air molecules are going in all directions, and the ones that happen to be going up are just going to go to the available volume.
Except because when the temperature is cold.
Gases don't reach absolute zero. There's no such thing as absolute zero, so they would never stop. That's the point. They just keep going.
They keep going in all directions except when there's temperature differentiation.
They keep going.
It doesn't stop. It doesn't stop. They keep going.
Yeah, but more bottom than up, like more to the down than to the up, right?
No, they're all beginning from the surface. So no, once they're all going in the vector of up, nothing is stopping it ever. Lower temperature is not going to stop it. It's going to keep going.
So why it isn't filling uniformly the whole container of the Earth? Temperature, right? Say yes, please.
Yes, of course. That's the point.
But
it's a dynamic system. We already covered this, bro. I don't know why you're.
The issue is
going back to that.
Is the person saying no? It's gonna go up. It's gonna go up. It's gonna go up.
It is up.
My point is, do you think that I know you have a not magical but invisible, improvable thing that can covering the whole Earth, right?
No. Sorry, we have the evidence for it. It's called pressure.
Yeah, you
can explain. You can interpret the pressure by that.
You have an invisible thing that is stopping the air from going into the available volume of your story. We're saying that that's not possible. We're not making a claim as to what's going on.
I'm stating that there's an invisible thing that pulling it back, and the same invisible magical thing pulls you back on the Earth once you jump.
You demonstrated that wasn't the issue in the vacuum chamber.
I said if you make it big enough, you can see it's not going to reach to the top.
Yeah, who did that?
Nobody did that, but you can do that and see for yourself.
Oh yeah, just like your globe, right? Everything exists just in theory.
Yeah, that just like the experiment on the South Pole.
Yeah, but we can
they stated there's no 24-hour on the South Pole, and they went there and saw that for themselves, right? Somebody spent money, and they went there and saw that, right?
What does that have to do with anything?
It doesn't necessarily have to be like that. You can just okay, good.
Excuse me. What does the 24-hour sun have to do with anything?
I'm just saying that a flat earther said that there cannot be 24-hour sun at the South Pole. I know.
Yeah, well, he's an idiot
because you don't have a model, right? You said that.
Do you have a model?
Yeah.
Do you have a model?
Heliocentric model with round rocks.
Post it for me. Post it for me.
What do you mean?
What's the size of your Earth in the model?
How much curvature does it have? Pretty damn large. Can you post me the model, please?
Post my model.
What do you mean?
How dare you ask such a thing?
You even named it the heliocentric model. I want you to put it in the side chat. The heliocentric model.
Here's the magical. Okay.
Not just an image, all of it, every detail.
I'm just gonna put a Wikipedia article on it.
All of it's predictive power as well.
It's the globe model. It's kind of ridiculous.
Yeah, I think we should stick to the horizon then.
Yeah, I just don't understand why people think it's so difficult to, like, if you're going to detect curvature, all you do is you draw a tangent over the curving surface, then you measure the deviation from the tangent of the curving surface, and that gives you your rate of curvature. And if you draw a tangent and there's no measurable difference in the deviation of curvature, guess what? You got two parallel lines then. I mean, it's not really that hard, right, Elijah?
Say that again. I'm sorry. I wasn't.
So when you're measuring curvature, you draw a tangent over the curved surface, and that tangent straight line gives you, like, you measure the deviation up from the tangent to the curved surface over distance. That gives you your drop over your distance, your measured rate of curvature. And if you draw a tangent over a surface and you don't have any deviation from that tangent, well, then guess what? You have two parallel lines. I just don't see how that's so hard to comprehend. So, Mr. Stark, how big is the Earth in your model? What's the circumference?
Well, his model, right? He thinks the globe model is posting Wikipedia, right? That was him presenting the globe model.
I don't have one for myself, dude. Somebody else before me came up with it, and I'm using the same thing.
Dude, you posted a summary page that anyone can write, right? It's not something that's got measurable predictions, formulas. Well, the heliocentric model that you claimed.
Right, he provided that.
That model matching with reality.
Wikipedia. I've edited Wikipedia before.
Well, it could come from any source.
I can edit Wikipedia.
All of the sources would agree.
So
would you rather he draws it himself? Like, what are you asking for?
What do you think a scientific model is? Do you think linking Wikipedia is a scientific model?
No, it's you're slightly moving the goalpost, dude. Now it has to be scientific, right? It might be.
So what do you think it is? Do you think Wikipedia is a model? Milo, shut up, or you'll go back on mute.
I don't give a fuck.
You didn't ask for specific source. You said, send me heliocentric model example. I sent you the link of the Wikipedia.
Wikipedia is not a heliocentric model. That's not a model.
Wikipedia is not. It has.
It's a summary page that anybody can write. It's not something that's being tested against. So it's not something that's being tested. Oh my god, you have no idea what a model is, dude. That's absolutely ridiculous.
You want to test it, okay? So in flat Earth model, can we test the solar and lunar eclipses?
Nobody in here claimed a flat Earth model,
that they have
right?
Model. Okay.
And your Wikipedia page doesn't show testing of any of those things that you just mentioned.
So nobody here claimed they have a model. Okay, let's do this way. It's a really great way. I don't have a model, right? Just the same way.
Okay, so you lied.
Just the same way as you do. No, I sent you a model. It didn't satisfy.
That's not a model.
Beside that, I don't have any. The one beside the one that didn't satisfy you. I don't have model just the way you don't, and I believe that Earth is sphere. Prove me wrong, please.
Okay, so
there's no curvature.
Yeah, so the claimed radius is 3959 miles. When we go out in reality, right, we can show you countless amounts of long distance observations and laser tests that prove, right, that this is not the case, right? There's no geometric horizon, right? There's no drop over distance. Now, all of the things that we've mentioned, we can test, we can show you demonstrations of, right? You're unable to practically demonstrate anything that you've mentioned here today.
What about sun setting behind the horizon?
Yeah, I can demonstrate that on a flat surface. I can demonstrate that on a flat surface also.
Yeah, that would mean
I'm gonna send you a link in the side chat. I want you to save this video, and I never want to see you make a comparison to the Netflix fake documentary Behind the Curve ever again, because you don't know the whole story, and that's the most ridiculous straw man that you'll ever put out. I promise.
What you talking about?
I saw what you put up there on Newsweek, showing Behind the Curve.
So that's fake. Okay, right. Okay.
It is fake. And when I put in the side chat where it says "Thank you, Bob," I want you to listen to Bob explain what really happened, because they literally strawmanned him. They took the creative rights and they made it however they wanted to, and he had all the documentation to support it.
Going to hear what he has to say.
I hope you do.
Be sure, not just because you want it, but
and as far as
has been.
Go ahead.
Like I don't know the word for it in English, but if the man has been somehow put it in the wrong light, I'm gonna hear what she has to say, he or she.
Yeah, but Mr. Stark, DJ told you that we don't have model, but he told you what we have. Did you hear?
You don't have model, but you have curvatures.
No, we don't have curvature. Yeah, we don't have curvature like you don't have. What about that?
What about that?
What if surface does not curve in reality? What then?
What do you mean it doesn't?
If you show that it does, we will be so grateful to see that.
I can show you, but you won't believe in it. You said it's an
okay.
edit.
Can you show me like this? The height, distance, and drop, and I will believe you.
No, I can show you the pictures from ISS.
No. If pictures from ISS showing that it's curving, that means it must curve also on the ground. Is that correct?
Yeah, but if it's showing that it's curving, it's showing that it's curving.
If it's showing that it's curving, it must curve on the ground. Is that correct?
It must at some point, yeah, of course.
Yeah, what is that point?
If you're standing on completely level sea, it's about 3-something miles.
Okay, with what height?
About 2 meters height.
Okay, we have it 30 centimeter height. Okay. We have observation with 30 centimeter height, showing 16 kilometers.
Yeah, we've got countless observations that show that that's absolutely not the case. What you suggested is not the case based on the globe geometry, right? That horizon isn't there at that distance that it should be. We can show you countless examples, and you're not going to be able to show us a single example that lines up with your globe mathematics.
What about the pictures from ISS?
What about the geometry, what we said now?
Yeah, but what about
if it's up there, it should be down here. If it's up there, it should be down here. That's the whole point. I also put in the side chat, I tagged you with the video of a demonstration on how sunsets would work over a flat surface. And if you need me to, I can give you over 100 videos of different demonstrations using natural atmospheric conditions on a flat surface, giving bottom-up obstruction.
Does it have anything to do with refractions?
Yeah.
Of course.
But you don't like refraction?
No, it has nothing to do with the refraction because you see the surface.
You don't like refraction for bottom-up obstruction?
No, I really like them. Okay, you provided example where the geometry doesn't add up on the 30 centimeters above the ground measurement, right? Okay, I didn't measure it personally. I would love to test it that personally. But Okay, let's for example, I know not having a model is very convenient because you can just say that
You don't have a model. You don't have a model. You didn't
You don't
post
have
a
a
model.
model.
A Wikipedia
Yeah.
page is not a model. A model is a set of measurable predictions and calculations about how something behaves.
Okay, great. So you don't have model too, right?
We
If
didn't
I
claim
have a model, with what I will compare
But
it?
you are
If I
expecting.
have a model, the question is this: if I have a model, with what I will compare the model?
What do you mean with what? You don't need to compare it with anything.
You
just
need to
have a
compare
model
with the
of how things
original.
work.
You know what is original and what is the model of the original.
You mean? I thought you were meaning other models. You can test it
No. I
in
mean
reality.
with the reality. Yeah. Shall we compare that model, any model, with the reality?
Yeah, of course. Like when people go to moon, right?
We are doing now with you.
They
Do you
are
want to see
comparing.
that? Do you want to
Sorry?
see that observations? Because you didn't do it. Other people did it.
Could you repeat your question, please?
Do you want to see that observations? Because you didn't do it.
I've seen the observations. I just gave you an example. Two, actually.
Did you see observation from other people showing there is no curvature?
Yeah,
Did you see that?
I listened to those observations. I mean, I listened to recording what happened during those
You were
observations.
listening observation. How is that possible?
What do you mean? How is that possible?
How you can listen observation, man? Are you serious?
I simply the person told me about the
I will
observation.
tell you like this. That means that you will believe in flat Earth easily. I had observation Earth is flat. Now, did you hear me?
Listening to something doesn't mean to believe in it. Is there something wrong with here?
Yeah, but observing something in reality, what that mean?
Hold on, guys. Let DJ take him through an observation if he wants to see
How
an
would I
observation.
observe in reality on the Discord server? What do you mean?
So,
yeah, we've got videos and that. So DJ,
it's not in reality. It's a video.
Hold on a second, Mr. Stark. Just hear me out for a second, right? So the things you're talking about, right? The ISS, the moon footage, blah blah blah, right? You can't ever go and validate that, right? You have to believe it. Now, if they say the Earth's a globe of a certain size, right? We can actually all go out and test that in reality very easily, and we've done that countless times, right? So
have you validated?
Yeah, I have done it myself.
Issue with the curvature.
Hold on a second, right? Just listen. Let me finish talking. Okay, so the evidence that we can show you, right, that proves the Earth isn't a globe, you can go and test and repeat this yourself very easily. Unlike what you suggested, right, which was the ISS footage. Now, do you want to see what I'm talking about quickly? Hello?
I'm not getting the question. What do you mean by if I want to see? You said that your given examples are reproducible, but the thing in ISS is not reproducible.
Yeah, you can't validate it, right? But you can validate this very easily. Like I've gone out to validate this myself in reality, and it checks out, right? So you could do the same if you wanted to.
Okay, for me it's gonna be hard because I don't have C access.
Okay. So just have a look at this, right? You could do it if you wanted to, though, right? Maybe it's easier for some people than other people. Well, you could go to the sea, right? But you can't go to space to the ISS.
The same way it might be hard for me to get to the space, the same way to the sea, the same way it's hard for you to get to the space. Maybe I don't have access.
Really,
to go
you think
outside.
Oh, dude, you're not being intellectually honest now.
Really? So, for
Yeah,
example,
really.
if I'd be in Ukraine and I don't have access to go outside of my country,
There's beaches in Ukraine. There's beaches in Ukraine.
Yeah.
You could go to the sea. Yeah. Go to Odessa.
Of course.
Come to Poland. You guys can come into Poland anytime where I'm at right now and go to the Baltic.
My point is, I don't have access to the sea. I cannot check it.
Yeah, so you can get access, dude. You could a couple of $100 and you can just jump on a bus or a plane and go to the sea, right? Bit different than going to the ISS, right?
Mm-hmm.
You can look into elevation profile of your country.
I wouldn't even worry about the elevation profile. Don't you have a lake nearby?
Ukraine's fucking flat anyway.
Like, come on, bro. Like, seriously, don't you have a lake near your home? Like, within 10 miles?
Yeah, don't get distracted by that red herring. You can go and get to a lake, you can get to a coastline, you can do something, and if you can't, well, that's your problem. We can, millions and billions of people can, and we've got demonstrations we can share. So follow what DJ's saying, follow along, write down your thoughts or objections as he goes.
You know what?
Good for you. Well, let DJ explain one first. DJ's going to take
this is ridiculous. Right? I'm going to test it from even if.
All right. Well, listen to DJ first. DJ's about to explain one, right? So you can listen to what DJ says, and then you'll have an understanding of what he's talking about,
Okay,
and
go
then
ahead,
you
DJ.
can talk about.
Okay, so this is a guy named Dr. John D, right? He lives in the UK. He's got a PhD, right, in the field of optics, actually, right? He's a very smart guy. He originally set out to debunk flat Earth, right, by doing different types of laser tests and long-distance observations. Okay, so have a look what I just posted in the side chat. This is one of his observations. Okay, so he's set up his camera on a tripod, 3.5 foot off the surface at the coastline, right? He's zooming out at a wind farm. Okay, the wind farm is called Rampion Wind Farm, and the distance to the furthest windmill is 11.2 miles. The closest windmill you can see is 8 miles away. Okay, so based off the globe geometry, we can work out that from 3.5 foot high, there should be a geometric horizon at 2.29 miles away. Okay, so that would be the line in which the sky and the ground appear to meet. Right, so that you wouldn't be able to see any water beyond that point. That would be the horizon line if the Earth's a globe. Now, we can see the bottom of all of the wind towers touching the water, and then we can see a boat way, way out behind the wind farms as well. And we can see the water going on way beyond the wind farms. We don't see any curvature, right? We don't see any obstruction. So the 11.2 mile wind tower should be obstructed by 52 feet behind the horizon. Okay, so this is one of...
Your question. So your
go
main
ahead.
point is that you can see the wind towers, or the main point is that you can see water behind the wind towers?
The main point is that there's certain characteristics that must be present based on the geometry of a globe. That would be drop over distance and a horizon at a certain distance.
So, for starters, when you said the bottom of the windmill touches the water, do you believe that the bottom is on the surface of the water?
No,
The bottom's on the seabed.
Yeah, exactly, right. So when I'm talking about, okay, we don't see any obstruction where the wind turbine tower leaves the water. Okay, we see it coming out of the water and we don't see any obstruction. It's not hidden behind anything. Obviously, it goes down and is buried into the ground under the water. Okay, here's a close-up of the wind towers touching the water. Have a look at that. Okay, so we can see the entire...
Could you please send me the video with the whole experiments? If there is a location and coordinates of the place it's being shot, that would be great.
So this guy goes over... Oh, I'm just finding it for you now, right? It's an hour, 15-minute video. He goes over everything in extreme detail. Like I said, this guy's a very smart guy. He doesn't leave anything out. So I'll just find it for you. So yeah, there's countless examples of this, right? And there's zero examples of making an observation and having it line up with the globe. Old Dude's just posted the video there for you.
Like, to be honest with you, like, not trying to win an argument or anything else, like, at this point, I'm gonna look into this. I have 3 videos already that I've collected, and I'm gonna watch. I love to watch the things. If this turns out to be true, right, it's easier for me to believe that calculations are wrong and Earth is bigger than it is flat. Because when it is flat, there are a lot of questions that are arising, and you just can't say that we don't know it, but it's the way it is.
Okay,
so how gravity works,
hold on a second,
what is
Sasha.
behind the Earth.
Hold on a second, man. Just let me respond to you quickly. Okay, so the distance that we're seeing the horizon in many of these observations, the radius would have to be millions of miles, right? So the Earth would have to be so big that all of the continents would just be on a tiny, tiny, tiny flat section of this globe, right? Well, not quite flat, but you know what I mean, right? We're just measuring flat. We're not finding a little bit of curvature. We're finding zero curvature, right? We go to a 20-mile lake. We can zoom across the surface and we can see the shoreline on the other side of a 20-mile lake.
I understand.
Right? There's zero curvature. So you can say it's bigger, but it would have to be so big that 20 miles would have to have zero curvature. Okay, so this globe would have to be millions of miles. Right? So the entire heliocentric model is completely thrown in the bin at this point. So I don't know why
you're geocentrist.
Yeah,
because it can't be bigger. It can't be bigger because your cosmic distance ladder starts with the first rung, right, of 3,959 mile radius.
Dude,
yeah, so that would mean
I understand that if that's to be true, the size is gonna be ridiculously high. But even in that case, it's easier for me to accept that Earth is flatter
It's changing
at some parts
size.
and more round in other parts. It's easier
changing size.
explanation. Sorry?
It's changing size. You're
not
happy to
changing
believe that it's changing. You can make the same observation from the same point. Different atmospheric conditions, or even changing the optic, your eyes compared to a high-powered zoom camera will change the distance to the horizon throughout every observation. And you're comfortable with the size of the Earth changing.
What do you mean it's changed every time?
The distance to the horizon changes. Even if you have the height of the optic at the same, the atmospheric conditions or you changing the optic will change the distance to the horizon.
Okay, but if we take the furthest available distance that have been seen, right, which would prove that Earth is not round, it's easier for me to believe that it's flatter at some parts.
Let me just add. I mean that even if you go that way, you're essentially looking at as much of a lie as the flat Earth is in terms of what the government's told you. Because the sizes, like DJ said, the size difference would be so huge, it would mean that the Earth as you know it would be like 1% of what is actually out there. So the government would have been telling you that what you know of as the known world is like 1% of what's actually out there. That alone would be a massive lie.
All the continents gonna be in one place, right?
Not just that. The entirety of the Earth, the size of it, it would be tiny. And it's not like they can be harmlessly wrong about it and mistaken. They've said that their space travel, going to the moon, going to the ISS, they're saying that that's all possible because they know the radius is 3,959 miles, and that's allowed them to orbit and slingshot around the Earth, right? So it doesn't really matter whether you say, oh, it's just a bigger ball or whatever. It's wrong and it's a massive lie, and you will essentially be on our side advocating for them to stop brainwashing children in school with this globe fantasy.
Dude, if this turns out to be true, which I'm really skeptical about, I'm gonna test it for myself, and I'm going to listen the whole 1 hour video. But if this turns out to be true, if it's easier for me, listen again, it's easier for me to believe that Earth is more round at one part and more flat at the others.
Well, you can only believe that
whatever
if
you
there's
want,
some
Mr. Stark.
point.
Yeah,
If there's,
it's easier. It's easier to believe
it's
that
not.
because when you
say it's easier, but it's not logical until you can actually measure some curvature, right? So you say, oh, it's just less curved here. You would have to measure curvature somewhere at some rate to be able to say, I still believe it's curved. If you don't have any of that, then it doesn't matter if you think it's easier. You can't say it because you don't have any curve. All you've got is flat.
Yeah, you can believe whatever you want.
You know the Gotham part is the best in the chat.
You can believe it's a bigger ball. You can believe it's a bigger ball, Mr. Stark. But the truth is, you know it's flat because that's the limitation of your knowledge.
Yeah, Mr. Stark, you are contradicting yourself because you say, "Oh, NASA has pictures." Now you are saying that the Earth is too big. Now you are saying that NASA is lying.
Look,
now you are saying that NASA is lying to you.
No.
Yes, you are. Even NASA has distance to the horizon. You can check it. Even NASA has that. But you are saying NASA is lying right now.
Yeah, there's no way to reconcile these observations with a globe, dude. There's no way to reconcile it. There's no way to reconcile these observations with a globe. It can't be done. It's the whole point.
These observations, the difference in the observations are not enough to change the picture from far away.
There isn't a picture from far away.
So yes, they bloody are. They show a curved surface that we don't measure when we shoot lasers over any distance of water. Excuse me.
It's pretty steep.
It's got nothing to do with measuring the surface of water.
You don't see the Everest from outer space because the deviation is not enough to change the shape of the Earth.
No, this is why I jumped in, because you went to outer space, saying that the idea, because you haven't been there, that the Earth is a sphere from up there, somewhere that you haven't been, that should be measurable on the surface of the Earth. In actual fact, measurements would be the empirical standard. The picture could be distorted somehow. We'd actually have to go to the physical thing to see what it actually was. And when we actually go to the physical thing, like the surface of the water, we do not measure any curvature over any distance.
Yeah, those images are just cartoons, dude. There is no globe in space. There is no space. So you defaulting to government cartoons over observable, measurable reality is not going to cut it.
Okay, so the craters on the Earth are fake also, right?
What? Dude, you need to stick to it. You need to stick to it. Don't lose yourself in red herrings. Focus on the curvature.
You just brought up the space isn't real.
Yes, correct. It's not. It's not. But I mean, you still haven't got over the curvature yet. You need to come to grips with that.
Then why are you bringing back the outer space?
Because you're trying to revert to pictures from space. You're trying to say, oh, but we've got the pictures from space.
If you bring up the outer space, I'm telling you, it's the craters also must be fake if the outer space is fake.
Sorry, what?
Well, I don't know what you're talking about.
Craters.
The
craters.
Yeah.
You're talking about the craters on the moon, Mr. Stark?
On the Earth.
We can have craters on Earth.
What?
Yeah, you can have a crater on Earth.
There's sinkholes on Earth. Oh my gosh.
Okay, let's forget about it.
Yeah, forget about that. Focus on the curve that DJ was explaining to you, the observation. You said you were going to look into it. That is definitely what you should do.
Okay, guys. I'm going to do it. I already tell I'm going to do it. Let's assume I'm convinced, right? Earth is flat. Because the observation you have shows that it's not curved at that distance. So there's a tons of question that arises just out of that nobody can answer because you don't have a model.
Yes, we're not claiming to have the answer to every question. Why would we?
Okay, so if and if we see other observations that prove that Earth cannot be flat, right?
Well, we don't
Would you
see
be convinced?
So
Yeah,
we don't have that observation.
Okay. I've seen a lot of flat Earth videos, but I don't know what you believe in. So could you please explain how day and night work on the flat Earth?
Sun moves.
Yeah, the sun
The
moves.
sun, it's like the sun moves. Moves.
Sun moves.
Moves.
Yeah, the
Sun-
light
what
in the
is sun?
sky, it's like, you want answers, but you keep talking. The light moves over the surface. It only illuminates a certain portion of that surface because the surface is really big.
Okay, there's at least
Simple.
3 questions arises from that.
Okay.
Why isn't it falling on the Earth? How it moves? What is sun?
That was like, sorry, one question at a time.
Okay, let's go. Why does it move?
Why? I don't know.
How would you test that?
Why don't it fall down on the Earth?
Don't know. It doesn't.
Okay. What is sun?
I don't know. Can't
How would you
access
test
it or
those things?
verify
You see the
any
problem.
speculation.
Yeah, well, I see the problem. You're asking questions that can't be tested. How would you test those questions in reality?
Guys, I want to tell you a joke, please, for
No,
Shut
no,
up.
shut up.
please,
Shut up.
no,
shut up. Put yourself on mute.
please,
No,
please,
shut
No.
up. No,
don't,
shut up.
please.
Someone put him on
No.
mute. Yeah, someone muting. So, dudes, those questions you just asked about the sun, tell us how you would test those yourself. Let's start with what is the sun? How do you test that?
I would
Go give me a
side with an
physical sample of the sun.
explanation that says why it's not falling on the ground.
No. We don't want an
That says why
explanation.
it's
You need
moving.
to.
I
You
mean,
need
not
to.
moving.
No. Well, an explanation could just be
It's
a
held up by
story, something
string
you
then.
made up. We want. How would you test it to confirm your explanation?
What would be satisfactory test for you?
Well, you tell me. You're the one asking how would you test
I'm
what the
saying,
sun
like,
is?
I could say a lot of stuff, right? But
Yeah, you
what
could
would
say
be
it, but
satisfactory?
could you test it? Could you test it?
Look, when somebody puts up requirements, there are satisfactory criteria.
You would have to go to the sun and test it to see if it is what you saw.
So you don't. So you would like me to bring you a part of the sun also, right? To test.
Well, if you're going to tell us what it is,
dude, sorry, hold on. This would be your scientific standard, right? Space exploration. One of the reasons why you went to the moon was to bring some of it back, so you could study it actually instead of just standing on the Earth and looking at it, wondering what it could possibly be. Even if you have best guesses, you still need to send fucking remote-controlled cars to Mars to take samples because looking at Mars isn't good enough. So yeah, you'd have to go to the fucking thing and bring me some of it back.
Looking at the moon isn't good enough, but we didn't send rovers there to collect dust.
Well, think about it this way, dude.
What's the fucking point?
We didn't do that to prove that moon is real, dude.
Well, dude, think about it this way. You're asking us these questions.
It's like Cyclone. Hold on. No, not real. What its constituent parts are. Okay. I'm going to lose my temper, dude, because I'm taking my time out to explain something for you, and then you say something stupid like that. It's not in contention whether it's real or not. It's what its constituent parts are.
Okay.
Like the question, what is the sun?
Dude, look, we didn't do that to know how far is the moon.
What did you do to figure out how far the moon was?
Sorry? We didn't
What did you do? It's not in contention the distance at the moment. It's what is the sun? Why doesn't it fall to the floor? Why does it move? That's what you brought up.
You're not going to let me reply to the moon thing, right?
Dude, it was an example of the scientific standard on your behalf about actually having to go to the thing to clarify it is what you speculated it to be. That would be the same standards of anything in the sky, including the sun.
You're going to let me answer to that statement?
If you're going to not be a fucking weasel about it, yeah. If you're not going to misplace my argument and strawman me, yeah.
I'm not strawmanning you. I think you
did,
like
dude.
distorting that argument to make some kind of point.
Now, shall we get back
I'm making
to you actually needing the standard?
Okay, you're not going to let me
confirming the observation by going to the thing.
Let's go back to the sun. Okay, you're not going to let me to respond to that. That's completely okay. Okay. Besides name calling and accusations, that's completely.
The sun.
Well, can I just say, dudes, like, you've come with your point saying, right, if the Earth is flat, then I've got all these questions. What is the sun? What is the moon? We're not making a claim as to what they are beyond what we can observe, right? The lights in the sky and how they move. We're not making a claim as to what they are. If you are making a claim as to what they are, you have to validate that. But you can't. You can't test them. You can't travel to them. You can't travel around them.
The world. Can you travel around the world?
Well, can you just focus for a second? Can you acknowledge what I've just said about the luminaries, the sun and the moon and the stars?
You're saying I cannot prove anything. I'm saying
you don't know what they are. You don't know what they are. You don't know how they work.
They are.
No, you don't.
It's the same as the other
This is the problem.
in the sky.
Okay, what is the sun? What's the sun made of?
It's made of hydrogen. Initially.
How do you know that?
In what form?
Because of the physics of it.
Of what? Sorry. In what form of matter?
Okay. Because of its light that comes to the Earth through its atmosphere, and we can analyze the light and its spectrum to see what is. Sorry.
That doesn't tell you what it is.
Hydrogen. I asked you in what state.
Initially gaseous, then in plasma.
No. Sorry. According to which solar spectrum?
Oh, you want to know the state of the material based?
No, I'm asking you according to which solar spectrum shows the hydrogen to be in a gaseous state.
It's not according to solar spectrum.
It is. That's the analogy. That's the analysis that you're going to do when you do spectroscopy, looking at the light that comes from the sun. And that's going to tell you what different compounds it is. That's where you got the hydrogen from. I'm asking you which measurement using a spectrometer, that would be a solar spectrum, shows that it's in its gaseous state.
But you're kind of indulging it. Sorry, it was my mistake. Spectroscopy not gonna tell you the consistency of the sun. Spectroscopy is telling you the consistency of the things that the light passes through. For example, our atmosphere, right? So it's not gonna tell you the state of the matter or the consistency of the matter, right? Because the spectroscopy is showing what part of the spectrum is missing from the light when it traverses the material.
Yes, Fraunhofer lines, I know.
Because that was my mistake. You cannot tell the state of the matter.
No, exactly. You can't. The only thing you can do is tell. The only thing that you can do is tell whether it's condensed or uncondensed. For example, if it was gaseous, it would be uncondensed. If it was a solid, it would be condensed. Solar spectrum of the sun shows the hydrogen to be in a condensed form, not a gaseous form.
Yeah, but initially it was gaseous.
No, initially, no, dude.
So
and that's just speculation based on pseudoscience with no ability to actually confirm your conclusion. So that doesn't mean you know anything. That means you vaguely heard a story from a group of people who claim that they know based on this pseudoscience assumption. So no, you don't know what the sun, moon, and stars are. So don't revert to them thinking that they tell you you live on a spinning ball. You've got no idea how those work.
I know what they are. No,
you don't.
Direct proof. I know what they are.
No, you believe a story you've heard about them. You believe a story you've heard about them. That's it.
That story satisfies me to the point.
Yeah. You believe the story. The story satisfies you. You believe it's fact, but it's just a belief you have. You don't know it's true.
Hey, can I ask?
I'm going to research the exact proof that you need, but I have a hunch that you ain't going to accept that.
You haven't exhausted all other options, Mr. Stark, but go ahead. Sorry for cutting.
Because it's hard not to exhaust when you cannot just say, I don't know, it's just the way it is.
Let me ask you this, man. If the surface of anything is not curving, then the surface of anything is what?
If it's not curving, it might be flat, it might be square, it might be, I don't know, triangular.
Well, flat doesn't need a shape, right? Like flat's just the feature of a surface, right? And just like curving is also a feature of a surface.
Do you consider an angle as a curve?
Do I consider an angle as a curve? No.
So
Why would I?
it doesn't have to be flat, right?
Straight lines that
It can be a cube.
at an apex. But that's beside the point. So if the surface of anything is not curving, then the surface of that thing must be flat. If the surface of the Earth is not curving, the surface of the Earth must be flat. If the surface of the Earth is flat, whatever is happening in the sky can only happen over a flat surface. Do you understand it?
Yeah, don't get distracted by the sun and the moon. You should be focusing on the curve first.
Okay, so your whole argument is solely based on an observation that has been made with a camera, and you
I've made it myself.
You made the same.
I've gone to a lake myself and made my own observations. I didn't need a camera. The camera was convincing, but I was like, no, that can't be right. Let me go check for myself.
Okay.
Yeah,
These
not
based
so
on
based on one picture.
Is it reproducible?
Yes.
So if I'm gonna do the same thing, am I gonna get the same result?
You're going to get varying results on different days. And it also depends on what optic you're using, what type of camera.
No, I'm not going to use camera. Let me see the distance. It'll
depend on the conditions of the day. It'll depend what the atmo conditions are like, what the humidity is like, what the temperature is like, what if there's fog, if there's mist. There's going to be a bunch of variables that play into it. But the point is, our argument rests on there being a lack of curvature, not just one example, countless.
So the issue is that it's not that easy to reproduce. So there's a lot of variables that.
Yeah, it is easy to reproduce.
No, there's a lot of variables. You say
the horizon that's supposed to be with 3,959 miles is never in that location. It's always further.
Let me just clarify.
We're talking about long distance observations, and he's not even going to use a camera.
Yeah, you want to use some kind of optic, like a binocular or telescope or something. But let me just clarify. When I said there's a lot of factors, I mean there's going to be a lot of factors that play into how far you can see. But for testing the actual globe geometry, there's a well-defined standard that will tell you how far the horizon should be, how much obstruction there should be over that distance, etc. That's easy to test. Now, how far exactly you're going to see?
The calculator gave me 5 kilometers.
Yeah, for a 6 foot, depends what your observer height is in terms of how far your geometric horizon should be. But yeah, for whatever, 8 foot observer height.
6.5 feet or 2 meters.
Okay, so 6.5 feet, whatever. You go to a beach, you're standing at the edge of the beach, and that's telling you there should be a horizon at 5 kilometers.
So for 1 meter, it should be around 3 kilometers, 3.5.
Right, okay. So then you go to the beach and you test how far you can see, and you see well in excess of that distance. So that's what's occurring. So what are we supposed to do at that point? Are we supposed to ignore that and just pretend it doesn't happen?
I'm just gonna go and test it. The thing is, you said there's a lot of
you should.
that I have to take into. I would, because it's kind of frustrating, because you say that you've tried it. I've never tried it. I have to try it also. I'm convinced that I'm gonna get the result that I'm seeing, but the issue is, you said there's a lot of conditions that I have to meet to get the result that you want.
Well, just things you need to consider.
Don't worry about the conditions. Don't even worry about the conditions. Just go make the observation and then bring it to us. We would love to share that with you.
I will definitely bring the results back if I will be able to go to the sea.
Yeah, sea or a shoreline or a big lake. Something like that. Well, good luck. I hope you do. Because this way you can know. This is what we tell people. Don't believe what we're saying. Don't believe what the Globe side are saying. Go and check for yourself. And this is something you can check. So
Godspeed.
I know that. I know, but the thing is, I never measured it by myself. I never did the experiment. But there's a lot of other factors that I can see that fit into the globe model that convince me to not to believe in it without making the actual curvature.
Yeah, they do a very good job at convincing us throughout our lives that we should believe in a globe. But the fact of the matter is, if any of the other stuff was true, then that curvature would exist. And if the curvature doesn't exist, then it doesn't matter what they're telling us about gravity and why our phone falls to the ground, or how we have communications technologies, or any of the images they show us. None of that matters if the curvature isn't there. It can't be the globe.
Okay. I understand what you're saying. Like the moon and the sun wouldn't matter if the curvature isn't there, right? If it's flat, it doesn't matter like how well the sun and the moon fits into the heliocentric model, right? I completely agree. If like the Earth is dead flat, it doesn't matter what sun does, right? Or how well its behavior fits in the heliocentric model. But the issue is if the man-made object operates in the bounds of the heliocentric model, it should tell us something. I don't know, guys. You obviously know that there's a thing called GPS. You obviously know that it's a man-made thing, right? And it works. You can measure your distance. You can measure it by yourself, then measure it by GPS, and it would tell you the truth. So
it just works on a flat Earth.
Sorry?
Yeah, that's all occurring on a flat Earth.
But how would GPS satellites work on the flat Earth?
Because the surface of the Earth is flat.
Yeah, why wouldn't it work? You can have ground-based
algorithms use triangulation to pinpoint your location on the Earth.
Welcome to flat Earth. What's a triangle?
Yeah, triangles would be flat.
Triangle is the flat, but to triangulate with 3 satellites, your position, you have to be on a curved surface. You wouldn't need that many satellites if you were on the
GP of each satellite, and those satellites
trilateration.
Trilateration form with triangles.
I mean, you can use only 2 satellites for that, right?
No, they're not, like, think about it, dude. For the vast majority of people in populated areas, they're not using little floating metal boxes flying around the sky. It's just ground towers and cables, Earth-based technology. Maybe in some remote areas, you might use some aerial technologies or some more exotic technologies in more remote areas. But no, for the most part, it's just ground-based technology.
What about in the airplane?
The airplane
is above the
pilot. Yeah, well, the pilots in airplanes, they treat the Earth as flat and motionless when they fly. So they also tell us the Earth's flat.
Yeah, the airplane flies over a ground plane.
When you're building a building, right, when you're making a building...
They also treat the Earth as flat.
Because the Earth is very, very big.
And flat.
It doesn't matter, right? I will make the experiment myself as soon as I get a chance to. But
yeah, you should.
The thing is,
all of those things tell us the Earth is flat. Surveying, building, communications, measurement. They all tell us it's flat.
Even a bit on that. I don't agree even a bit.
Well, I don't know who's building your buildings, but they always make sure they have a level surface to build on.
You can treat it as a flat, but it doesn't make it flat because
they have to get flat. They have to build on flat. It's not like they're just. Or they could, so they sometimes do.
To build on a level.
Let's say I've done the experiment, right, and it turns out fitting very well with the curvature of Earth, right? Let's say the argument that the buildings after that, the argument that they're building the buildings, actual buildings, as flat. It doesn't mean that the Earth.
Well, that would be in the imagination, dude. If when we went out and there was curvature, we wouldn't be here. We would be globers.
If the experiment proved the otherwise, the thing that the builders treat buildings as flat wouldn't change the argument. It is by itself not enough argument. It's just it very well can be very large.
Did you know if there was any measurable curvature, there would be no flat Earth discord?
I see what you're saying. He's saying it wouldn't make a difference on the scale of building anyway, but no, I mean, people do plan large-scale developments where they survey square miles of area, and they have to know the level of it, and they're basing elevations off of sea level, which is a horizontal datum. So they all treat it as flat and not just right where they are on a large scale. So all those things that you've mentioned in actuality tell us that it is flat. None of it tells us it's a globe. But yeah, you should go out and test it.
Yeah, I'm just saying the only thing is that would prove that there's no curvature is like just to the only thing that would prove definitely to go out on space.
No.
See it for it's the most sure way to confirm.
It's the most accurate way to get further away from the thing that you're trying to measure.
Yeah, to observe it, not to measure it.
No, we're going to measure it.
Okay, the world is not perfect. It's not discrete, right?
Sorry, do you not think that we can survey the land?
We can.
Yeah, and when we survey the land, what principal measurement do we use?
I'm not sure what you're meaning.
When we survey the land, the principal method of measurement that we use is angle measurements, both vertical measurements and horizontal angle measurements. So when we survey the land, we utilize and measure a horizontal earth. We use mean sea level, for example, as a horizontal reference datum. That's where we get elevation profiles from, like the height of a mountain, or depth profiles, like the depth of a seabed. It's all measured from a horizontal plane because it's all measured utilizing angles.
Okay,
Mr. Stark.
I'm not.
Real quick, I gotta ask. I gotta ask you, my brother.
What you meant by that?
What's an angle?
Go ahead, Jay.
What do you mean?
What is an angle?
It's a measure of the difference of two lines that have the same origin. Two straight lines.
What kind of line?
Yeah.
What kind
of straight lines? Awesome. So when we measure vertical angles, they are taken from a horizontal reference datum. That would be the surface of the Earth, or your level at altitude with the surface of the Earth. So in that instance, you will be utilizing a horizontal plane. We also have horizontal angle measurements. That's say you pointing at one thing on the horizon and then with your other arm pointing at something else along the horizon. This is a horizontal angle measurement. We can use this to calculate distances, for example.
Could you please, because it's really like a long conversation, could you then send me article of the system of measurement that you're talking about? It can be Wikipedia article. It doesn't matter to me. I just want to read about it later. Could you please send me the thing? Oh, that would be great. Thank you. To not waste time like of everybody and yours, I will take a look what you're talking about.
Mr. Stark, I gotta ask you, my friend. You sat here and said, and what if I go out and I measure the curvature of the Earth? And what if I see the curvature of the Earth? And what if it turns out to be that there is curvature there? Have you ever stopped to consider the other side? Just for a moment. Like, what if you go out there to find the curvature and it's not there and it's flat? Now what is going on in your mind?
I just did it with you. I just let it, like, for sake of argument, to think that Earth is flat. Just from that point.
What happens to your mind if you discover that the Earth has no curvature?
There's so many unexplained and unimaginable things and questions arises.
So you now know less than what you thought you knew because you discovered something new that you now know.
So you want to know? So you want to say that people, right, that came up with this whole scientific progress through these 2,000 years, right? For especially like last 500 years, wouldn't be able
they're all fucking liars. They're all liars. They're all liars. All of them. They're all liars.
Not necessarily liars. They could just be they could just be mistaken on some parts, but the point is they would all be incorrect. And it's only really the last few hundred years maybe even less, maybe only since the moon landings that people have really taken this claim of a globe seriously.
What do you mean? People were burned for it, right?
We've got see, this is a version of history that you've been taught, but it's not necessarily the accurate version or the complete story.
Who faked it? Who faked it?
Well, listen, the history of the globe is long, but it essentially goes back to Greek philosophy a few thousand years ago with Pythagoras, where they worshipped the sphere. They had a quasi-religion where they were obsessed with geometry, mathematics, and how that played into the universe in general. But for whatever reason, they decided that the sphere was the perfect shape for a number of reasons. And they reasoned philosophically that the perfect creator, God, would create the perfect earth in the perfect shape. And that's really how we get to the notion that the earth could be a ball. But the people in Greece at the time were flat earthers. They didn't think the earth was a ball. And Pythagoras and his cult were criminalized for pushing this philosophy, right? They were a heretical cult. They were not, the people didn't agree with them. And then fast forward to like the 1600s and the Catholic Church pick it up with Copernicus and they're pushing a heliocentric model.
Can I just clarify one thing before skipping a lot of time? So you're saying the conspiracy started around like ancient Greece, right?
No, I'm not saying conspiracy. I said that was like
The lies.
No, I didn't say lies. I said they came up with a quasi-religious philosophy. Right?
Okay.
That was the inception of the idea.
At that point of time in ancient Greece, they come up with a religion. So your statement, does your statement account like forcibly enforcing this religion throughout the history?
Well, if you were going to let me continue, if you would have let me continue, I was about to tell you that the Catholic Church were the ones who primarily pushed this, having a large amount of control over the education system, especially in the West.
Didn't they push the reverse of it, like the opposite of it?
Well, for a long time, the churches did, because that's what the scriptures describe. They don't describe a ball earth. They describe a flat, motionless earth.
Okay, then continue.
So that was a change in their teachings at that time. This is when the philosophy began to be pushed by the church. And they got Copernicus to come up with a heliocentric model where the earth was no longer sitting at rest with the sun and the moon going around
against it, right?
Well, yeah, it was controversial because the scriptures, the Bible, the Quran, the Torah, they don't describe globe earth going around the sun.
Is center of the universe. So the church,
they describe the earth as motionless. Well, the church were the ones who, in that time, went against it. But for a time before that, yes, they accepted the common cosmology of the time, which was a flat, motionless earth.
So it wasn't the church who enforced that idea, that religion, as you say.
Well, that's what's described in the scriptures. That's the Hebrew cosmology. So that's what they put down.
The heliocentrism. I thought you said the church was
Heliocentrism came in the 1600s with Copernicus, and well, he's the one that came up with the accepted theory at the time of heliocentrism. The church was the one who pushed him to publish that book.
They needed a new way to predict when Easter was, which was based on the moon. So they funded this new predictive model, and they were highly involved.
Sorry, you're saying that church was pushing heliocentric model and enforcing it.
Let me put it like this. They needed a better way to predict more accurately when Easter was, because it was due to a phase of the moon. So the conceptualization of the celestial sphere was kind of born in this instance. Now, what they did after this is kind of irrelevant, but the fact that they funded this particular enterprise is kind of foremost.
It really matters, because at some point you were saying that it was church who was reinforcing it. The thing that church wanted to know and
was when Easter was.
Saying Yeah, but and saying that church was reinforcing to broad masses that the earth is round is two completely different things.
We're telling you where it was conceptualized.
Yeah, dude. I mean, you can.
To where the model comes from.
Yeah, you can look into all this, and you should look into the history of the globe and heliocentrism. Absolutely. The only reason I went into that briefly was because I wanted to expel this notion that it's been thousands of years of known hard science that everyone's agreed upon. Far from it. They were still debating all this in the 1900s.
I just clearly know that, for example, Galileo was home arrested till the end of his life just because he suggested that Earth is not the center of the universe. How would you say that?
Yeah, do you understand that if it was a heresy, the church would have decapitated him in front of the entire public? Why would they put him on house arrest? That's absurd. That's just a story.
Yeah, that's just more kind of the heliocentric globe skew of history.
Because Galileo didn't say that.
The church literally went on a crusade and killed millions of people. You're telling me that because Galileo committed a heresy, that they were just going to say, "Hey, bro, just stay home for the rest of your life. It's okay."
I don't know. Maybe church that day was very happy. My point is, he went against the person and put him on the house arrest for the rest of his life. If church was pushing the idea of heliocentrism, that the point of the history would make no sense. Why church would punish somebody for saying that the earth is not, he didn't even say that earth is not the center of the universe. He said that there is a planet out there that has moons that revolves around that planet. So not everything must revolve around Earth. And just for that idea, they punished him. So if the church were pushing heliocentric idea, which basically makes the sun the center of the universe, why would they punish a person publicly?
Well, we're not necessarily going to speculate on the motives or the exact history as it's been brought down to us, but needless to say, nothing that Galileo did evidenced that the Earth is a spinning ball or anything of the like. So,
of course,
it doesn't get us any closer to it.
The point is that you're saying that this idea of round Earth, which is kind of a religion, were reinforced through the ages, and like in the 1500s, the church was the main thing that were pushing this ideology, but it was not like that. Church wasn't like, historically church was against heliocentrism. Who were pushing that idea at those ages?
Yeah, well, eventually they changed and started pushing heliocentrism in the globe, didn't they?
Like eventually in 400 years, but not in 100, 200, 250 years.
No, there was people. There's people back in. Yeah, there's people back in the day who were pushing it with Copernicus.
But it was not officially pushed by the church, right?
Well, I don't know what year was officially put into their doctrine, but it doesn't really matter.
The point is why it's matter that somebody had to push this religion if it's fake. Because if it's fake, people would. If it's not.
Well, it is fake because we've measured it. This is the point. I mean, you're arguing it from a position of it wouldn't make sense.
We're still disagreeing on that because I didn't do that.
Well, hang on.
It doesn't matter if you're disagreeing. It doesn't matter if you're disagreeing. It is what it is. You've already said you haven't done it.
That is my point.
Yeah, exactly.
That is my point. If it's
it's not that they necessarily understood it to be false. They could have earnestly and honestly believed it.
Dude, if you can measure it by yourself without too many complicated things, you say it's easy to do. People at some point can do the same, right? So there had to be reinforcing. Somebody should be reinforcing this fake religion, as you say.
Yeah, they are.
That is
Turn on the TV. Go to school.
Not now. Not now. In the 1500s, in the 1600s, in the 1700s. Not when you have TV. And
yeah, there's a long history of people peddling the globe.
Of course.
Just look into the history.
Somebody powerful should reinforce that to keep people doing very simple observation. I don't see that power through the history to reinforce.
Well, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what you do or don't see. I don't know how much research you've ever done into this. I can see that the Earth has no curvature and so can't possibly be a globe. Yes, the Earth.
Earth.
Yes, the Earth. See, this is where you're going wrong. See, this is where you're going wrong, Mr. Spark. You're going to not the Earth.
Do that.
No. I'm going to have to do it. I'm going to have to do it because you're going into this
experiment.
You're going off into the weeds, into the red herrings, into the inconsequential at the end of the day. Obviously, it's interesting, and I invite you to do your own research into it. But at the end of the day, your question and your problem with understanding has no bearing on the physical geometry of the surface of the Earth, which has been measured. So you're coming at it from a position like you're coming at it from a position like if I can show that this is a contradiction with what I think the history of the church is, then the Earth could still be a globe. No, it can't.
Okay, I understand. But through your point, like, look, we didn't agree yet. I said you did an experiment.
It's not a question of agreement when it comes to measurement of the surface.
Experiments can be faulty. Experiments can be poorly made. I don't accusing yourself of anything, but I didn't measure it.
Yeah, but to be fair, you've not looked into it, so you wouldn't know.
So far, to me, the thing you're saying is just a statement.
Of course. And this is why I'm saying, because we have the benefit of hindsight. We've been where you are already.